This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
Wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Jon Regul in the third chair.
It's pronounced Daka Daka, damn it.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listener.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming. Come at the speed of a zooming flying monstrous creature with a savant-locked sky spear missile on its spiky tail. Today's edition is brought to you by our Patreon patron, Richard Hudson. And he says, thanks, D6G. I'm up to episode 117 from your back catalog. Just another 15 episodes to go till I get to where I first found the podcast. I'm Keekly McNerdigan, your host. Today our panelists are Gideon Ravener, Russ Wakeland, and special guest, purveyor of all things DACA and outgoing master of the Independent National Tournament Warhammer 40,000 FAQ, Jon Boscrunion's Visaged Regal. Let's begin. Issue number 1. Frequently asked questions, abbreviated to FAQs, are listed questions and answers, all supposed to be commonly asked in some context and pertaining to a particular topic. The format is commonly used on email mailing lists and other online forums where certain common questions tend to occur. FAQ is pronounced as either an initialism, FAQ, or an acronym. Since the acronym FAQ originated in textual media, its pronunciation varies. FAQ, facts, and facts are commonly heard. Question. On April 12th, 2012, the final version of the Independent National Tournament Warhammer 40,000 FAQ, Ni Dakafak, Ni Yakfak, was produced. How many pages long was this last seminal document?
Oh.
Roar, Russ.
Totally, how's John going to miss this? This is a ringer question.
Jam, John.
79, I don't know.
This is a well-deserved wrong! 104! However, of course, even if you had said 104, we using the original INRAF FAQ, the appendices wouldn't count, so you would have got it wrong anyway. Issue number 2. In publishing and other industries, an edition is a number of prints struck from one plate, usually at the same time. This may be a limited edition with a fixed number of impressions, produced on the understanding that no further impressions will be produced later, or an open edition limited only by the number that can be sold or produced before the plate wears. Usually, a new edition is only released when some change or addition to the original edition is required or desired. Question. Although the time elapsed between editions of any particular endeavor may vary wildly, usually a comfortable period of time passes before a new edition is introduced. What was the longest span of time between editions in the 27-year evolution of Warhammer 40,000? New release Russ.
I'm going to go with 6 years.
Reprint Regal.
Was it? I thought it was between first and second. Was it a time frame? I'll go with 6 years also.
I was looking for between which issues, and it is a
First and second.
Between the original set, the vague random wackiness that was Rogue Trader, released in 1987, and the streamlined and simplified second edition, released in 1993, marked the longest period of consistent rules in the game's history. Tying, however, with this record was the 6-year period of peace and plenty known as third edition from 1998 to 2004. Again, however, sadly, according to the INRAF FAQ, in this instance, you would both be wrong if you don't give me both answers. Issue number 3. Corporate bloat is an oft-used term used to describe different things by different people, but often used to describe companies that have become inefficient through increased numbers of superfluous upper and senior management, often with little to no connection to the skills, passions, and interests of the people that made the company great in the first place. Too many generic chiefs and not enough specialist Indians, you might say. Question. In what year did Tom Kirby, then general manager of Games Workshop, lead a management buyout of the company, positioning them for the IPO on the London Stock Exchange? Owl and Weasel Wakeland.
98.
Kevin Roundtree Regal.
I was going to say 98, so I'll go with 97.
In December of 1991, Tom Kirby became the chairman and chief executive of Games Workshop by buying out the men who had created the company and setting themselves up for what I believe was a 1996 IPO, which makes you both wrong. Issue number 4. Randomness means lack of pattern or predictability In events, randomness suggests a non-order or non-coherence in a sequence of symbols or steps, such that there's no intelligible pattern or combination. Although in some scenarios, randomness can be fun and wacky, in other situations where fairness and even playing field are key, unpredictability can be frustrating or downright aggravating. Question, I'm going to roll a 10-sided die. Tell me what number is going to come up to earn the accolade of getting this issue's question correct. Erratic Russ.
7.
Subjective John.
My favorite number, 8.
All right, rolling the die. Right off the patented D6G luchador wrestling ring. And as you know, according to the INRAF fact, if a die goes off the mat, it counts as dead, and that's a 0, which makes you both wrong. That's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level. And by Conquistador Games, focusing on immersive and thematic games. More details at cqgames.com.
And by Geek Nation Tours. Rise up and join the Geek Nation, touring the world at geeknationtours.com.
And by Game Salute, publishing awesome tabletop games through the Powered by Game Salute program, supporting independent publishers, stores, and the industry at gamesalute.com.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, and welcome to episode
Right on cue.
152
Oof.
of the D6 Generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
And I'm Craig Galan.
And I'm Jon Yakface Regul.
Hey,
Oh,
John!
Jack Face Regal.
It's so good to have you back on the show, the master of all things DACA.
That's right.
The DACA, because for those folks who don't know,
High Lord of DACA.
if you were any kind of miniature war gamer, you probably at one point in your life traveled over to DACADACA.com, a great website for community around miniature war gaming, heavily on GW, but they cover all the games. And John, of course, is the head honcho over there with Lego Burner as well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent. So John,
How could you go wrong with an institute owned by a guy named Yakface and Lego Burner?
right, clearly.
Perfect. It's perfect.
It is.
It's right. It's synergy.
It's a fantastic
Synergy.
site, been around for many years, and we thought who better, because John, as many folks may know, John is Mr. 40K, does the international FAQ for a lot of different tournaments. Did. Used to, right. Sorry, my bad. And still a very competitive 40K player. And
Was. I'm spoiling the issue.
You're right. You're totally.
I'll stop.
Why would those things all be former? Well, we're going to talk about Warhammer 40,000 7th edition, and those two things may not be related at all. The fact that we're in 7th
the
edition,
fact that we're talking
and
about
these things,
7th edition.
please don't equate any kind of causality between these two events.
The least prepared edition ever to come out, if you consider how long between editions to be their preparation time.
Right, but there's no hate, John, in the show, right? None.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It got a little warm.
Maybe
Got a little warm.
Maybe a little disappointment, but there's also some things to like. And we're going to talk. This entire episode is dedicated pretty much after Achievements ends. It's pretty much all 40K 7th edition.
That's right.
John's going to take us through the level of detail that only
40K.
Right. Only someone like him could get to the level of detail that we're going to talk about today. So we're really excited. It's always fun to talk about 40K. So thank you, John, for coming on today and joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And I know 40K is your favorite topic. So.
It is. I love talking about 40K. I really do love talking about it.
You can hear the joy. In
No, I love talking about it.
Every moment. Oh, no, I'm serious.
Don't enjoy playing
It's
it
more
as
of a
much.
Schadenfreude than,
Right.
just an open, childlike joy, but still.
Well, these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
But up first, Craig, our contest for
The contest. Now,
Mantic.
I'm jealous of the contest.
It's wrapping up now, but this is the contest where we're asking you to send in battle cries or death cries for Dead Zone.
Yep.
And the winner is going to get what, Craig?
The winners are going to get some ruin sprues from Mantic, which are ideal for making terrain for any sci-fi game. So you play 40K, then these are great for you. You play Infinity, then these are going to be awesome for you. If you play Dead Zone, of course, or Warpath, these are going to be great for you. Any sci-fi game you might name, these cool ruin sprues will add to your game table. And all you have to do is come up with a short, pithy death cry / battle cry from the Dead Zone / Warpath universe.
Now, sadly, the contest is at an end, so don't bother entering now. But
Sorry, never mind.
Next
That's
episode,
what you did have to do.
Right.
Sorry, I apologize for the enthusiasm and excitement in my voice.
That's what you've missed.
Specifically meant to spur you on to greater efforts, and clearly completely without use.
Which is now at an end. But next episode, we will go through all the great entries and share with you the winners of this great contest.
The world is full of wieners.
We're very excited about that. Now, also, John was kind enough to join us at Dunkin' Donuts, Craig. I don't know if you know this.
Hooray!
And
Huzzah!
John, do you remember what we did talk about, will be talking about, or might talk about at Dunkin' Donuts?
Let's do
I recall it
time warp
very well.
again.
We jibber jabbered all about the history of Games Workshop, where it's been, where it's going, and all the wonderful things like that.
Yes.
And I'm sure there was no hate there either.
None whatsoever.
I'm sure it wasn't dripping off the Dunkin' Donuts walls.
No, nothing. No
along
sarcasm.
with the Boston cream.
No hate. It's hard to be hateful when you're enjoying a large iced tea and some form of sugar confection.
Oh, confection.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
That's right. So,
How would I go and hear the Lost Chapter?
That's true. I was going to
What
say,
a
Russ,
professional.
what's the best way to get?
what a concept! What a great guest John is. I love that. So
he is. Look at
the
that.
best thing to
He'll set
do
you right
is
up.
to become a patron via Patreon. And how you do that is head on over to the D6generation.com and click the patron link on the right-hand side there. It'll take you. You'll see a lovely video of Craig and myself. Be reminded immediately why we are on radio. And then also learn how this whole thing works and how you can support the show. And if you do support the show, we give you an extra 40 to an hour long minutes every other week of content that you only get. We call that content the Lost Chapters.
Yes.
So if you want to hear that, and our guests are kind enough to join us on that, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. It's sort of like the extra stuff that you couldn't quite find room for in an already 4-hour-long podcast.
Exactly.
It's
It's
that
the
kind of stuff.
hangout. It's the hangout after the game night.
Right. It's
That's
the
what it is.
pre-show, post-show, whatever show part that it is.
Exactly.
So be sure to check all that out. So, Craig, what's the time now for?
Right about now, it's probably time for
Achievements in gaming.
All right. It is indeed time for achievements. And this is a part of the show where we, of course, talk about what we've been playing lately.
What
Achievements.
have you been playing lately?
Yeah, we've not used that before.
Oh, yeah.
And Achievements in Gaming is brought to us by Bob Oswald, who'd like to give a shout-out to Dean for running the Firefly RPG at Gen Con, and to his fellow Browncoats, Nicole, myself, Craig, and Andy. He had a great time, and Chow Chi Latsu Sansa. Hang on, lady. We're going for a ride. All right, so guests first. John, what have you been playing lately?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to claim an achievement here for the guest, the third chair, who's appeared more than once, that has the highest ratio of correct answers in rapid fire.
Ooh, nice. Now, did today help that ratio?
No, today drove my ratio way down with a 0 to 4.
Right.
But my first time, I got one question right, and the second time, Craig gave me some questions about early 40K that he thought I would know, and I nailed 2 of those. So
yes.
by my count, I've answered 3 correct questions. So I'm sure until somebody topples me, I just want to claim that I want to stand atop the mountain of skulls and claim myself the champion.
We'll
of
give you
rapid
2
fire.
achievements for that. How's that? There you go.
Okay.
That's well played, sir.
Somebody can call you on that, though. So, but I don't know.
That's the problem.
Send your emails to Dak. No.
Well, I like to turn everything into a competition. So
Right, that's
Clearly.
right.
let's take rapid fire out of the fun, light thing it is and turn it into a competition.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, we can do
We're
that.
gamers. That's how we roll. I love it.
All right, so I know at this point it's way, way in the past, but due to the warp, just a little while ago, it was 4th of July.
Yes,
right.
It was.
And I had some friends come into town to hang out at our block party because we have a pretty crazy block party in L.A. So they were board gamers, so we busted out a bunch of board games and played all weekend long.
Nice.
And I played. I bought and played Rampage, which I heard you guys review.
What'd you think of Rampage?
I like it quite a bit. The one thing that I would say to anybody is that I think it's a game that you don't want to play over and over again in a row. It's a game that you want to use to break up other games.
Yeah, it's a filler.
Yeah.
It's a filler, but some fillers you can sit there and play, over and over and over again.
That's true.
The thing about
Yes.
the thing about Rampage, I think it kind of it's kind of similar, and I really think there's a lot of room for them to come out with an expansion pack to kind of maybe change things up. So I'm hoping someday they'll come out with something like that.
It would be cool if the tiles could somehow move around and the building layout could be different every time. But
since I can't, they got to come up with something. There's got to be a way to make it a little more wacky.
I could see that. I see that.
Anyway, so besides that, I played an old favorite, Zombie Dice. That's always good to play outdoors.
Yeah, right.
When you're eating food, barbecuing, stuff like that. I played some Lords of Waterdeep,
nice.
And I'll talk about that more. This is the first time I actually played the board game version. I played on the iPad app, which I'll talk about later on. So this was kind of neat to finally actually sit down and play the game, and I liked it quite a bit on the table. And then I played 2 new games that, for me, that I had never played before that were actually pretty similar to each other in the mechanics, and that was Love Letters and Citadels.
Now, what did you think of Love Letters?
I really, really, really liked it.
Thank you. We need a third chair. Our third chair is no longer valid. His opinions do not matter.
So why do you hate it, Craig? Dislike it? Disappointed in it?
To be totally honest, it probably had everything to do with the first 5 minutes of the first game that I ever played.
Did someone call you out on like what your card was every time?
No, it wasn't even like that. Literally, the play went around for like 1.5 times around the circle, and I was out because of the card. The guy played a card that gave me a card that then used a card. I got totally played by the guy who was supposed to be teaching me how to play. I was that's fun. So yeah, so I walked out. Actually, I rage quit. Wow. I rage quit Love Letters. That's right.
Well, for anyone who's not familiar with it, it's like a super, super simple game that is basically it's kind of like the thing where you have one card basically in your hand, and that's sort of your character for the moment. And then on your turn, you just draw another card, which is another character, and then you have to choose which of those 2 to discard. And discarding the card has an effect. And as you play, you keep all the cards face up, and there's only 16 cards in the deck. And so a lot of the game is about guessing what the other people have and then forcing them to do stuff they don't want to do. So as the cards come out, you get more and more information. And so it becomes like this interesting game. And each little round goes really, really quick. So you play to like, who wins the first, 3 to 5 rounds, depending on how many players are involved. So, it went over pretty well, and it was super easy to teach. So it seemed like a fun game to me. But I can see why you had a bad experience. I guess.
No. I've heard many people who enjoyed it immensely.
You are not the first. You are not the first guest to come on the show and sing accolades for the game. So
that's what I'm saying.
Craig may be an aberration here. I have not played an
aberration, or maybe that particular gameplay was. Russ can tell you how much I enjoy learning from a person who's trying to crush me on a regular basis.
Right. Yeah. Have you played it, Russ?
I have not. I need to because I have heard only good things. Except for Craig, I've heard only good things about it.
Yeah, I think anyone who likes sort of like an analytical kind of game, I think it really shines because that whole play of like trying to figure out what other people do, and you can even like discard certain cards to throw people off. And with only 16 cards in the deck, it's like a really, really high pressure like game of deduction. So I would recommend it for people who like that. And so the other game I played, which was kind of similar a little bit, is Citadels. Have you guys played that game or heard of that game?
I have. I have played it, and I've heard of it. I like it, actually. It's pretty good. What do you think of it?
Yeah. If you like Citadels, I think I would say I would recommend. Like if someone said, "Hey, I like Citadels," I would recommend Love Letters to them.
Okay, good.
Just I mean, how Citadels kind of has Citadels is a card game for people who haven't played it that basically each round you kind of bid sort of a little bit on which character you want to be, and then again, sort of like Love Letters, you kind of use a process of elimination to try to figure out what everybody else is, and use that information to hurt them essentially. And besides that, it's kind of just sort of a card building game. You sort of build your Citadel up, and I think it's a again, played that several times. Thought it was a lot of fun.
Nice. That's a solid group of gameplay play there for the 4th of July. Nicely done.
Yep.
In amongst eating burgers and having a cookout and chillaxing with the
busy.
That's nice. Craig, what have you been playing?
What have I been playing? Well, I continued to play Warhammer 40,000 in preparation for this episode.
Nice.
And knowing that we were going to be talking with John, who knows the game and all things 40K, I felt like I needed to have a game under my belt with someone who really knew the rules. So I played a 1,500-point game with Matt from over at the Nerd Herders podcast. And Matt is like super game rule guru and pretty much good at every game he ever tried. And so you go into those games knowing you're going to lose pretty much. And yeah, I lost. I played the Astra Militarum, also known as the Imperial Guard, versus the Crimson Fists, which he had Pedro Cantor. So he had like a named character, and I've still got my second edition, third edition allergy to named characters.
You don't have my permission.
I was like, oh my God, you're going to win the game hands down. What do you think you're doing? And I killed him, which is good. I killed just about everybody. It was exactly like an old school IG game against the Marines. By the end, I had killed everybody, but he had killed almost all of my stuff. And he had a squad of Terminators running around that I just simply could not touch. And I lost miserably because because Cleanse and Control is one of the new missions that uses the new mission cards, which we will talk about at length this episode.
Yes,
and I think I discussed at length in the episode what happened. So we're not gonna worry about that. Although one thing I did tweet out right after that game, it was Necromunda Night. I kind of hijacked Necromunda Night from the Nerd Herders guys. And because Matt agreed to play with 40K with me instead of Necromunda. And as many longtime listeners know, our gaming group started with Necromunda way back in 1995. We as friends played other things much earlier than that, but the gaming group itself started with Necromunda, and it segued very quickly into 40K after we realized that the Necromunda game itself was fun. The campaign rules, however, left a lot to be desired.
Does not hold up, really. Doesn't stand the test of time.
No, they do not hold up, especially repeated. It's not something you can play over and over again, season after season, like we did 40K for about 15 years.
Right.
And so it was very funny when I heard this argument, which is very familiar, I think, to most Games Workshop players, which is one of our friends, Greg, was arguing point A, and another friend, Christian, who was arguing point B, and both of them have been lifelong friends since they were very, very young. So almost as bad as Russ/Jon Wakelin fights in the good old days.
With your brother, right, exactly.
It's brutal when you two were fighting. It would be like, you can clear the store.
I mean, I never threw a tape measure at him, but, you know.
No, hey, that only happened once, and I still maintain that it slipped. And so they were fighting, and the argument came down to, but the rule says this. And then somebody else was like, yeah, but it says because he's running so fast and dodging. So clearly it means while he's moving.
No.
And the other guy was like, no. And so it all came down to
versus rules argument
versus rules.
Right.
And Games Workshop's tendency to blend the two together, which has caused so many fights throughout history. And it was like, oh, that's why. That's one of the reasons that we don't all play 40K all the time anymore, or Necromunda or anything. Because it was literally like, my ability says it happens because I'm running. And the other guy was like, no, it says right there, it happens when somebody shoots at you. Yeah, but it happens when I'm running. It's like, flavored.
Now, was this a 40K 7th edition rules argument, or was it a Necromunda?
No, it was a Necromunda.
Oh, well, to be fair, that game's a little old. I mean, haven't.
Yeah, no. Clearly, they caught on to that like around 4th or 5th edition,
right,
and started splitting the flavor text and the rules. But back in the day, that was like I'm sure Russ remembers some fights about things like twin-linked monstrous creature weapons and difficult terrain up and down a pyramid.
Ziggurat, actually, yes.
The ziggurat. Yes, it was a ziggurat. That is correct. But anyway, so and then after we played 40K, we introduced Luchador to the Warehouse crew, and the Warehouse crew is a bunch of guys that usually play. That's where a lot of the off-site stuff happens. And if you look at my Twitter pictures, you can see a bit of it's literally a warehouse where a construction company works, and our friend Rich owns a construction company that does a lot of repair and refurbishment, and they do a lot of the work in large bays, and he can convert the entire warehouse into a massive gaming hangout spot, which is awesome, but not quite as clean as Myriad.
Right.
So that was fun. And then we played Luchador a lot that night. And then this week Russ and I busted out Disc Wars with the 2 expansions. Russ didn't want to play the vampire counts.
No.
So he took the two mini support detachments that came with the Disc Wars expansions. So
which was Skaven and Dark Elves.
And I thought that I would stand up for my friend John, your brother, and play the dwarves. And despite the fact that Russ was a little overpointed,
I may have cheated. Well,
he was playing the Evil Alliance. He was actually LARPing, and I did not know.
Well, the only thing worse than cheating is cheating and losing.
That's true.
That's the most embarrassing thing. But don't make the mistake I made. So
this is an important note.
Yeah, so in the core game of Disc Wars, and in which we already reviewed last episode, the episode before, I can't remember, and in the new expansion which just came out, there is pre-made regiment lists, right?
For the major armies.
For each of the regiments. So it says, you might want to start with this character, and under him take this many of each unit. So in the expansions, what they did was, the dwarves also have enough discs in there to have
3 detachments.
3 more detachment regiments,
and
right?
The vampire counts have 3.
And they have on the card in there the 3 recommended detachments breakdowns for the dwarves. Now the other 2 in the evil side, the vampire counts are the same thing, and the other 2 factions that are in there's just 1 regiment, discs for 1 regiment of Skaven, and discs for 1 regiment of Dark Elves. And on the card, it tells you how to break the vampire counts out, but it doesn't tell you how to break the other 2 out with the recommendations. And I figured, it doesn't bother to tell you that because there's just enough discs for 1 regiment.
Which, in Russ's defense, seems to make total sense.
Right. So we didn't bother to do list building and double check the points. I just grabbed what was over in the box. Well, it turns out that both the Skaven and the Dark Elves each have 1 bonus disc that should be removed if you want to play completely, quote unquote, by the rules. So just
percentage-wise, this was like me taking a 2,000 point army and Russ taking like a 23,000 point army.
Yeah, I had about. So anyway, I was basically 6 points over for each regiment. 1 disc didn't matter. Still lost, although it looked really good for me in the middle of the game.
Huzzah, the dwarves!
The dwarves did prove to be tough little buggers and managed to beat me through attrition, basically killed everything. And that Helga, boy, she's awesome.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with
Helga and the cannon. Both, just like Warhammer Fantasy Battles, really good at sniping heroes. So
Rombrindle went down like you know what.
Well,
he took an entire flank's fire.
He did. He got too close to some scattergunners, and that was the end of him. But good times.
But then how'd those scattergunners do against that rune cannon on the hill?
Not so much. Yeah,
not so good.
Yeah,
not so good.
So it was a lot of fun. Loving the game. Loved the expansion. Loved the rules.
So much fun. We had literally the equivalent of a massive Warhammer Fantasy game in an hour.
Yeah, it's really a fun game. So highly recommend that. The expansions are great, and I think they're still a good value too.
Yeah, so. and we played more Luchador.
Yeah. So, all right. So my stuff. We already talked about Disc Wars. In addition to the big game with the new stuff, I played Craig. The week before that, I played our friend Chuck with another large game, and had a blast with that as well. I really enjoyed Disc Wars. It's great fun, and it's funny because I've been talking to people about it, and they're like, "I don't get it. I mean, why? If you want to play a miniature game, just use miniatures." I'm like, "Yeah, but this you just take out of a box and you play in an hour and you put it back in a box. And by the way, for $40 you have 4 armies. It's a very different experience. And I don't need to find other friends who are also willing to paint up, hundreds of models for fantasy. You just,
right. If this was a new miniatures game, we wouldn't be playing for months yet.
Right. And you wouldn't be able to you wouldn't have the faction variability either. Like Craig and I we have 6 factions to choose from now.
10.
10 if you count
if you count the mini stuff.
The mini guys. And, that I can play right out of the box, all colored. I mean, it doesn't feel like don't get me wrong, it does not look like a miniature game. It's not
going
to
take the place of your miniatures games, but it's an awesome way to supplement your miniatures gameplay.
Yes, right.
Is this an actual Games Workshop product?
It is a Fantasy Flight. It's a Fantasy Flight Games product, licensed GW stuff. So much like Fantasy Flight does, the Rogue Trader and all the RPGs. And has done, the GW board games like Dark Heresy and all that. So they've done this now, which is actually Disc Wars is actually an older game.
It's actually one of the first games Fantasy Flight ever made before they made it really big.
90s, but it was a generic fantasy IP, but it was the same idea as this. And now they've brought it back to life. They've cleaned the rules up a bit, and they've put the fantasy branding on it, and they've done a good job of the factions feel like. Ragnar was watching us. Of course, he's a big fantasy plan, and Vinny's watching, and my Corsairs are flanking from behind, and Craig's like complaining about it, and Ragnar's, well, that's what Corsairs do. Suck it up. So it was pretty cool.
I don't think I was whining. I was like, oh, geez, those guys, how'd they do for you, Russ? I don't think they did that great
the moment before the attack, you looked pretty concerned, but after the attack,
I was,
you
but then I
concerned.
figured out, oh, Helga's there.
Right.
Do you think that they could turn this into like a 40K version of Disc Wars?
I would like to see a 40K version of it.
If it does well, I would be very surprised if they don't.
There's no reason the mechanics couldn't work for it.
Yeah. Well, they had not Deadwood. What was it? What is it? Help me out here. Wild West, weird Wild West.
Deadwood?
Role-playing game.
Deadlands?
Deadlands.
Yeah.
They had a Deadlands version of Disc Wars.
They did. And they also had
with range. They had range.
There's also been a Lord of the Ring, an L5R, I think, version of it also. So it's been they've gone through the licenses with this once, so they could do it again. I would love to see I was actually just thinking about that the other night, John. I thought 40K would be great for this because it gives you that GW fluff fix, with a very clean, fast rule set, which I like.
Right.
Go ahead.
I was just saying you've piqued my interest. So unfortunately, I was in a coma during your review, so I'll have to go back and re-download the episode and listen.
Sorry about the coma.
Check it out. But the nice thing about it is, John, here for a miniature war gamer, $40 for a core game set that comes with enough stuff for 4 armies. 3 regiments per army.
4 full-size armies with a lot of options. 3 characters each, and your Chaos, for example, has got Bloodthirsters and the big cannons and everything. It's a lot of good stuff in there.
And you never need coasters ever again.
That's right. It would be very small cups, but you could put shot glasses on them. Maybe
those big monsters.
Yeah,
you could put a mug on.
A Bloodthirster could totally hold a coffee, no problem.
That's right. That's right. Oh, there's your quote right there. A Bloodthirster could totally hold a coffee.
Right.
Here's how you play Disc Wars. You put a shot on every one, and every time you lose that disc, you have to take the shot.
Ooh, see,
very clever.
See, that's why this guy.
That's the LA twist right there.
That's brilliant, John. I love it.
All right.
I also played a game called Arctic Scavengers, which is a oldish. It's a deck building game, so it's come out after Dominion, but it's been around a while. And the theme behind this, I mean, the rules are hard to read, and but once you know the rules, if someone could teach you the rules, it's actually really a lot of fun. And what I liked about this was the theme, which is Arctic apocalypse, post-apocalyptic Arctic conditions. So you've got like your different characters, like, and you each have a main leader who affects how you're going to play. And my guy was a butcher, so he could basically butcher up regular people and turn them into food. So it's that kind of a thing. But then what's cool about it is there's so much player interaction during the bidding part, and there's also like a combat phase at the end of each round to get key victory point cards. So it's very much a deck building game like Dominion, but there's so much more player interaction. I really, really enjoyed it, and the theme really came through. You really felt like I've got a sniper getting ready to shoot your guy before you go for that treasure. So really enjoyed that one. If you see Arctic Scavengers lying around and you've got the updated rules for it, I would give it a try. Mm-hmm. Also, speaking of miniature war games, did play War Machine and Hordes with my daughter Rose. We played another 35-point game. I'm so proud of her. Well, I only won because, and this is the thing now, she kept beating me when I played my Horde. So we've been playing Troll Bloods versus her Circle of Orboros. Mm-hmm. She beats me regularly with this. So she's like, okay, Dad, I think it's time to upgrade to your War Machine army because I know you're better with it. And you kind of need to challenge me here. I'm like, really? Okay, here we go. So it's like, fine. So I'll play my Signar. I know them cold, right? So I bring in, and I'm not pulling punches against her at all, and she knows it. So I'm going in, and she actually is totally out. Like she's got the charges better. She's totally outflanking me with her Skinwalkers. She hits my heavy jacks. I've got a Hammersmith there and an Ironclad. She hits both of them with the Wolf and her giant construct there. Smashes the bejesus out of them. Is totally going through my main line. The Skinwalkers come around the corner. It looks really, really bad for me. So the only move I have is to bring Stryker up and set myself up for the assassination run on Kira, her warlock, the next turn. So I do this, knowing full well that I'm exposing Stryker, but Stryker pops his feet. And I said to Rhodes, I said, look, it's feet's calling vulnerability for a reason. Everything's +5 armor right now. And she went for it anyway against Stryker and couldn't quite get through his increased armor, and so I was able to come back and kill her. But she said, oh, I didn't really. She said, if I had known that, I would have done things differently, and I would have just had to wait a turn. I said, yep, you had me totally there. So it was a great game. But she's really pumped. So we've had a couple people now in our local gaming group have said, hey, I've got 10, 11, 12-year-olds who are getting interested in this stuff too. Shouldn't we start a kids event? So it's good timing with the Myriad Games Amherst opening up because a lot of those folks happen to be in the southern New Hampshire area, a little south of Manchester where we normally play. So we're going to try on Thursdays once in a while, us dads bringing our kids in there and letting them kind of throw down. So we're excited tomorrow. We're gonna set up. We're going in with our starter boxes, and Rose is really, really excited since she's been 6. She's been asking me to play these games, and I said, well, when you're 10, I'll teach you, and you can start collecting your models and painting them. And now she's been asking me every day, when can I go gaming? So she's so excited to go. So I can't wait to get out. This is gonna be fun.
That's a great venue for that too.
It is. It's a great location. They have nice back rooms there, and it's not mobbed. Yet. So, it should be fun. And I think the kids are going to do great. So we'll see if we can teach them good sportsmanship and keep going. But it's a great game. My youngest daughter, though, not so much interested in it. She's sitting there watching us while, Rose and I are playing, and she's, reading a book, and she's like, and Rose's like, doesn't this sound awesome? And my youngest daughter kid's like, there's a lot of math. Because, you're in War Machine, you're always like, okay, roll it, your dice -2, your dice which is, great to teach your kids math. She's like, there's a lot of math in there. It doesn't sound fun. And Rose is like, but the math lets you kill troll bloods, kid. It's awesome. So kid's not quite seeing the love there for it. But my oldest daughter, so 1 out of 2, I'll take it. She loves it. So then also played a lot of Lucador with Craig. That is a fun filler game, and it is the kind of game because of the 4-player tap-out feature and just the crazy fun of it. It is the kind of game that, especially at a party or a venue like that, you can just crank through 3 or 4 rounds and have a lot of fun with it. So
you almost feel guilty putting it away.
Yeah, you do. So now it's time for modeling. John, what have you been building lately?
Well, funny you should ask that. Nothing.
Uh-oh. I can't even give you an achievement for that. So no, just taking a break from the modeling circuit?
Kind of, lacking inspiration. Haven't really figured about which game or games exactly.
Spoiler!
I still have a ton of unpainted 40K stuff to work through when I get the bug again to do some modeling, and I don't have any other miniature games that I'm really driving towards right now. And plus, I figured it was time to try to get back into shape. So I've been trying to be on my elliptical every day after work.
Oh, so you're getting ready for the other kind of modeling. You're getting ready to be able to go out there because you're in Hollywood already.
That's a long way off.
Those underwear shoots, those Calvin Klein shoots there, John.
He did not deny the ultimate goal.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He just said it's a ways out, right?
That's
so
right.
You start in Gamer Monthly.
As soon as modeling agencies are looking for short men, then yes, I'll be in.
Well, you start geeks,
Tom Cruise.
Do the geek circuit first, get on the front of Cosplay Monthly, work your way up, and then you go from there.
I hope you have good wizard's robes.
Right.
Yes. Oh, I just have to decide which one,
Oh, well, there you go.
Anyway, so yes, I've got no modeling, sadly.
All right. Well,
big sad face with a tear.
What's great about the now having Thursdays option is it's inspired Rose and I to make sure we do a little modeling each weekend. So we do Sunday morning painting because my youngest daughter also likes to sleep in, where my oldest daughter, for some reason, always her entire life gets up at 5:30 in the morning. Even now, at age 11, it's 5:30 every morning. And she knows to be quiet, not to wake the whole house. But so if I get up, I usually wake up about 6:30. So we go downstairs and we start painting. And I was working on my Hammersmith and my rec markers. Which was great because when we played, I was able to use my rec markers as Rose destroyed my Warjacks. And she's been working on her Skinwalker. She's almost got the minimum unit size of 3 of those guys done. And then she's going to work on the next 2 to bring it up to 5. I like how Privateer does this. I know some people get like, oh, you have to buy all the models, but Privateer now sells their kits in a way that you basically always have to buy max unit size. But what's cool about it is you have all the models you need now, and then you just, you can paint in batches, though. So she's painting the first 3, and then she can paint the last 2 when she gets around to it, and it's going to be great. So she's really enjoying that, too. So Craig, how about you? What have you been working on? Seems like you've been painting a lot of Chaos Ball. Is that saga?
Well, what I've done, Russ, is this. I have finished Chaos Ball, the entire game.
That's a lot of achievements, Craig.
That is a lot. Yes, I have painted 5 players from all 18 teams, all of the coaches, and all of the ringers to a fairly high standard, I must say.
Nice.
That's 133 models total because I had to do some extra werewolves.
Nice. That's like a Warhammer Fantasy army. That's
like a big Warhammer Fantasy. We're talking like Skaven or
goblins or something.
Goblins.
Right.
So I finished off with the ogres, trolls, vampires, goblins. Those 4 were the last teams to be painted, and the 5 last ringers were, of course, Xena, Hulk Hogan, Penny Arcade's Gabe and Tycho, and Mr. Awesome, the Power Ranger dude.
Yep.
It did take me 2 a.m. nights to get it done this week, so it did not come without a price.
I admire your focus, though, that you were able to stay on target on this and just do it till it was done.
I was alternating early on. I was alternating Chaos Ball and Dead Zone because I wanted to get my Dead Zone stuff done, and I have a bunch of Dead Zone stuff now that is piled up since I set aside the Dead Zone stuff to focus on this, and that's kind of my internal sort of spur was like I really need to just finish Chaos Ball because I started to feel myself sort of losing the drive, and I didn't want to fail in this project. So I finished it this week. I tweeted out a picture of all the models. There are some werewolf models that aren't on the board because they take up every space plus 11 extra spaces on my big custom-made Chaos Ball board. So it was awesome. And Eric Lang, the designer of the game, actually followed me after that and tweeted that I made his day.
Nice.
So that was cool. That was kind of cool because I don't think he knows who I am. But now what am I going to do? I got Dead Zone. Part of me wants to do like a whole 40K army. So I don't know. All I know is that discs don't need to be painted.
No, but you should customize the edge of your discs so that so that you can play orcs versus orcs or something and know who's
what I should do is I should write one disc to rule them all, one disc all the way around every disc.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right.
And speaking of discs, the Disc War storage saga that I talked about in Did You Ever Notice probably 8,000 episodes ago at this point has come to a conclusion with listener Adam suggested a solution among many other listeners who suggested many other solutions. But the one I went with was Adam's, which was a giant photo storage case that you can get at many craft stores, including the now infamous Hobby Lobby. It's made by a company named Iris, and it's got 16 individual plastic cases inside it made for 3x5 pictures. And it's got 16 little cases inside a bigger case, and then I got 2 small compartmentalized cases that fit inside the smaller cases, so it's like Russian nesting dolls. And I now have a case for every army, and then a case for the tokens for good guys and the tokens for bad guys. It even left enough space for the fabric, the 3x3 foot piece of fabric that I cut to play on. So it's like I have a suitcase now, but I've got room for everything and a few more. As long as they don't come out with any more armies, I think I'll be good for a while. That was very exciting to me that I found that. It did cost a lot more. It cost almost as much as the game itself.
Right.
But I was super happy to have it, and it was neat, and I enjoy it. And like I talked about in Did You Ever Notice, I just love luggage. I'm a big luggage fan.
No,
that's me.
It's a very impressive case.
I liked it.
Did you say that you have Xena, Hulk Hogan, and Gabe and Tycho as part of Chaos Ball?
Yes.
I got it. Yeah, the Chaos Ball ringers from the Kickstarter kind of went nutty towards the end, and they're all a little bit different, except for Gabe and Tycho, who are clearly like they contacted Penny Arcade, and they were literally marketed as Gabe and Tycho. Everybody else is sort of like IP non-infringing Hulk Hogan and Xena and Mr. Awesome, like I said. And they all have kind of cool rules too that
and there's more than that. There's like the non-IP infringing King Kong and Godzilla.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's a very cool game with a lot of really cool models.
This could be your next modeling project. Yeah.
All right. What else, Russ? What have you been doing? Oh, you already talked about
modeling.
What other things have you been doing? Either of you. Someone talk.
So now it's time to talk about the geeky goodness that is books and TV and video games and any other hotness. So, John, what have you been doing in that front?
Okay, well, since I've been on my elliptical every weekday night, I need something to watch on my iPad so I can watch something.
Makes sense.
And so I was searching for like stuff on Netflix, like TV shows with long runs, and I stumbled upon I was a huge fan of the show Lost when it was on several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And someone went through, and that show features a lot of flashbacks and time traveling later in the seasons and stuff. And someone went through and re-edited the entire show in completely chronological order. And so
Really?
It's called Chronologically Lost, and you can it has a website called Chronologically Lost, and they also link to a Facebook page where you can watch directly from there. And it's basically like 100 episodes or something. You know, it's basically, you know, pretty close to the same amount of episodes, just totally recut. And if you've never seen Lost, you would not want to watch it this way. But for anyone who's watched the entire series and liked it, I thought it was a lot of fun, and I actually burned through that entire series in a few weeks because it was so much fun. I thought.
Cool.
So
Nice.
there was that. Then once I burned through that, I needed something else to watch, so I started watching Arrow, and I'm still on that, actually, season 1 on Netflix. So I know you guys have been talking about Arrow and how it gets better so far. I'm enjoying it plenty.
It does get better in season 2, although season 1 has I thought a lull in the middle and then get good near the end, and then season 2 actually is quite good, I think.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. I mean, when you're on elliptical, right?
Right.
The only thing that I notice is it feels very what network is it on? CW or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It feels very CW, every when you watch them back to back, it's like every episode, like a big old guy, he's like, you really shouldn't do that, and then the Arrow is like, why don't you trust me? And then like it's always like a conscience, a crisis of like thing. By the end, they're like, we should really trust each other. Okay, let's trust each other. And the next episode it goes through the same thing, kind of over and over again.
Yeah.
But yeah, beyond that, I had never actually watched the Clone Wars TV series, so I actually burned through all of that as well.
Nice.
So and it was kind of weird because I watched Clone Wars, the entire series, and like most people, I thought it was pretty cool, much better than the prequels.
Right.
But I had not seen the prequels in years, so I was actually really curious because at the place it kind of started and ended, I didn't remember that fitting into the prequels at all. So I went and rented the episode 3 afterwards just to see, like, hey, I just watched this entire series. Now I'm going to jump back in and see if any of the show kind of fits into episode 3, and it really did not at all. So
doesn't it fit between 2 and 3?
Yeah, it's supposed to take the entire series is supposed to take place between 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think that's.
But the biggest problem is that in the entire Clone Wars, Anakin he's kind of like a lord himself. He has his Padawan and stuff like that.
Right.
And he's much more separate from Obi-Wan. And then when you go back to episode 3, you have Anakin back to being way subservient to Obi-Wan again, so it really didn't work.
Doesn't really work, yeah.
That doesn't matter. It was still a good series, and I enjoyed that. Then, let's see, some new stuff. Well, first, before I go to that, I've been listening to the show and hear you guys talking about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mid-season reboot that occurred because of Captain America.
Right.
And I just want to be the contrarian.
All right,
and say,
you go there. Now let me ask you this. Let me just preface this because I had the opinion that S.H.I.E.L.D. only worked well doing that if you were watching it in real time as Captain America came out.
Right.
So did you do that, or did you go back and had not watched S.H.I.E.L.D. until after Cap came out, and then you're like, well, people tell me this show is good and watch it from the beginning?
Nope, I saw it totally in order.
So you're
totally
you're the ideal viewer then for their plan.
Right.
Right.
So let me just say, because I think a lot of the complaint that people had early on, I read it, and so I know people agree with me. The problem I had mainly with the early S.H.I.E.L.D. was that it didn't feel like they were part of a big organization because you remember the first mission in Captain America 2 is like a strike on a ship with a whole team of guys and Captain America, and they break in there and they kick butt and they take out the bad guys.
Right.
That's what I imagine S.H.I.E.L.D. being. I imagine it being like a badass organization that when it needs something it can get it done.
Right.
And the problem with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is it's this little ragtag team that's being sent to investigate these things, but when they invariably run into these big challenges, they didn't have any. They had
support,
2 people on board that were real fighters, and they didn't have any TAC teams or any support, and they were always over their head, and it just that really bothered me. So what I feel is I'm not going to spoil it in case anyone hasn't managed to see this yet, but all I feel is what they did in the reboot is they came up with a very good reason why they now no longer have support or resources, or the reason why they're have all these kick butt guys on their side, instead of what I wanted, which was a show about a kick butt organization that is able to, you know, have a team, but also has sort of like this vast organization behind it, you know, with lots of secrets and stuff like that.
So it's gotten worse for you because you were hoping the show would eventually morph into a big squad of guys, and now it's sort of permanently or foreseeable future locked itself into Firefly the reboot.
Exactly. Yeah. So it went the opposite direction. So yeah, continuity wise, it's a better move, but it's like went the opposite way from what I wanted. So I've not stopped watching it yet, but I definitely am not too super.
Have you gotten to the end of the season yet?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Right.
Yeah,
so let me get this straight. They made something that's probably good, but it's not what you hoped it would be. I sense a theme. Okay, moving on.
All right, moving on. So brandy new shows, or at least brandy new right now. As a recording, I just started, and I think some of you may have started watching these shows. I started watching The Last Ship.
Oh yeah.
What did you guys think about that?
I've not
somehow
seen it.
It was actually conflicting with my guilty pleasure is True Blood, and it's conflicting with that on my TiVo, and I did not know that, so that I kept thinking, how come there hasn't been any more Last Ships? So I have 2 episodes that I haven't watched yet, so I've only watched the pilot. I liked it. It looks like it's got potential. That's what my first thought was. It seems pretty neat, and I think it could be good. But I haven't seen the next 2 episodes.
Russ, have you watched it at all?
I have not, but I've heard very good things. Everybody seems to like it. What have you thought about it?
Well, for anyone who doesn't know about it, it's basically there's like a worldwide pandemic that's killed like most of the population, but a scientist had an idea for a cure, and so she got secret government clearance and took a entire destroyer, U.S. destroyer, up to the Arctic to go find the cure or the basis for a cure. Mm-hmm. They didn't know what mission they were on, but when they had radio silence, and once the radio silence was over, they then found out, hey, the entire world, all the governments are all basically dead or disorganized. So they're the last hope for humanity. But of course, everybody's sort of splintered across the globe. So there's other remaining powers out there trying to protect what they have and stuff. So it's kind of very TNT or whatever that I think it's on TNT, and it's kind of got cheesy dialogue and stuff, but it's got enough coolness to it that it's worth seeing where it goes, I think.
Cool. They got my interest when they nuked France.
Yeah.
in the first episode.
I have a general rule of thumb, and that is any movie or TV show that uses nuclear weapons, I probably should watch. Give it a chance.
That's right. That's right.
So that's a big commitment. So yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is how it kind of seems like you either have a cure and help everybody, or you're kind of like always running away from that, like at Gilligan's Island. Like if we make a ship and get off, the show's over. Right. And it kind of feels like if they get the cure, then how do they continue the show? So I'll be curious to see where it goes, but I'm definitely interested in seeing where it goes. So the last thing I have is The Leftovers, which is partially made by the guy who made Lost, one of the guys who made Lost. So naturally, I had to be into that to give it a try.
What so far, right? Thinking?
What's that?
What have you been thinking?
So far, at this point, there's only been a couple episodes, and I have enjoyed them. It's kind of all very mysterious right now, and the thing about, I think, a Lost or a mystery show is you kind of want to get to the point where there are questions you want answered. You're like, really can't wait to find out what this means or what this is about. And so far, I feel like they haven't really developed some really big questions that are just dying to be answered. But I feel like they're going to get there. So I'm definitely interested in it and interested to see where it goes. And the acting has been great, and it's cool.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it also. The one intriguing thing for me is that the show itself is working so hard against the whole idea of rapture and all these like the reverend, the bishop who's like, investigating all these people to prove that they weren't good people to justify why if it can't be the rapture because he wasn't taken. Mm-hmm. But the opening credits are all like very religious in theme and design. So I found that to be quite.
It's a mystery,
the opening credits are basically an image of the rapture happening in modern times.
Right.
So it was that part is intriguing to me because I really enjoyed the sort of tension that they're creating in the show itself about what happened and nobody knows what happened and. So I'm enjoying it, and I like you. I thought the acting was really good. The dialogue's really good. I really like the guy in the pickup truck and what's happening there. So
yeah, that was interesting.
Not giving anything away, but they're like that's very Lost-esque in the early couple of seasons of Lost before they lost me. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Cool.
I think the whole discrepancy between the religion and the non-religious aspects of it, I think that's totally intentional. So I think,
yeah.
Right. So I mean, I think that like as we'll find out as we go along, there's going to be every group is going to be claiming it for their own, and then there's people trying to disprove it and everything. Yeah. But I did like that opening though, because they didn't have that on the first episode.
Right. Yeah. No, they didn't. You're right. Yeah.
Cool. And so, yeah, it was great. Oh, I do watch True Blood as well, and I have to say it's absolutely horrible. So I just wanted to throw that.
Guilty pleasure. Hey,
still watching it.
At least they've got the guts to kill. What do you mean worst season? Every episode, they're killing multiple major characters. They're like, by the end of the final season, no one will survive.
Doesn't that mean the show's in bad shape if the only thing you can do is kill everybody off to make people watch it?
No, it's the final season. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, they're doing it on purpose, but it's totally lack of motivation. It feels like they're just tipping over their pieces so they can walk away from the board.
Yeah.
Oh, they did that years ago.
Good analogy. Yeah.
Did you read the books?
My fiance has, but no, I haven't.
The books are great. I loved the books. And the show hasn't been anything like the books for several seasons now.
Yeah.
Craig said, I'm watching the final season of True Blood. I said, what, 3? Because that's about where it ended for me.
Okay, so moving on from TV. The only movie I think I've watched recently that I would even go in the realm of sci-fi is that movie Her, the Spike Jonze movie.
I've heard really good things about it. I've not seen it myself. What'd you think?
I thought it was amazing, and you should definitely see it.
Yeah, I got to see it. I've heard that. I've heard the exact same quote by many people who I respect in movie.
But I mean, you can't walk into it thinking it's going to be like some crazy movie. It's definitely a character piece between a man and his operating system. But it just takes that premise and runs with it. And the other thing I want to throw out is I just think it's amazing design work. The UI of the interface and everything, and it's shot in Shanghai, set for Los Angeles in the future.
Oh,
and
cool.
Shanghai just has some amazing architecture, and it just
Shanghai's awesome. I've been there,
and it just has
it all looks like a sci-fi city.
Yeah, exactly, and it has all the smog and stuff like that, and
it's all neon. It's amazing, yeah.
Right, and so it's just like it kind of they've done some sort of digital work to make it kind of look like it could be Los Angeles in the future, but at the same time, it's definitely not Los Angeles. And you have that first premise, and they even have characters in the movie that kind of react how we react to the idea of hey, you have an operating system that you fall in love with. Boy, that's crazy and stupid. But then there's other people that are okay with it, and it just kind of progresses, and it says like, well, if this could really happen, how would it happen? And then it just sort of like runs with that idea, and it's just, I don't know, it's really crazy. So I recommend it to anyone who likes kind of quirky, who likes any Spike Jonze movies, other Spike Jonze movies. I would definitely recommend it.
Cool.
Then video games.
Yeah.
I still have not turned on my Xbox in like a long time now, and I haven't bought any of the new consoles either. So it's I pretty much just play mainly like board games and strategy games on my iPad, and I've kind of had a drought of like new good games to buy. So I'm listeing to your app of the week, but I haven't found something.
Haven't sold you yet, huh?
Not yet.
Right.
A couple things that I'm playing. I was a Kickstarter backer on Broken Age, that the Double Fine adventure game.
Yeah.
And I also was a Kickstarter on the Small World 2 app.
Oh, nice.
And so both of those have come out. Broken Age I thought was pretty good. I really like Double Fine and the stuff they do, and I enjoyed it. A lot of people thought it was too easy, but I think it's about perfect. Unfortunately, they couldn't offer the iPad app as a Kickstarter goal. So I got it on my Mac, which is great, but I really would like it on my iPad, but it's pretty expensive. I think it's like $10 or something like that on your iPad. So I've been hesitant to buy a game I already have played in past on my iPad, but I really kind of want it on the iPad. So I don't know. I'm sort of stuck, but I probably won't buy it. But anyway, Small World 2 app is amazing. So if you haven't upgraded to that new Small World 2 app, I would highly recommend it to anyone who had the original app or likes the game. It's so much better now. And then the other thing I've been playing is the Lords of Waterdeep app. And one thing I thought was kind of interesting about that game is I heard you guys talk about it, and then it came out on the app, and I said, I'll buy it. And I bought it, and I played it, and it had a nice tutorial, and I learned the rules pretty much. But in an effort to make that game move quickly and seamlessly, it just kind of does everything for you, which is what you want from an app. But the funny thing is, when you learn the game that way, you actually don't know what's happening. So things are moving and cards are going and points are being distributed, and you're like, okay. And you kind of know where all the computer players are, the other people are, but you don't exactly know why they're there. And so I got the actual game as a gift, and I opened it, and I was like, I could not teach anybody these rules because I have no idea, which is kind of strange since I've been playing it a lot. So I just thought it's kind of funny that sometimes you can actually make an app that's so well designed for someone who knows the game that it can play so seamlessly that you actually don't learn the rules, which is kind of a bad thing. So I just thought that was interesting.
That is interesting.
And that's about it for me.
Cool.
Craig, what about you, Russ?
Oh, all right, fine. Well played, sir. Okay, well, on the audiobook front, I have finished the second Koban book.
Koban, the mark of Koban.
Really enjoyed it. As we mentioned before, Eric Sommer does a great job salvaging that series from a narration point of view. The first book's narrator is
no hate,
is not a format
very
I would enjoy, but Eric was a fantastic job, and the author definitely improves his writing style. Not that it was bad in the first book, but you can tell he refines his dialogue a bit and other things. The story is very, very, very compelling, though. I really am enjoying it.
Liked the ending. Can't wait for the next one.
Can't wait for the third one. They left you at a really good spot that had a good break. It felt like the right spot to break it, but at the same time, you're like, come on, I need another book. It's really well done. I can't wait for the next one. And I think I saw anyway. I saw Eric tweet that he was finishing recording another Koban book, which I'm hoping is the third. So I don't know how long it takes from...
Or the first. I'd go back and listen to the first one again.
Right. So hopefully he has finished that. And I don't know how long it takes from Eric finishing his work till it getting live on Audible, but fingers crossed for that. But while I'm waiting for that, I have started another Audible book. Now, Hard Magic by Larry Correia. Is that how you pronounce his name, Craig?
There you go.
Really, really enjoying this book. So this book has a lot of things I like. I like alternate history books. So this book takes place in the 1930s. It's all like, gangster style, that kind of dialogue, pulp detective style book writing. He's got that dialogue going on. But the alternate history here is magic is pervasive in the world. Mm-hmm. So it's in things like in the Great War, there was no World War II because Hitler got taken out between the First and Second World War. But in the Great War, World War I, part of the challenge was that the Kaiser had the ability to, basically his power was raise the dead. So the Germans are like having zombies coming in. But everybody's got basically one power. So you've got people like the heavies. One of the main characters he's called a heavy. And everybody has like a one-word description of their kind of power. So you got travelers, and these are people that can basically blink like night crawlers short distances. And he does a really cool job of explaining like how this could be realistically kind of work. Like travelers have to look ahead mentally. There's a great part in the book where a girl's being trained to use her power, and the teacher's saying, okay, make sure you look ahead and pause, because if you are off by even a fraction of an inch, your foot will land inside the ground and you will destroy your foot. Or there's one part where things go really bad for her and she gets something embedded in her foot, and it's really kind of a nasty scene. There's this heavies can alter gravity. They can offer the pressure of gravity, the direction of gravity, but this one guy really masters it, and they used them in the First World War, or the Great War, because there's no Second World War. Heavies carry these much, much larger guns than they should be able to carry, like they're literally carrying howitzers. But, and it even describes like, because he can make the howitzer very light, he can alter gravity around a particular item, but when he does that, of course, the recoil would be huge because the bullet and the velocity coming out, so really good heavies can actually quickly alter the gravity around the gun when it actually fires to make it very heavy so it doesn't move, and then make it light again. Like all this little levels of detail that are just a blast. He bends it in with history, so he has quotes at the top of each chapter of famous historians, but he weaves the magic in, so he like quotes Darwin's theory of evolution, but Darwin describes this whole idea that there's magic in the world, and so that will obviously be the most evolved species. But then you have like, Herbert Hoover's in there, and you're worried about, there's like little references, like it'll be like, there's that one Agent Ness over in Chicago, and then there's like reference to Capone, like all these great things just tie in. Really, really well written. The dialogue's fantastic. The narrator does great, pulp action voices. He's got the gangster thing down. He's got sort of the dames and all that down great. I can't recommend this highly enough. There's a series of 3. They're all available now. Really, really enjoying it. So Hard Magic by Larry Correia. And I found Larry reading, I think I mentioned before, the War Machine books. His book in particular was just blew me away.
You know who narrates it?
Who?
Bronson Pinchot.
Wow.
Right. So I didn't really make the
From
connection.
From the 80s.
Yes.
Balky Bartogama.
Balky, right.
Balky.
I didn't even catch that. Balky's a great narrator. So, yeah, good narrator there. Highly recommend it. So, Craig, if someone wants to get into Audible, what should they do?
Yes. Well, if you want to get into Audible, and why wouldn't you?
Right.
You want to go to the D6generation.com, look on the right-hand margin, find the Audible link, click on it, and you will get a free 30-day subscription with a free credit. So that will give you almost any book, including Hard Magic, if that sounds intriguing to you. And it certainly sounds intriguing to me. And you get, not only that, you get access to all the specials and the deals that are available to members for that entire 30 days at absolutely no cost whatsoever. So that is an awesome deal. Even if you take your free book and run, you're getting an $18 to $32 to even $40 or $50 value for that free credit. And then it's always going to be there for you. You're never going to have to, you always have it. You don't lose it. And you never have to buy anything else. Or you can stick with it, which I have done since I started. And we don't get any special deals. We're just normal people as far as Audible goes. And I have never once regretted my membership to Audible. I never once regretted it.
Yeah,
it's a great deal.
Definitely recommend it.
And try it out. You know, if you've got a commute, let's say you've got a commute that takes more than 4 hours every week. So you've got the D6G.
Right.
You know, but then what? Well, I'm telling you right there.
Audiobooks.
All you need is the D6 generation and Audible.
That's right.
In that order, but that's all you need.
Right. So then beyond the books, I've also been watching a lot of shows. Actually, we don't watch that much TV, but so we consume about one show at a time. So, but we're caught up on pretty much everything now, except for we're catching up still on Arrow. Because I took a break from it and it had given up on Arrow until people told me it was good. So, and I'm happy. I'm back. We're about halfway through season 2. It definitely gets even more superhero-y.
Yeah.
So, but I'm liking how they're doing it. It's given up some of the, I don't want to go realism, but sort of the gritty realism and coming more towards, hey, we're superheroes, we know it, which is fine. So liking that. Loving Crossbones, Craig.
Oh, God, it's so good.
I am really liking Crossbones.
John Malkovich is so awesome.
John Malkovich's Blackbeard is just brilliant casting. He's great. The show is great. Also, the doofy guy from Coupling is the main protagonist, which is really weird because he plays this super cool sort of James Bond-esque secret agent kind of guy, or a Maturin character, right?
Yeah.
And yet I know him from Coupling, so seeing in Coupling he was the goofy guy in Coupling, right? He's the total guy who couldn't say breasts without giggling in that show. So it's kind of weird to see him in this other role. Great show. Dominion. Have you guys seen Dominion yet?
Yes.
John?
No, I haven't even heard of it. I actually haven't heard of Crossbones either.
Okay, well, these are two shows you need to get on the elliptical. Crossbones, you can get it on Xbox, iTunes, Xbox Video, whatever. It's available to buy onesie, twosie if you want. Crossbones is fantastic, but also Dominion is, if you like religious stuff, basically God has disappeared. So the angels are all out of control, and no one's stopping them. And basically, the angels have fallen into two factions. Well, really, one big faction. Most of the angels blame humanity for God's disappearance. So they're basically down. They've come down to Earth, and they're kicking the crap out of humans. And so there's basically a war between humans and angels, essentially. Right. But meanwhile, Michael, the archangel, and a couple, Michael at the moment, has joined the forces of humanity, is working with them as a resistance to help fight the angels. And what's interesting about it is it takes place in Las Vegas, the city of sin, of course. So, but that's sort of one of the last bastions of humanity.
And they call it Vega.
They call it Vega, right? But there's like a prophecy, and there's a kid who's going to come back, and whole thing. But it's really good. I'm really enjoying it. The effects of the wings are cool. The fight scenes with the angels with their swords are great.
That was my backfiring my research here, but it's actually, if you saw the movie Legion,
yeah,
it takes place like 15 years after the end of the movie Legion.
It's a sci-fi show, right?
Yes, yes, it is. It's pretty good though. I'm enjoying it. I'm looking forward to each episode. It's coming out. It's airing now, so I'm kind of watching them as they pop out.
It's a summer show,
but I'm really enjoying it. So I think it's worth watching. I don't know, Craig, what do you think? You enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, it's campy and cheesy, but it's campy and cheesy in a cool way. And they, just like most of these sci-fi shows are the good ones, there's all kinds of weird, freaky plot twist moments where you're like, whoa, what did I just see? And so those are really cool. I'm enjoying it. It's not great, but it's fun. And I'm enjoying it, yes.
Yeah. So, and then finally my youngest daughter really wanted to see Earth to Echo. Uh-oh. This is the movie that was trying to be the Goonies meets E.T.
Mm-hmm. How'd it do?
It was, it actually wasn't bad. What made it not exceptional was they used what's now been done quite a bit. So one of the big premises is it's very kid powered. It's all the kids are doing their thing and they're doing it all behind the backs of the adults and everything, which is fine. It was kind of like Goonies. It was, and the acting, the child actors they got were actually very good. Uh-huh. But one of the things, the premises was that the entire movie, one of the kids is all into posting things on YouTube, so the entire movie is done as if it was shot by the kids. So they've got like a GoPro camera, they've got the glasses that have cameras built in, and they've got their iPhones and everything, and their smartphones recording. So it's got that Blair Witch / Cloverfield thing going on there,
right?
Which has kind of been overdone, but most kids haven't seen that. So kids see this and think it's awesome. Plus, it's got the whole internet thing going on there. So it was done really well. But if you're an adult and seen those other movies, it's kind of, here we go again with the shaky cam, for half the show. But yeah, it was fun. It wasn't at the level of a Goonies, I don't think, or quite as heart-rending as E.T. was. But it was fun. It was cute. My kids liked it.
Okay, cool.
So that's my stuff. Craig, what about you?
Well, we've gone through almost my stuff.
Very good.
Finishing the Mark of Coban, I went back to Brandon Sanderson's The Way of Kings. Mm-hmm. And I'm enjoying it a lot more now. It did take forever for me to start getting into okay. I don't know why he feels the need to sort of create an entire world from the ground up, including it took me 8 chapters to realize creme is mud. Why not just call it mud? I don't know, but things like that. So that kind of I was like, what? But now I'm getting into it. There's some awesome stuff. It's sort of split between 2 main characters. Well, actually, there's more than 2, but there's 2 primary main characters at the beginning of the book. And one of them, it's got that thing, right, where when authors do that quite often, you've got the one you're really interested in and the one you're like, okay, get on. I need to get back to that other guy. And this really had that for me. But literally for the last 10 chapters, it hasn't had any part of the character that I don't care about. So I'm all good. So I'm really, really enjoying it. It's huge. It's 44 hours long.
Wow.
So it's like George R.R. Martin level long. I don't think I'm going to jump right into the next one. The next one is out already. I think I'm going to sort of, when I finish this, I feel like I've been listening to it forever, which has a lot to do with the fact that I stopped to listen to Coban and Mark of Coban in the middle, but I'm not even halfway through this book. So I don't even know where it's going to go, but I'm certainly getting my credits worth. That's for sure. Continuum, which I saw was on John's little thing.
I forgot to talk about that.
Yeah.
And I actually learned about that show from your podcast, listening to David Weber.
Yeah, David Weber brought it up. I hadn't known about it either.
Talked about it. Yeah. So I'm actually all caught up on that, and I love that show. So
now, what did you think of the season? Or
don't spoil it. I'm not caught up yet, so don't spoil it.
No. I'm not caught up either because I'm having a big issue with. I was watching it on Netflix. And Netflix only has the first 2 seasons.
Right. It doesn't have this latest season.
Exactly. So, and On Demand only has the last half of the current season.
So neither of you guys have seen this current season then?
I have not. I have access to it because I can buy it through Xbox Live, but I'm only halfway through the second season and I got distracted, so I'm behind.
Well, I think it's a great show. This latest season, it kind of goes in a different direction. You could say off the rails. I don't know. It's starting to play with the whole time travel thing in kind of crazier ways than it was before. Uh-huh. And And the all I have to say is the season 3 cliffhanger ending. I can't ruin it for you, but it's
good or bad.
Can I? Well,
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Well, no. Can I say power armored space marines?
Oh, yes, you can. Okay, so that means good.
Okay.
All right, sold. So, okay, good. So I've got to start watching Continuum again. Got it. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, they start playing with, like, characters, multiple of the same character in the same timeline, so multiple of the same person, and it starts going really kind of crazy. The first 2 seasons, I felt like their idea of what time travel was like, you can't change stuff. Like, whatever you do always comes back. That was my impression of their time travel mantra through the first 2 seasons. Then the third season, they kind of said, nope, that's not it at all. So it's totally changed. So overall, I would say season 3, I did not like it as much as season 1 or 2, but it's still a strong show and very much enjoying
Even with
it.
Powered Armored Space Marines. Okay.
And the cliffhanger has definitely opened the door to be like, what the heck are they going to do next season? So,
oh, cool.
All right. Maybe they got a budget now. They're going to have power armor. Who knows?
Maybe.
What I was going to say was I just finished season 2, the series finale this week, and I finished Orphan Black season 2 finale this week. And I would say the Continuum season 2 finale crushed the Orphan Black season finale, because I felt the Orphan Black, the second season, sort of started to wander a little bit for me.
I liked it.
Well, a lot of people I've talked to liked it.
Yeah.
I still like the core concept of the show, but I thought the plot sort of wandered towards the end of the season, and at the end of the season I was like, eh. Whereas the Continuum ending was like, oh my god, because like a whole bunch of stuff gets revealed.
I think what Orphan Black does for me is anytime Allie and her husband get in a situation, it's basically situational.
That's what you keep saying. You're like, I love them because they're goofy.
I know. I don't need. Look, my entertainment needs are not very high. The bar is really low for me.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of demands.
I think maybe they went a little too goofy for me.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Anyway, so that was that.
Yeah.
So I finished the Continuum season 2 finale and was like, oh my god, now what am I going to do? Because I didn't realize that the last ship, or the last ship was not getting downloaded and was actually out there that I could watch. And so up on Netflix popped, if you liked this, we suggest, and it's this show by the BBC, I believe, called Outcasts.
Any good?
Which was really it's not. I don't think it was well received. It only had 1 season, and I'm reading. I looked it up a little bit today because I was curious, and there's a lot of hate out there for it.
What's the premise for that show?
The premise. I'm only 2 episodes in, but the premise is there's a human colony on another planet called Carpathia, named after the rescue ship the first ship that arrived at the Titanic. And so something awful is happening on Earth, and you don't know what it is. And it involves nuclear war, and you get an idea that it involves a bunch of other stuff. And a weird thing is people keep saying these odd things like, hello, Captain, are you human? And you're like, what? Because they haven't introduced the concept of aliens or anything. So there's something weird going on, but you don't know what it is. So it's this colony, and they don't have any connection with Earth, and they're waiting for these colony ships that were supposed to follow them. And in the pilot, a colony ship has followed them, and it's coming in, and they're like, oh, we have bad news. There's something about the upper atmosphere of this planet that makes reentry extremely difficult. And the ship's like, oh, well, we took some damage getting out of Earth, so, and they're like, well, you need to do all the repairs you can. And so it's really dramatic. There's something weird going on, but there's not like aliens, and it looks like sort of a cross between the Rockies and Australia and New Zealand, kind of, as far as it's like the Rockies if you put a lot of like jungle involved. So I'm enjoying it a lot. It's got a lot of weird little bits and pieces to it, and it's odd because it's the BBC, so everybody's got British accents, which is fine because I'm an Anglophile. I'm totally okay with the Brits being the first into a colony, but it's like these guys from the Sci-Fi Channel that I'm used to not having British accents, and I'm like, Apollo does not have a British accent. And nor is he a bad guy. and like a brutal bad guy. And so I'm liking it a lot. It's got all kinds of cool sci-fi concepts, but there's a lot of hate. Like I guess the people who made it for the BBC were like, it's not really sci-fi. So for some reason they were trying to downplay the sci-fi aspect. And so that I guess got under a bunch of people's skin who are paying attention, but I'm enjoying it.
So it looks like it's a 2011 show.
Yeah, and it only had one episode. But those BBC shows, quite often, one season is a whole story arc, so it's not, they don't Firefly.
Yeah, are you worried? Yeah, aren't you worried it's going to just end?
Well, I am, but my hope is because it was a British show, culturally, their shows generally, one season is a whole story arc.
Yeah, okay.
They don't usually plan for like 8 years of show.
Right.
That's a rarity.
That's why they call them series. They don't call them seasons.
Right.
Exactly. So then the Last Ship, which we already talked about, The Leftovers, which we already talked about, and Tales of Honor, The Secret Fleet, the phone game. Mm-hmm. I got to level 45.
Yeah.
No! That's all there is!
No, really?
It leaves you. You're trapped in this backwater system. You can't get out. Here I am with a heavy cruiser. I'm in it's the Formori sector, wherever that is. The space stations have nothing to buy, literally, and you're basically trapped there with some cool missions that you can replay over and over again. But once you finish mission 45, you're basically all you've got left is the live events that renew each week.
Now, are they set up to have more expansions for it or something? Or?
It seemed the story arc seemed to be like, well, what are you going to do now that you've got that medal pinned to your chest, kind of thing.
So you don't know what's going to happen next.
So they're leading you on that there may be more, but like seriously, I totally juiced up this ship. I've got this brutal like battleship level heavy cruiser sailing around the Formori sector, and there's nothing that can challenge me. Although I've got to tell you, you know how the live events.
Can you beat them on hard yet?
Easy, medium, and hard, Russ, right?
Yeah, can you beat them on hard?
I did the medium for the last week. Did you do the last week's mission?
I did, yes.
Which was against the final big ship you were against. Did you try it at hard?
No, I didn't. No.
It goes from like 7,000 hull points to 14,000 hull points.
That sounds hard. I was
offended. I was like, what is that? What is it, like a super dreadnought? It's crazy. I went at it like 8 times. I finally got it, but
wow.
My problem with that is if you kill something with 14,000 hull points, none of this random loot drop. You better get something really cool.
Right.
Like it took me 8 tries, and I literally had to. I emptied my tubes of nukes and bomb pumped laser missiles like every time I went, which costs you a fortune to replace.
Right.
And like I finally killed that ship.
Do you yell at your phone like when you're wasting nukes? Do you yell at your phone like I do this? Like, do you know what this is costing me to kill you right now?
Exactly. When it rolls, when the enemy ship rolls after you've launched a nuke.
Oh, I know, right?
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're a pain in the butt. But that game totally, like Karen's always catching me now. She's in our relationship, in my life, I've never played a phone game like this. So now she catches me. She's like, what are you doing on your phone? I'm optimizing my engineering division. So,
do you think that they're going to add like more levels or something later?
I hope so.
You just stuck.
It's the first four.
I hope I'm not stuck in the Formori sector forever. That's what I hope.
And you never spent a dime, right? You solved the game.
Oh, I never spent a dime. Nice. And I feel kind of guilty about it too. But the problem I'm having I wanted to spend a dime, but I was looking at $10. $10 gets you the equivalent of, I think it's like 5,000 honor points that allow you to buy different things, and it didn't get me enough to justify spending $10. So I was like, if $10 could get me some cool stuff for my ship, but it can't. $10 could like speed up two upgrades, and that wasn't really enough. So I haven't done that. I think they might have screwed up as far as their microtransaction equations went.
Yeah, maybe.
But
wow,
but I'm enjoying it.
Is that achievements? That was an epic achievement.
That is
achievements.
So here's the final score. Ripley has 147 victory points. Hicks has 132. I have 117. And Hudson has 87. That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over. What the frick are we going to do now? put the game away.
That's the wolf. That means it's time to talk about our friends at Lone Wolf Development.
Right, Lone Wolf Development. That's right. These guys make the tools that make your games fun. Don't play don't fight the tools. Fight the monsters. That's what I meant to say. They have so many taglines that I got all tangled up into three of them.
That may or may not have been one of them. So our friends,
it is. Don't fight the tools, fight the monsters. That was their tagline like 5 years ago.
That was that last one you said is exactly the thing. So anyway, our friends at Lone Wolf Development. By the way, their website is wolflair.com. Just in case you're wondering. It's a little counterintuitive, but there it is. They had, we try to go by their booth and say hi to them and thank them for the support every year. And I need to apologize to them on the air now for not going by their booth this year at Gen Con. I did go by the booth, but they were so mobbed, so full of folks checking out Realmworks, which is now live, ready to buy, fully going on there, showing off. They've got, which by the way, nominated for an Emmy. They're in there with their new Pathfinder updates for Hero Lab. Of course, Pathfinder, huge RPG, huge player base comes to Gen Con every year. Anything involving Pathfinder is always big. And, of course, there's no better way than doing your Pathfinder roster sheets than with Hero Lab, especially now with the cool, awesome iPad support they have now for it. It's just amazing. They have the software you want to be using. And if you have not checked out Lone Wolf Development and you're a role player, you're a miniature gamer, you're a collectible card gamer, all of you should have this software for this stuff. If you're a role player, you should have Realmworks. You should have Hero Lab. If you are a RPG player, if you are a card player, you want to check out Card Vault to manage your collection. If you're a miniature gamer, you already must know about Army Builder because it is the best way to manage your army list and keep track of what's going on and keep track of making sure the war gear is legal, make sure your list is tournament legal. It's the benchmark for how to build armies. What would you say about that, Craig?
I would say that you are absolutely correct. And all of these different programs that you can get from them help you have more fun. Not only they help you have more fun in your games, they make parts of your game that are sometimes onerous fun in and of themselves. Making a character is fun because you do it really quickly. Making an army is something you can do like all evening long because it's fun. You just a couple clicks and you find out what the different things and different options are. I mean, it really, everything they do, not only does it make gaming easier and more fun, but it actually brings more fun into the different aspects of the games. So really, Lone Wolf, no one does it like they do, and no one does it as well.
That's right. So head on over to wolflair.com and check out all the great products. You won't be sorry. And now, what's in the news? With a shout out to Ray Weirs and Cassidy Werner of Calliope Games. Thanks for the great time at Gen Con from Bob Oswald. And all the folks that went by the Calliope booth. We had a great time there myself. Wakeland there had a good time with his daughter as well, playing the full-size Suro board. That was pretty cool. Anyway, and now, the news. Up first, Gen Con, new record high, up about 10% over last year. 57,000 unique attendees. Crazy new record at Gen Con. Quite crowded, but still a great time. The Wakeland family had a blast. The Wakeland girls, with their first attendance at Gen Con, also had a good time. So Gen Con was awesome. We figured this time in the news, Wakeland has hornswoggled me to actually not do news, but rather do the Gen Con hotness list. And according to Wakeland, he's defining Gen Con hotness as things he bought. That's right. Really, Wakeland? I mean, if you weren't interested, it wasn't hot. No, just, Anyway, this is the caveated things Wakeland bought at Gen Con. May or may not have actually been hot at Gen Con. We don't know. These are things that he thought was neat. So here we go. I've got the list from Wakeland here. Hand me the list, Wakeland. Okay, here's the paperwork right here in front of me. I have Wakeland's Gen Con list. First, he bought something called Black Fleet. Wakeland, what is this? Oh, yeah, it's a cool Navy game. Oh, this is the one you showed me. Yes, it's got a little, really nice production quality. It's got little plastic boats. Each player controls 2 ships. He controls both a merchant vessel, little plastic boat that actually holds 3 cubes of cargo. And then the players also control a pirate plastic boat, which can hold 1 cube of cargo. And then there are 2 Navy boats that different players can grab control of to cause trouble as well. So each turn, you not only are trying to pick up and deliver cubes from one island to the other, but you are also using your pirate to foil your opponents and steal their money as well. A fun little game, pick up and deliver with a little pirate action. Very light, very fast, great production value, fantastic artwork, fantastic opponents. Good family game, but also gamers might enjoy this as well. Not super deep, but enough to have fun. Fast and fun. Wakeland also picked up this one. I don't even know how to pronounce this, Wakeland. Ortis Regni? Or Regni? Anyway, this game, Wakeland, would you say was pretty much paid the most money of anyone to advertise at Gen Con? Yeah, that's about right. These guys had their artwork on the Gen Con bag. They had decals on the floor everywhere, leading you to their large, spacious area across from 2 large halls, right outside the vendor hall where you could demo their game. Beautiful artwork. It's a medieval card game. Or I should say medieval themed card game. In fact, the artwork is so beautiful that they decided not to put any text on the cards. So this requires you to memorize what each card does in the game. However, there is a very lovely cloth reference guide. So you unfold this cloth, or is it like a parchment almost, that has the artwork of the card and the definition of what each card does. Also, you can download a free iOS app that can actually take a picture of the card and tell you what it does as well. But there's not that many cards. You can quickly learn all the rules. But the game is pretty interesting. It simulates sort of different aspects of medieval politics, from trying to build your land to levy armies to jousting and assassinations and taking control of the church. Really interesting game. You do build your own decks, but it's not a deck builder in the Dominion sense. You're not building during the game. You're maxing your decks out before you battle. Really interesting game. Fantastic opponents, and it was premiering at Gen Con this year. Also, Level 7 Invasion Wakeland picked up. Yeah, maybe. Now, Wakeland, we should say that Level 7 Invasion was really overshadowed by Fantasy Flight's announcement of XCOM, the board game. Yeah, that's true. And the XCOM board game actually was demo, not for sale there, was for demo. Fantastic looking components, like right out of the video game. And the XCOM board game, really, what was interesting was you played, there was time turns, and you played and you're doing the command level, so you're dispatching the fighters, you're dispatching your squads, but you're at the sort of strategic level. Level 7 Invasion is a pure co-op, kind of think Pandemic, but you're being invaded by aliens instead of the plague. So we'll see. Wakeland hasn't actually a chance to play it yet. He just bought it because, well, Level 7. That's right. Okay. Up next was Student Bodies. There were actually 2 big zombie games this year. Well, there are many zombies this year at Gen Con, but 2 of the biggies that people were looking around for. One was Dead of Winter by Plaid Hat Games. This is an interesting one. Wakeland also got a chance to play this one. Yeah, I did. And in Dead of Winter, you are co-op. Semi-co-op, I should say. One of you may or may not be a traitor, but instead of commanding one survivor, you're commanding a group of survivors that are a faction inside sort of the survivor colony that's holed up inside of a defensible position. And you must sally forth and go into the town and gather supplies and fight off zombies. Meanwhile, you may or may not have a role card that is indicating you are actually a traitor. Sort of think of like maybe Battlestar Galactica or Shadows over Camelot zombie style, but there are some nice new twists to this that make it really interesting, worth checking out. The other zombie game that Wakeland did pick up, he did not get Dead of Winter because a bunch of his local pals did, but he also got Student Bodies. And in Student Bodies, this one is from our friends at Cutthroat Caverns, and this one you are actually going to command a survivor trying to escape, but you've all been bitten, you're in a high school, you have no weapons, you're trying to get out. Pretty neat. And Kurt's talked on the show about this one before. The other big games that Wakeland was excited about was Golem Arcana. This is a neat one, and I'm sure Wakeland will talk more of this in the future, but it combines your tablet or Android device with miniature gaming and uses a light pen that can actually do microdot reading to tap the miniatures, tap the table, find out what's going on, do all the attacking for you. But there's still enough meat in this to make it really interesting, so that's kind of a neat one. And finally, a couple games that Wakeland drooled on but didn't actually pick up. What were those, Wakeland? Oh, Imperial Assault! Yes, even more than the recently announced Star Wars Armada. Wakeland was really excited about Imperial Assault, which, to quote the folks at Fantasy Flight Games, imagine take Star Wars and combine it with Descent. And it's Descent 2.0 rules with Star Wars stuff. The models there, it wasn't for sale yet, but the models there, the early works look fantastic. You're running through there with characters, you're playing characters like a Wookiee, a Jedi, a smuggler, fighting ATSTs, various forms of stormtroopers, attack pods, who knows, it's all in there. It looks really great. This one looks really good. Now, Wakeland, what are you going to do for App of the Ep? Oh, yeah, let me get to the thing. Here we go. Okay, for App of the Ep. In this case, I want to do a couple of preview apps that were mentioned. 2 things. 3 pieces of software that look kind of exciting that aren't out yet. The first one is Ciro is coming into an app. So if you're familiar with the Ciro board game where you're basically following little trails and trying not to die, kind of like a weird version of Tron Light Cycles with beautiful artwork, Ciro Calliope Games announces coming to your portable device soon, so keep an eye out for that. Also, Fantasy Flight Games announced the Battlelore app. This is very exciting for Battlelore fans. The new version, Battlelore 2.0, coming to an iPad near you. Looks fantastic. They had some great scenes, shots of it at Gen Con. You probably can see pictures of it now over at their website as well. And finally, and really, really interesting news in the app front is Mark of War. So Mark of War was just announced, and you can actually check it out at markofwar.com. And this is it's actually for your PC. It's a piece of software. The Kickstarter is coming soon. It's not out yet. It's by a company called Warpforged Games, and the big thing here is Gav Thorpe. Yes, the guy who used to work for GW, is both a designer and writer, is behind this game. And this is an interesting thing. It's not like Golem Arcana where you actually have a combined thing. This is pure tabletop virtual style in the PC, but it's its own rule set. So it's not trying to be able to play any game. It's playing their specific game. But even look at the screenshots. It looks like a miniature wargame table, like on four legs, standing there inside your computer, and you're virtually playing on it and collecting different pieces and doing your thing. So it looks really interesting. If you're a miniature gamer and always wanted a virtual way to play, this could be an interesting thing as well. So check that out at markofwar.com. And that's what's in the news.
Hey, now we would like to take a moment to tell you about Geek Nation Tours and all of the cool places you could go with Terrace and the gang and all of the cool things you could see.
You know what, Craig, was interesting was being at the welcome dinner. It's a Geek Nation Tours Gen Con tour. Was fantastic to see. They had folks there on the tour from all over the world, of course, but also U.S. residents as well. I sat at a great table with some folks from Nolans down there in Louisiana, some folks right next door in Indiana, because the thing is, even though you're not coming from far away, it's still worth doing the Geek Nation tour because you get to do things that it's an experience. It's almost like being in the VIG, but better, because there's things you get to do with Geek Nation Tours you just can't do any other way. For example, at Gen Con, getting to have that great dinner at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse with folks like Tom Vassell and Garrett Wang and cosplayers and everybody else, as well as a great tour in a private back room. Then being able to have a private session of Artemis where you're doing the fleet engagement. I mean, who else can do that for you besides Geek Nation Tours? It's fantastic.
It is. It absolutely is. And it was so cool getting to see all those people, but all the different cool things that he did. And he does that in every location too. And I just noticed that he has added a new location to his roster.
Yeah. Did you see
Geek Nation Tours TempleCon 2015?
Yeah, that means we'll be able to see you there as well, because we go to TempleCon every year. As you may know, long-time listeners will know that this show, the very inception of this show, happened at TempleCon 2008. So it's like a pilgrimage returning to the origin story of the D6 generation. Come on this tour and see where Ray first said, I could do that. See where Craig said, Rapid, what? What do you mean that's
No, actually what Craig said was, what's a podcast?
What's a podcast? Come, but it'll be great. So we're going to have to stick up a Terrace on this one, Craig, because he must.
We'll have to.
Here. So that's a great one on the list.
But there is one that I'm even more excited about, although I won't be able to go.
What's that?
And that has got to be Journey to Middle Earth tour.
I know I got to go to New Zealand, and I got to go with Geek Nation Tours because I really wanted. He'll show you everything. Again, just go. The thing to do. Don't listen to us yammer on about the 44 minutes. Go over to geeknationtours.com. Click on the upcoming tours and just check out, and then click on one of these tours and see all the cool stuff that he's got planned for these events. It's just things that it's just like, wow, all that packed into one amazing week. It is just, it's a lifetime of memories in 1 week's time. You can't put a value on it. But Terrace can. So go on over to geeknationtours.com and check out the prices for these great tours. So there you go. GNT.
It's going to be amazing.
Tours. It's awesome.
geeknationtours.com.
In a world where board gaming was king, in a time when Kickstarter ruled the web, when every day brought more and more games, now, more than ever, two men, and a revolving third chair, and a girl, a total fangirl, brought a shining light into the darkness so that all mankind would know what to buy. They are the D6 generation.
Hey, and welcome back. And now, of course, we have Jon on the show, as you know. And because Jon's on the show, we got to talk about Warhammer 40,000, right?
That's right.
Exactly so. Now, Jon, I heard a rumor that there's a whole new edition out.
There is.
7th edition. And it seems like we were just talking about 6th edition not that long. When did 6th come out?
It's just about almost exactly 2 years.
2 years. Now, is this unusual for GW to release 7th edition like this close, another edition this close to the prior one?
Absolutely. It's unheard of.
What's their normal cycle? Like 4 or 5 years, right?
Yeah, 4 to 5 years.
Yeah. So this is so. Well, I guess we got to start with that first question. What in without
first? Wait.
Yeah, all right.
For listeners who maybe are new.
Yeah.
Why should we care what Jon thinks about 40K?
Well, as we mentioned in Achievements in Gaming, we welcome Jon on the show. We did tell that he is the webmaster of DACA.com.
Did we?
And long-time expert on Warhammer 40,000. And, of course...
Why? I'm going for... Jon,
yeah.
What do you do for the gaming community? Just for the people out there who maybe weren't tuning in to Achievements in Gaming. Or maybe the time warp failed us and we didn't actually talk about this at length.
Well, I currently own DACA.com. I'm co-owner with my technological wizard of a partner, Lego Burner, and we purchased that off for us, and so we now run that. I've been running it for a while now, since 2007.
Successfully, we might add.
Amazingly successfully, it might add.
Yes. It has only skyrocketed in popularity and usage. Hooray!
Which is awesome.
Well, I mean, as soon as you let go of the Wakeland name,
I know. As soon as you get the lead weight
better.
out of there, when just took off like a balloon.
Drop the anchor,
right? Drop the ballast. Right, get it going.
Right, and then as a longtime 40K player, when I was on DACA, I started collecting FAQ questions, and then since then, kind of did sort of like a unofficial tournament FAQ called the INAT FAQ, which I finally gave up on with 6th edition and its insane release schedule.
Right.
So you were the guy who did the giant, enormous manual on how to understand the rules of Warhammer 40,000 that was used by Adepticon, and thus probably almost every major independent tournament in the U.S. and maybe around the world.
I would refute that idea, but there are many people who think that's true. So
okay, well, we're going to think that's true because that reflects better on us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and of course, Adepticon is billed as the largest sci-fi fantasy wargaming tournament in the world. I saw that somewhere. It might have been the Geek Nation Tours page. But anyway, and so there you go. So big name in understanding 40K rules. That's the key.
And Jon, you still play competitively Warhammer 40,000, correct?
Mm-hmm. Played?
I would say that this last Adepticon will most likely be my last for the foreseeable future.
Whoa, that's a big doing.
Which is huge news.
Wow. So, okay. So now we've established your bona fides, as Craig would say. He probably pronounced it correctly, but still. So we've established that. Now, so what is your opinion on why, and of course we've got to get into why you're thinking of taking a break from competitive 40K play, but what do you think drove GW to release 7th edition so quickly, within 2 years of 6th edition? What do you think the impetus was? Yeah.
Slightly, yes.
Well, I mean, really, anything we're going to say is just all speculation.
Of course, that makes it fun. Yep. That's what makes it fun.
Because they haven't said exactly why they did this. The first thing to note, I mean, is just it's really, really, really similar to 6th edition. I mean, it's I think most people agree that moving forward, we are never ever going to see like a gigantic change in rules ever again. I think GW is moving towards, digital and having sort of like their game be persistent. So they're not going to stop releasing new rule books and stuff, I think, but it's just going to be sort of like a sort of a move forward constantly like this. So it's not surprising to me that 7th edition is so similar to 6th edition.
Right.
But the big, I'd say, in my opinion, the motivating factor behind it was the fact that they have released, Escalation Supplement, which was basically putting these big, giant, super heavy creatures into the game, and they released Stronghold Assault, which was, putting more fortifications and buildings into the rules. And I think that they really, really wanted those things in the core rules, the basic rules for that, especially the Lords of War, so they can basically have the option to start including more of these things into codexes and not have people, basically buy a codex, see a Lord of War, and wonder, oh, I have to go buy a supplement now to use the super heavy vehicle that's in my codex. So I think that disconnect, not to be cynical, but there's a marketing thing right there of, if you want to start including these big things in your game, you're going to have the rules in the core rule book. So that is the biggest thing. And the second thing behind that, which may be just as big, is that they want to allow players to take whatever they want. And 6th edition was still just hanging on with a little bit of force some players to take certain units in certain situations, and GW just really wants you to be able to run out and buy whatever you want to buy right now and be able to play it. So I think that those are the two driving factors about getting that new edition out the door.
So basically, kind of one was making it a compilation of again, yet more spread out rules to get them into one tome, right? And then secondly was to allow even more flexibility in list building than was introduced in 6th edition.
Right. And also they introduced sort of like a new way for them to distribute rules via digital, where they are introducing sort of like, small sort of bite-sized rules where you can buy a unit or a formation rules online. And that wasn't really covered in 6th edition. So, you buy your 6th edition rule book and it doesn't say anything in there about, digital formations or how to use them or anything like that. So, that's sort of like people would have to figure that out on their own. And so I think they want to roll that into the book. So you buy the book and you're like, okay, there's these things that exist and there are these digital rules that I can go look and find and buy if I want to.
Got it. So it kind of brings everything together in a way.
Right.
Wow. So neat. So has let's get the reception later. So, but there are some changes, but we kind of sprinkled throughout the rule set in small, would you say? Like what are some of the first things you're going to notice if you're a tournament player or just a regular player of 40K that are going to be different next time you put your stuff on the table?
Yeah, basically, I think Craig was talking about this in the last Lost chapter. There's basically two. You could categorize everything into either just sort of tiny little tweaks that are in the rules, a lot of which are really good, and then there's the big game changers, which are basically the way that you take armies now, and the new psychic phase. So. If we want to just go over basically some of those sort of like little minor changes that you're only going to notice if you're a existing 40K player. Fundamentally, I think they've really spent a lot of time finally going through and sort of, codifying sort of like the ground rules that all the rules are based upon. And this is something I think we've all wished they would have done in like years and years ago. So it's lovely to finally see it. So, stuff like stuff that happens at the start of the turn or the end of the turn always used to be sort of this nebulous thing of like, well, that's technically the start of the movement phase. So what about, when do I exactly do this compared to my movement and my reserves and my deep striking and all this stuff? So now they finally have sort of like these mini phases of the start of the turn and the end of the turn, and they spend a little bit of time explaining those things.
That's good.
It is great, and they have whole sections on basically, what it means if you own the owning player, the opposing player, the controlling player, you and your models versus friendly and enemy models. All these little words and I don't know, what is that? Adjective? I don't know.
Yeah,
Craig, help me out here.
Verbiage?
Yeah, I guess. No. So all those ways
Nouns?
they basically just sort of like explain like, this model belongs to one person or is controlled by another person. It now is all very clearly defined about what that means exactly. So any little special rule they have, you can go back to this and finally determine exactly what that means, which is great. There's always been sort of a disconnect between abilities that just remove models from the table and how that works with special abilities that work when a model is removed as a casualty. Like, for example, the Necron will be back rule. When a Necron gets removed as a casualty, he gets to put down a counter and try to come back, get back up, basically. But for those abilities that simply just remove models from the table, some people have always argued, well, those aren't casualties, so therefore you shouldn't get to use those special rules. So Games Workshop has finally gone through and said, yeah, anytime you remove a model from the game in that way, it counts as a casualty. So that was great too.
Yep.
One of the big problems I had with 6th edition, from just a big fundamental problem, was the way that objective placement was handled, because basically in 6th edition they changed it so you put down your objectives after you determine your deployment zones. So that basically meant that, anytime you had an odd number of objectives, whoever got to place that extra objective would be just placing it deep in their deployment zone. So one guy would have, 3 objectives 6 inches from his board edge, and the other guy would have 2 objectives 6 inches from his board edge, and that's a huge, giant advantage based on, a single random die roll.
Right.
And I think that they made that change because 6th edition introduced fortifications, where you could actually purchase buildings as part of your army and put them down. And I think Games Workshop was afraid of people not being able to put down the building when there's all the other terrain and stuff on the board. So they basically had to have you pick your deployment zone first, so then you could put down your fortification, and then you could set up the rest of the terrain. Essentially, more or less. I may have some of that a little wrong, but basically they were making it so you'd always make it really easy to put your fortifications down, and that sort of screwed up the whole objective placement. So in 7th edition, they have basically just said fortifications now have to be set up the same way as your units, which is in your deployment zone, which before you could deploy them up to halfway on the table. And that allows the objectives now to be placed the way they should be, which is before deployment zones are chosen, so people are kind of forced to place their objectives, much more fair and balanced, just in case they don't get the right side.
Yeah, well, that's good.
It is good.
Yep.
The one negative, which I'm not sure about, is some of those fortifications are gigantic. And now that you're placing them after terrain set up and everything's done, I don't know, in tournaments, like if you're playing with that Fortress of Absolution or whatever, that giant thing, or even the Sky Shield landing pad, they now have to be completely inside your deployment zone. So that really is going to be, tournaments are going to have to come up with rules for, are you allowed to place these things onto hills, or are you allowed to move the hills out of the way, or you know what I'm saying?
I could block out your deployment zone so you could never deploy that, 100-point or how many point piece that is.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you want to waste a bunch of points on something that you don't know if you're going to be able to play? So that's sort of like something totally not answered in the rules. Is like, how are you able to put this thing in your deployment zone when there's already terrain out there? So, so that's both a good and a bad. But I think, all things considered, placing your objectives before deployment zones is the more important thing, in my opinion. So I think that's a good change. Then the last thing, or another thing they changed, which I think pretty much everyone is against and wondering why they did it, because it's just a weird change, is they've made it so now the person who, you basically roll off, and the person who wins sets up their force first, and then the other guy sets up his force after that. Well, now whoever wins that roll and sets up his force first, that's hard to say, then gets to choose whether they want to go first or second after seeing the enemy's deployment. So this is really terrible because, again, it consolidates power in the game into more of a single roll, because what can happen now is you set up your army, you see what your opponent set up, and you decide, are they, did they set up offensively, in which case I'm, going to go first and, kick the crap out of them, or do they set up defensively and they're not really, they don't have great line of sight to me, okay, now I'm going to go second. So it's really, and it's a totally unneeded change. It's really, really strange.
It feels like a step backwards, because so many miniature games have gone to the model where, I remember talking about this back when I first played games other than GW, and said, oh, look, other miniature war games have figured it out. The guy that sets up second goes first, kind of thing. And it's to reverse back to that late 90s model seems kind of a backward step.
Well, a lot of this is backward step, but this one doesn't seem to do anything positive.
It doesn't fix
anybody.
anything, though.
No, it doesn't. I just don't understand it. I mean, I guess it's a little. I have no idea why, but I already know that like some tournaments, like Reese and the Bay Area Open, he does the Las Vegas Open and the Bay Area Open from Frontline Gaming. I know for a fact that they're already just talking about changing that. Just basically go back to 6th edition because there's no reason for the change. So Okay, I think that's all the basics.
Yeah, so most of it, except for that one bit at the end there, most of it sounds pretty positive, which is good.
Oh yeah.
So,
one other thing is they naturally added all the apocalyptic blasts into the game, which you have to have now that you have the Lords of War running around.
Right. So,
go
ahead.
One thing that's kind of interesting and good, and I think everyone was happy to see that they did change a lot of those Lord of War weapons to tone them down, which was incredibly needed, because as they were in the escalation book, especially the destroyer weapons were just insanely potent. So, some of the other changes, they got rid of sort of like the 15-inch Apocalypse blast, and now it's just sort of limited down to a smaller 10-inch blast.
15-inch, I love it. 15-inch.
Yeah, exactly, with a giant pie plate.
Right.
And they also, in the latest Apocalypse book, they had sort of like a barrage template that you could kind of like wind around like the old thud gun templates. Anyone who played back in the day remembers
thud guns are awesome.
Back in the day.
Thud guns.
Well, they had sort of a giant big version of that.
Yeah, right. I remember
and
that.
It was supposed to be the equivalent of, in the original Apocalypse release, they came out with sort of like a clover-shaped template that was a barrage template.
I remember that too, yeah.
And it was supposed to be basically the same thing. Like you could wind it around to make the clover, or you could unwind it now. And that was a little bit too potent. So basically even though they just introduced that in the new Apocalypse book a year ago, they've basically said now when you're firing these weapons in regular 40K games, they have to go into the clover shape. So,
no, that's something. Well, that's good too. So it sounds like, for the most part, it sounds like maybe they, at this point, and we're going to get into the details in certain segments of the game now, but it sounds like they're out fast because, they wanted to consolidate it in some of your theories earlier, but also it sounds like they're trying to fix a couple of key things that were breaking the game.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with that. One thing I think I've noticed personally is I think that anytime you look at a new Games Workshop rule set, the brand new rules that they're just adding in tend to be really, really rough around the edges because they haven't, they don't allow their rules out into the wild to get beta tested by thousands of people. So they're kind of flying blind in their little cocoon of their own little playtesters and themselves. So the new rules they add tend to be really rough around the edges, but any rule that's an iteration from a previous edition, they are doing really great jobs of those rules are getting sort of like, fine-tuned down to a nice glossy sheen. So
that's good.
So there's definitely a lot of improvements. And a lot of the stuff, like I said, the base level stuff, the stuff of like terminology and stuff like that, that's all fantastic. And so that's a great step forward, I think.
Well, that's good. So let's talk about specific phases a little bit. So what's changed in the movement phase? Anything interesting there?
Movement phase is really not changed at all. I mean, it's basically 6th edition. I mean, they made some pretty significant changes in 6th edition, but from 6th to 7th, it's pretty much more or less the same. I mean, the only thing, if you want to call it, it's not really a movement phase change, but they did get rid of sort of the whole section on ruins and how ruins affect the game, like sort of differently. So remember, like back in the day, they came out with City Fight or Cities of Death. And they sort of like had all these extra rules for movement and shooting and stuff like that. And then they eventually put those into 6th edition. And in 7th edition, one of the things we'll talk about here is I think they really tried to look and see what basic rules they could just eliminate from the game to sort of streamline it. I think part of the reason for that is because, as we'll see later, they're introducing so many other new special rules in all these different places that I think they felt the need to sort of like chop out the dead weight at the core level. So one of the things they chopped out was ruins, the special ruins rules, and so now sort of like the rules for moving vertically and coherency vertically are just basically in the core part of the game, which makes sense.
That makes sense. So movement's pretty much the same, and movement worked pretty well in 6th. So I know there's some graphic changes, but there wasn't a lot of complaints on how movement worked in 6th, correct? It was pretty.
Yeah, I think everyone liked what they did in 6, which 6 they basically decoupled models from having to move the same as the unit. So 6th edition was the big change of like, if I have a fast model in my unit, I can still move him fast as long as he stays in coherency.
Right.
Whereas the last few editions before that, it was always like move at the slowest speed of the model in the unit kind of thing.
Right. So cool. So what about now? Okay, my favorite phase, which is the shooting phase, is an Imperial Guard player at heart. What did they do to the shooting phase in 7th?
The shooting phase, I'd say the biggest thing they did was there's always been GW says they've always struggled with wound allocation, and it was a trouble in 5th edition. A lot of people hated the way the 5th edition wound allocation works, and so in 6th edition they changed it over to like you're going to kill the closest guy, and a lot of people did like that. I'm not one of those people, but a lot of people love that change. But it still had sort of a weird thing where you're still checking range based on a unit level. Mm-hmm. So if you had like a missile launcher, which is a 48-inch range, in your firing unit, all of a sudden you could kill guys that were up to 48 inches away in the enemy unit. But if that guy wasn't there and you're just measuring off your 24-inch range on your bolters, now you can only kill guys in the enemy unit up to 24 inches away. So it was a weird thing where you include one long-range weapon and all of a sudden your ability to kill more models in the unit totally changes. So that I think was the last sticking point of Games Workshop not liking their allocation. So the way they decided to fix this was to basically make you have to shoot one weapon type at a time. So this is both a positive and a negative change. On the positive side, it's a lot more clean and clear. Basically, when you're firing a unit, like let's say you have a tactical squad of Marines and you have bolters, a flamer, and a missile launcher, you basically are going to say, I'm going to pick bolters, and I'm going to fire all my bolters first, and then I'm going to pick flamer, and I'm going to fire the flamer, and now I'm going to pick missile launcher, and I'm going to fire the missile launcher. And that means you go through the entire step of shooting for that one weapon type. So you fire all, roll the hit with your bolters, you roll a wound, you do all the casualty removal and everything. So, anytime you're forcing people to separate out their dice and roll additional times, it adds a little bit of time and clunkiness. There's just no way around it. In 6th edition, you would roll all your hits together and you use like different colored dice for the different weapons, and then you roll a wound. And then, then only once you had all your wounds would, the enemies basically separate out the different types and apply them as they were. So now you basically have to, do it 3 different times. And the only other problem with this is, technically speaking, you're supposed to be checking line of sight for those weapons that are firing. So, like, say you have, 2 missile launchers in a squad and 6 bolters. When you fire the bolters, you're supposed to check to see if the enemy gets cover. And then when you fire the missile launchers, you're going to have to check again to see if the enemy is getting cover from the missile launchers. So it's it kind of adds a lot of nitty gritty. That's not so great.
So a little more fiddly, right?
A little more fiddly for sure.
But it sounds like it also fixes one of the challenging problems in 6. So it's hard to say. Is it too early days to say, or are people already finding holes in this, or to be really clunky? Is it? Sometimes you feel it's going to be clunky, but then you get on the table, and practically speaking, most of the time, it's not a big deal. Is that?
Yeah, I've got to say, I've only had 3 games, but I never. I didn't feel like it was clunky or slowing the game down too much, because usually in my games, it's not real. There's not a lot of fine tuning. Like, there's my squad, here's his squad, and I'm shooting, and I've pretty much got range. Everything's got range. Or if it's something like a flamer, then you do the flamer first. But I always would have done the flamer first anyway, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I think it's something that with a little practice, people who aren't like in a grand tournament scenario where they're measuring every millimeter are going to kind of zip through it, at least in my experience.
Yeah, I think that's dead on. I think the only thing that I'm afraid of, not really afraid of, but I imagine some people will just kind of ignore it and just kind of keep doing it the same way. But I mean, all things considered, I do think it's mainly an elegant solution to the problem. So, it may add a tiny bit of time, especially if you've got a lot of different weapons in the unit, but overall it's probably a good thing.
So is that the biggest change to shooting, or is there any other small ones?
Yeah, that's the biggest one. Right. Then there's a lot of smaller ones. Basically, part of the thing about them getting rid of sort of excess rules, they got rid of basically characters in 6th edition had the precision shooting rule, which was if you rolled a 6 to hit, then you got to pick where your wound went,
right.
And that's just gone from characters. The precision shooting rule still exists. Like the Imperial Guard can issue an order that makes an entire unit fire with precision shots, but basic characters, don't have that anymore. And part of the reason is because I think most people just forgot about it and didn't use it.
Right.
And also they had a rule called focus fire, which allowed you to basically target guys in the unit that were standing outside of cover and just kill them, which, you know, had to make you really paranoid about where you put your models inside or out of cover. Because, you know, if you put your cool weapon guy outside of cover on accident, even if he was, you know, the furthest guy away from the shooting unit, the enemy might say, oh, I'm going to focus fire and just obliterate, you know, those few guys standing outside of cover. And again, that was a rule that very few people used except for those top-level guys. And when they did use it on someone that, you know, wasn't totally familiar with the game, you knew it was a rule in the game, so it was like you couldn't be too angry, but you kind of felt like, oh, this sucks.
Bad taste in your mouth, right? Yeah.
Like he knew something, a little secret nuance, and now he's totally killing me for it. So So it's good to see those go, as far as I'm concerned. One change, which I guess kind of falls into the shooting phase, and it's kind of a massive change, and it's one that doesn't get much publicity, and I think a lot of people, again, are just ignoring it and probably will just ignore it and continue on as they do it. But basically, they made a big change to the area terrain rules, and we'll talk about this later, but basically Games Workshop put rules for all their terrain pieces into the book. Like even the most basic terrain pieces now have their own little special rules.
That seems good. Kind of, right?
It kind of does, but you can clearly see what they're trying to do is basically make it where the only terrain that they want you to really have is Games Workshop terrain. And then they have, you know, a section that says if you want to scratch build your own terrain, you know, feel free to, you know, house rule and stuff like that.
Use our pieces to build something else.
But, like, you know, they don't have rules for forests specifically anymore. They have their, whatever their dance macabre or whatever their, I don't know what it is, but they have their weird little forest piece with a weird name, and that's their forest piece. But one of the changes they made is previously you always got, in every edition of the game, even 6th edition toned down area terrain, like its abilities, quite a bit. But even 6th edition, you had forests. And if you fired your line of sight through a forest, the guy standing on the opposite side, those guys would get a cover save, even if, you know, you weren't actually physically obscuring the model through the line of sight. Just passing through the forest meant they were getting a cover save.
Right.
In 7th edition, that is gone completely. So the only time you get cover saves from terrain are in two situations. Certain pieces of area terrain give you a cover save if you're standing in it, like a forest or ruins or whatever. They give you a, you know, it depends on what type of cover it is, a 4+ or a 5+. And then every type of terrain piece also gives a cover save if it actually physically obscures the model when you're firing through it. So it may not seem like that's a change, but what that means is if you have a forest now, if you're firing through the forest and you see guys clearly between like two trees, those guys technically don't get a cover save. But if the guy is standing behind an actual tree on that area terrain, now he gets a cover save.
Yeah, what it means is you can't just throw down a piece of felt that's a big circle, put one tree in the middle of it, and say this whole felt is a wood.
Right.
Because now it's physically where trees are, right?
And I mean, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but most tournaments struggle to get terrain on the board, and it's been a big problem in 6th edition as well because you need really line of sight blocking terrain. But even then, people would still rely on forests. Basically, put something down where you have just a few items on it, and then that piece will sort of cover sort of a big section of the table for firing through it. And I think, this is pure speculation, that Games Workshop wants you to buy like their terrain in terms of their forests, because their forests have tons of trees on them. And I think that they see like, okay, a tournament guy can go out there and buy felt and put 2 trees down, and now that covers a huge section. And now the way that that's played in the game, if you're playing it by the rules, is totally changed, because people in it sure get a cover save, but if you're standing behind it, you're now not getting a cover save unless you're one of those 2 dudes who are standing behind the actual tree. So
the trees disappear.
Yeah, I really liked area terrain. I remember when it was first introduced, and I thought the ideas of area terrain were great. And I'm very disappointed in that change as well.
Yeah, I don't see it, and I don't see a lot of people following it. I think people are just going to house rule it and just say this is stupid. So that's one I did not like as a change. So moving on, tiny little rules. Let's go to another big one, I guess. One thing they changed was the jink rule. And in the last edition, basically, skimmers and bikes, if they moved, they would get sort of like a 5+ save.
Right.
But this is not like a choice you made. You just basically either moved and got it, or you didn't move and didn't get it. They made this way better now, and they changed the jink rule. Basically, it's now a choice that you make, and you say, when someone's shooting me, do I want to jink or not? And if I jink, I can only fire snapshots in the next turn, which are 6+ to hit. But what I get for that is a 4+ save. So the save is better, but I'm going to give up my ability to shoot next turn. And so this is a fantastic change, because basically what it allows you to do is it gives players choice, obviously.
I like that a lot. That's cool.
Yeah,
and
cool.
One of the age-old, if you've ever played 40K, one of the most frustrating things you've ever done is you play Eldar, and you've got all your skimmers out there on the start, and the other guy gets the first turn, and he just obliterates all your skimmers before they can start moving and get their saves. And it's always been like, why can't I have why can't I count the game starting as moving? And so this finally allows you to do that. Basically, you can take your jink save anytime, including in the first turn of the game when the guy's shooting at you, which is awesome.
And I like the fact that there's a persistent, it's also frustrating for the non-Eldar player when the other player goes first, and all of a sudden all these guys have these vulnerable saves, and you're like, I shoot him, but it's no effect. Now, at least when he jinks, I have I reduce his effectiveness next turn, which is nice. That's a nice bonus.
Now, one of the weird things about this is there's no restriction on it. So that means that even if you're like in a mobile vehicle, you can still technically jink, which is funny. But,
so you're immobilized, but you can still jink? That's funny.
Yeah. They're just throwing up countermeasures or something. I don't know.
You gotta let that go, I guess.
Yeah. Another weird thing about it is you can only use it when you've been targeted, but before they roll the shoot or roll the hit. So that sort of creates this gray area where if you are firing with like a blast weapon, you can place, and the units are close to each other, you can place the blast weapon on a different target, but covering the skimmer or bike unit to kill them without allowing them to jink.
That's interesting.
So, some people might think that that's sort of fluffy, like, only the guys who are actually being shot at would see the blast coming and therefore try to jink. But I don't know. Yeah. I kind of hope people house rule that and make it that you're always able to jink, because it seems a little strange to me.
So is that most of the shooting changes? Because I want to ask about my next favorite phase. Because, go ahead, John.
Yeah, let me cover at least one more thing.
Sure.
Another huge change was the barrage weapons. And this, again, really isn't much of a barrage weapon change, but, again, the removal of the ruins rules, one of the parts of the ruins rules was that you would only ever hit like the top section of the ruin, or even in blast weapons you would have to choose sort of like a level that you were firing at, and that's all gone now. So now when you are basically firing a barrage weapon, or even any blast weapon, any template weapon, you're covering all the models that are under it. So if people are sort of stacking their guys up on a building with models standing above each other, a blast is going to hit all those guys. So that really makes blast weapons, and especially barrage weapons, which don't require line of sight, way more powerful now in 7th edition, which unfortunately is kind of a bad thing, because 6th edition, one of the problems with barrage weapons was they're kind of like the ultimate sniper weapon, because you pick the casualties coming from the center of the blast. So that allows a player to basically say, oh, well, there's like a really cool model right in the middle of that unit. I'm going to drop that blast right on that section, and if I roll a hit, all the hits from that blast have to go onto that model until that model's dead. So it really allowed you to snipe out sort of like the vulnerable sections of a unit, which is strange, because if any weapon should not be a sniper weapon, it would be a barrage weapon. So I was hoping they would fix that in 7th edition. They didn't. And then on top of that, they made them even more powerful kind of by removing the ruins rules. So that was kind of a strange change.
Well, that was disappointing.
Yeah. So that's it for shooting. So
cool. So now if I switch my armies to orcs, now my favorite phase is the assault phase. See how that works? So what did they change in the assault phase? Are my orcs still happy, John, or are they going to be upset?
Well, first of all, they just released a brandy new orc codex.
Well, that's exciting.
We can kind of talk about it's kind of funny that you say that. The orcs might be one of the armies that are more okay with the assault phase, but 6th edition was pretty rough for assault armies, because between the random assault distance that you rolled and the introduction of Overwatch, and a general reduction in cover saves in general, it was pretty hard for an assaulting army in a lot of cases. I mean, there were certainly exceptions, but for the most part, assault was definitely second fiddle to shooting. in some of the rumors leading up to 7th edition, people had maybe suggested that Snapfire, which is what Overwatch is, would just be -2 to your ballistic skill instead of a 6 to hit. And that would have really, powered up Overwatch. So that did not happen. So at least Overwatch didn't get powered up. But for the most part, there's not a whole lot of great news generally for assaulting armies. Now, orcs may be an exception, but I'll get to that in a second, actually. Okay. But the big change, though, is that when you assault through a difficult terrain, before you had to roll 3 dice and pick the 2 lowest, which was pretty hard. Now it's just a straight -2 to whatever distance you roll. This is a godsend of a change. I think it's a really, really good change, if for no other reason than the way that the random assault roll dealt with difficult terrain was really problematic, because the way it was written before was you roll your difficult terrain, or you roll your charge range, and then you still have to charge guys that you can reach. Like, that's a rule that's been in 40K for a long time. So if you can reach a guy, you got to go for him. So you would roll your distance, and then if that distance then dictated you would reach a guy in terrain, now you had to roll the extra die, and now that could reduce your charge range and make you fail your charge because you would roll high initially. So it really made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Right. So now it's much more straightforward. You're rolling your dice and applying the -2, and if you have to go into terrain, and it's all good. It can still cause a situation where you can roll high and then be forced to go into terrain, and then the -2 will make you fail the charge. But I think overall that's a lot less likely, and so it's a better situation. 6th edition also sort of had this thing where you could have units that would not be slowed by terrain, but the way it was written, it wasn't clear whether or not those units, even though they weren't slowed by charging through terrain, whether or not they would have sort of like the initiative 1 penalty for charging through terrain. Right. And a lot of people said, well, they're not slowed by terrain, so they shouldn't get initiative 1. And Games Workshop partway through 6th edition sort of FAQ'd and said, yes, they still are affected. So they put that into the rulebook, so that's good.
That's nice.
Into combat themselves, precision attacks on characters, which are exactly like precision shots, are also removed, so they got rid of that as well, because, again, it was a rule that not that many people used. And a big change that I think everyone was happy about is the challenge rules were a new addition in 6th edition, and it was a kind of an interesting concept, but the execution was really, really wonky, because basically if you had 30 orcs and in a combat with 1 Space Marine sergeant or character, and he was in a challenge with the orc knob, all those 30 orcs were just basically sitting there doing nothing. They would just get a small bonus to like the combat resolution or something. Right. It was horrible. So they just stand there and cheerlead basically. So they got rid of that, and they said, wounds, if you kill the guy in your challenge, any extra wounds go into the unit, and conversely, if the unit has no one to strike at, then their wounds go onto the guy in the challenge. So it makes a whole lot more sense that way.
Well, that's great.
So
go ahead.
So the orcs would in that scenario, not just the war boss would fight the Space Marine character, but all the orcs would also fight the Space Marine character, even though it was a challenge?
You got it.
Wow.
So
what's the big So
go ahead.
Well, I just don't understand what the point of a challenge now is.
Well, the point of a challenge is, basically when you look in these, books and stuff like that GW publishes, you always imagine sort of the characters fighting with each other.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the challenge rule, what happens is the character's attacks go towards the guys he's close to base-to-base contact with. Right. Gotcha. So it doesn't allow for the characters to have this sort of heroic standoff. You
can still take the knob out. That's the thing. If there was 30 orcs in a knob, right, going against Space Marine Sergeant.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, because that would be the last guy you take off.
Right, but now at least the Marine goes.
I get it.
Yeah. It's very
Brain
dramatic.
Cramp.
But all 30 orcs.
Yep.
Now, so let me ask you this. So why then? Because it sounds like the situation still is rough for the assaulting army, but orcs got a new codex, which apparently take into account the fact that some of these assaulting rules are different now in 6th and 7th. So what are you thinking in the new orc codex is helping them get through the
Okay, so basically, and I think that this is, I'm going to go out and say that this is bad games design here personally, but maybe it's great games design, I don't know. And I'm going to come back to this also when we get to the vehicle section. I think that what you see is sort of like a broken fundamentally assault system in that it's way too swung in the favor of shooting. So what you see is in the case of an Orc Codex that is clearly they want to be an assault-based army. Now that it's 7th edition, since assault army on its own has all these obstacles to overcome, they basically have to give the orcs special rules to try to basically make assaulting way more worthwhile for them. So, on one hand, maybe you can say, well, they should just design it where assault units can just assault pretty well and be okay. On the other hand, you might say, well, it's better to have basic units trying to assault getting shot up and then have sort of the assault specialists have special rules that sort of give them an advantage to get into combat. So I guess it's a little bit of a perspective. But basically what orcs have is they have two things. They've changed the names around a little, so I might get the special rule names wrong. But they have one called, I think, Here We Go. Basically, they have a rule that says they can now, on the turn they wah, they can go, it's basically the old wah rule, which means they're able to run and assault in the same turn. So they got rid of that in 6th edition, and now they've given it back to them. So basically what that means is now that you have this random charge roll, you still technically have a maximum charge range of 12 inches. So if you include an orc's movement and then his D6 running and now a theoretical 2D6 charge, that's quite a big gap of assault distance that they can cover the turn that the wah occurs. Then they also have, I don't know if it's a formation rule or a basic special rule. Again, I haven't played with the Codex yet. I've just read through it. But they have a rule that basically allows the orcs to re-roll one of their assault dice. So a bunch of I don't know if it's a army-wide special rule or only in certain situations, but they have basically a lot of chances to re-roll one of their dice, so they can sort of like mitigate the luck of that charge to make sure they can come in. And then on top of that, they have sort of like an orc formation, which we'll kind of get to formations later. And one of the bonuses of the formation is that if you have a squad of 10 or more guys, then you roll 10 inches or more on their charge, then you get hammer wrath hits when they assault, which is basically a free strength 4 hit at initiative 10. So basically, you have 2d6 and then you get to re-roll that, and you're hoping to get over 10 inches. And if you do, and your squad is big enough, you basically slam into the enemy and get all these extra hits. So.
Well, I see your perspective there, though. So if you have to add all those things to make a unit assaulty, right, beyond just giving them good weapon skill and good toughness, right? It seems like the odds are pretty stacked against anybody without those rules trying to assault.
Yeah, I mean it's basically exactly the same as 6th edition, except with the difficult terrain change.
Now, do the Tyranids get that kind of stuff too, or how do they, or do they have enough guns backing them up they don't really assault anymore?
So Tyranids did not get any of that stuff because they were a 6th edition codex.
Right.
So really, Tyranids, if you see people play Tyranids, they are generally played as a much more shooty style than they used to be back long ago.
So are the orcs really considered now the viable assault codex of 7th edition?
I would say only time will tell. Yeah, okay. I don't know, even with all those bonuses, if you'd really want to design an entire army around it. I think you kind of want to still go for a lot of shooting. And to be fair, I mean, I've always thought that, even though it is science fiction fantasy game, I've always felt that shooting should be the sort of like the flight
edge.
Future,
right?
So.
I'm with you. I see that. So it is what it is, right? And people have been living with that now for 2 years at least. So, it's not like, at least, I mean, one way you can look at this is most folks are coming from 6th to 7th now, not 5th to 7th. So what they're looking at is, well, the paradigm has been shooting has an advantage, and 7th did not radically change that. All 7th has really done is streamline a couple things, make challenges make more sense, and then add this new codex, which could have come in 6th, which just gives orcs a chance to be an assaulty army.
Right. I mean, I think it's basically, like you said, it's pretty much the same. The only thing that it really does is all the codexes that have come out now have plenty of shooty elements, even for the armies where back in the day were much more heavily close combat. So everyone has the opportunity to field an army that shoots, even if it's a quote-unquote close combat army. The only thing that it really is still not really a possibility is to sit there running around with a pure close combat army for the most part.
Cool. So
yep, that's the assault.
Wow, is this 40K discussion going along? Okay. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We thought we just do the entire 2 big segments of this episode about Warhammer 40,000, and so we got John on, and he's waxing poetic about it. So what we want to do is take a little break here, go to some other segments, and we'll back in a little bit with more 40K.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin and check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com. This week's shout out is once again to all of our wonderful supporters over at Patreon. Check out patreon.com/the D6 Generation to show your support for the show. Russ and I have just gotten back from a whirlwind month. I think I in particular have been home for 4 days out of the last 30. 2 weeks of those were spent in Europe where I got to drive on the Autobahn. Woohoo! Best thing ever. A week of which, after that was spent at the best 4 days in gaming at Gen Con, which was amazing. So glad to meet the listeners that were there. It's always wonderful to put faces to names of people who email us and let us share the time that we have while we're doing the podcast with them. It was wonderful. Phil in particular brought actually these unbelievable shirts, and it was great to finally meet him. Viva la Pole! So that was very, very cool. We had a wonderful time. I played a game of the Firefly RPG, which was also amazing. It was a really wonderful experience. But what made this year particularly interesting for me and for us was that we brought the girls for the first time. So they've been to conventions before. They've been to PAX East, which is fairly large. So they've got the whole, this is the crazy of 1 million people in a very small space kind of thing. But they'd never been to Gen Con. And we'd never done anything where we were really overnight with them all that time, because PAX East is in our backyard. We go down for the day, we come home to our own house. It's not quite the same. So this was their first, honest to God, going to a convention, staying there for several days, and then driving home. So as excited as we all were, we were all a little bit nervous, or at least me and Russ, because you never really know how your kids are going to react to something until they're there. And we have one who just turned 12 and one who is 10 and a half. So they are old enough that it's not like we're worrying about diapers and temper tantrums. But you still don't want your kids to be bored out of their mind, or for it to not live up to their expectations, or, to feel like you just can't find what you want to do, and will we be able to see what we wanted to see, and would they be able to see what they wanted to see? So I was a little bit nervous. It turns out we did not need to be nervous at all, because the girls, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They loved the entire thing. When we were saying the day before we left, like, well, we're going home tomorrow, the little one said to me, why? I said, well, because it's over. Like, there's no, really? Like, she thought I was somehow like pulling her leg. Like, no, I'm not taking you away from all this gaming early. It's really over. It doesn't go on all the time. This is a temporary thing. And she was sad. And she's like, can we come back next year? Yeah, we want to come back next year. So when the kids are already asking to come back in the middle of the event that's still going on, figure that's a good sign. What we learned from taking the girls was they were just as overwhelmed but excited and wanting to stay up late until they were bleary-eyed as all us grown-ups. They did that, as a matter of fact. There was one night that my daughters were playing in the room, playing one of their games. They took that table that normally goes underneath a larger table in a hotel room, the one that, working grown-ups pull out so they can put their laptop on it and do some work. They pulled it out, put it by the beds, and put their game all over it. So they used it as a makeshift gaming table. They'd done that. We grabbed dinner. We came back and got back rather late. And my youngest is asleep in bed in her clothes with this tofu hat, this character from Wildstar, I want to say. Oh, I might have messed it up. It's from one of her games, on her head, face down on the bed, completely passed out. Which, again, really not that different from what the adults do when they go out gaming, come home and pass out. I let her sleep in her clothes. She woke up in the morning and looked at me like, Mom, why the heck am I in my clothes? But then I made her change and she went out with fresh clothes for the day. But they had a great time, and they were a little bleary-eyed when we left because they had played just as hard as any adult played. They were willing to try anything. They were willing to do anything. They even posed for some pictures with some of the cosplayers. The 501st, Darth Vader and a stormtrooper tried to arrest Rose. She got down on her knees with her hands behind her head, and they tried to arrest her, which was awesome. We saw it was amazing. We saw the cosplay parade. The kids were completely amazed by the effort that everybody put into that and how much time it was taking people to do those costumes, and then came out saying next year we're definitely going to wear costumes because they'd wanted to this year and time got away from us and it didn't happen. So now they're all about the cosplay, even more so than they were before. And they got some new games. We tried a couple different ones. Wait, I got to look behind me. The one they fell in love with was, what was it? Golem Arcana, if I'm reading the boxes right, that are stacked in a pile that haven't even been put away yet, which uses games that have a little chip in them so that you use a stylus and you tap the chip in the bottom of your miniature, and then you tap the screen and it tap the board, and it reads where things are and it shows them to you on a tablet or a laptop or whatever you want to use. So it kind of integrates things with, the tech and then the actual physical stuff in front of you. They loved that game. Russ loved that game. The kids took it out and played it, and they even were missing a couple of the cards that are used for the characters and still were winging it and figured it out, which very nicely went back the next day, and the guys immediately, found a way to get us the cards on the spot. So they were wonderful and helpful. So Golem Arcana turned out to be a big hit for them. They were very excited to play that and had a wonderful time. And I was very happy that we managed to fit all of the stuff that we brought with us back into the car, because my biggest fear of all was that it's hard enough with what Russ and I buy to get everything back in the car to come home from Gen Con, but then add in what will likely come home for Rose and what will likely come home for Kit, and there was a chance that we would have to strap a child to the roof or make her run behind the car. Luckily, this did not happen. And everything balanced really well, too. We took it at a different pace. It's not the same taking your kids to a convention, but I can honestly say I didn't feel like it took anything away from Gen Con. I felt like it added to Gen Con. It had me stopping to look at things that maybe I wouldn't have stopped at if I hadn't been with them. It had me taking things at a slightly slower pace. It had me walking out of the hall when it was madness, because it's madness and we all kind of fight it, but no one really likes the madness when it really gets crazy on a Saturday afternoon, and least of all kids. So I think, you know what? Now's the time. Let's go back to the room and play a game. Let's go find a game someplace else. Open gaming somewhere. Let's just go play a game. Let's go grab something to eat. Let's get out of here. So it almost, in a way, made it more relaxing to have the four of us there than it is when it's just me and Russ. I'm sure that you'll be getting a huge recap of all the games that the guys played and that we played while we were there. It was a wonderful Gen Con as usual. It was the biggest I think they've had. 56,000 and some odd unique attendees, I believe, was the number. So it's pretty big. It's taking over more and more of the convention center in Indy. I remember when we were staying, our hotel was sort of at the end of things, and we would walk back to the hotel and there'd be very many closed off empty rooms, and it was kind of quiet and almost kind of creepy because nothing was happening on that particular half of the convention center. Now, right to the door of our hotel, there is stuff happening in the hallways. And it was even great to see games of Werewolf happening late at night. Just all these chairs pulled out in the hallway and everyone's playing games. So that was pretty neat. So Gen Con itself was once again fabulous. Great people, great city, a bazillion food trucks to satisfy your every whim. Although we went to this place called Izzy and Harriet's. It had the best shrimp cocktail I've ever had in my entire life. But it was a wonderful time. I got to see two friends. We saw friends from home, which is always nice to see friends from home. But still, for me, getting to see the people I don't normally get to see. I have a couple of local indie friends. I have friends that live, in Colorado. I have friends that live all over the place that come to Gen Con, and the listeners that come from hither and yon to say hello. It's great to meet you guys. You ever see Russ and I at a convention or anywhere, please say hi. We love to talk to listeners. And it's sort of rewarding to think, oh, good, I'm glad these guys are liking what we're doing. And it's just wonderful to meet some of you, because I feel like I know you guys from emails and Twitter chats that we've had. Finally see the face, like, oh, this is that guy. He's a real person. So it was a wonderful Gen Con. Best 4 days in gaming? Absolutely. Living up to its billing. And, we're already planning for next year.
Hey, now it's time to talk about who, Craig?
Conquistador Games.
That's right, our friends at C2 Games. Craig, they were at Gen Con.
Apparently they were.
I know, we missed their booth.
Right
I'm so
in the
sad.
middle of the back, I think.
I know, and it's too bad, too. But you know what's great? At Gen Con, I had a friend come up to me. He's like, hey, Russ, I just picked up the new Science. I can't wait. I got a friend who's a teacher. He's a science teacher. I can't wait to show it to him. It's a great game. That is a fantastic game. Great match. But you know what? You don't have to be a science teacher to enjoy the new Science. It's just a great game, great mechanics, that happens to have a great sciencey theme.
Fast and fun.
Yeah, exactly. What about if, let's say, you wanted to play another historical game? Maybe you could reach out and play Road to Enlightenment, another great game from our friends at Conquistador Games. Or let's say you didn't want anything historical at all. You want a little bit wacky, futuristic, near-future world with a population problem that you've got to, accidentally blow up a nuclear warhead to clear some of the, those pesky people eating all the food out. You want to play Tomorrow, right, Craig? So check it all out. So head on over to cqgames.com or Conquistador, if you can spell that, games.com, and check out all their great gaming options, the great coins they have there for bringing out the game, all kinds of great stuff there. Check them out, cqgames.com.
Conquistador Games.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute.
Welcome to another post-Gen Con edition 2014 of the Hollywood Minute. Welcome, I'm your host, Rafe Hollywood Granger. I would like to start. Tonight's beverage of choice is a Red Hook IPA. Now, first of all, I've got to say, it, as always, was a real pleasure, real treat to have the people come up during Gen Con and say hello and introduce themselves to me and to, just say that they like what they've been hearing in the Hollywood Minute. I really appreciated that. Adam Pitzer came up, said hello. I'm sure I'm going to forget some people. Phil, otherwise known as Super Hamster. So it's just real nice. Ben from Australia was cool. So I just want to say thanks. It's always nice to meet people face to face, shake some hands, and meet some people that listen to us over the years. So I got to be careful with this Hollywood Minute because I'm sure there's going to be an episode. You can hear lots of Gen Con downloads. There's going to be an episode where I come into the third chair coming up, and I want to save a lot of my Gen Con thoughts for then. So instead, what I thought I would do is just give you a super quick summary and a highlights. Okay, highlight number 1. The game of the con for me was Camel Up. I've already got it on pre-order from Myriad Games, and can't wait to play that game. Matt Alliston, friend from New Hampshire, doesn't live in New Hampshire anymore, but we see him every Gen Con, and he's a friend of the Sherpas, and Matt always has the way of finding a game that the rest of us would walk right by, and that's Camel Up. Check it out, go to Board Game Geek, whatever, go to your local game store. Super fun game, talk about it more later. The video, oh my gosh, I got so much good video footage that I just had a blast. I thought it'd be a dragging around a video camera, but it wasn't. I've got video interviews. We've got Matt Wilson on video interview. Craig and I did that interview. Craig took the audio. I took the video. I've got video interviews of FFG. I've got footage of all the people. What I intend to do is get a YouTube channel started, and then I want to start uploading just some raw video unedited, let you guys hear that, and then I want to fool around with some editing and see if I just can't piece something together. So look for that. I had so much fun. Way more fun than I thought, actually. I've got video of Megan and Jeremy's really cool War Machine costumes, so let me know what you think, what you're looking forward to seeing. I don't know. I want to see what you guys think about what I put up. So I'll let you know when I get the YouTube channel set up. I can't decide whether I should get the YouTube channel set up under Rafe Hollywood Granger, if that's easier to find, or if I should do it under Jimmy Django. I'm not sure. Okay. Traveling with Andy. Did a road trip this time to Gen Con. Super blast. I've always flown before. This time I wanted to do the road trip experience. Old Andy was my traveling companion. He was nice enough to wait an extra day. Most people left at some point on Tuesday or early Wednesday. I needed to work all the way through to a Wednesday. He was kind enough to wait that extra day. We traveled out. Man, it was so much fun. It was like smooth as butter, he and I. We just agreed on everything. It's so much easier kind of traveling with one person versus 6. You don't have to like have any committee decisions. And stayed at La Quinta's on the way out. Thank you, La Quinta. Tried to stay in La Quinta on the way back, but there wasn't a local one on our route back home. So, just all the fun talk. We talked about everything under the sun, gaming and so on, and it was great. Also, that's when I prepped my Dark Heresy 4th episode out of 5 or 6. Had a blast doing that. Got to meet up with the crew out in Ohio. Again, we'll talk more about that later. That was a blast. Probably ran the best DMing gaming session I've ever run using Savage World and Dark Heresy. Speaking of Dark Heresy, I got to take a sneak peek and talk to Fantasy Flight Games. Talked to Anton Torres. He hooked me up with a Dark Heresy 2.0. Look for my reviews on that. And lastly, I want to talk about looking forward to coming up right around the corner is my 3rd annual Storming the Beach and RPG scooter ride. I do that for my birthday now. A bunch of us get together. We scooter up and down the beach. That's coming up. And this year, I'm making t-shirts. Throw me an email. Throw me a Twitter buzz if you're like, hey, Rafe, I'll have one of those t-shirts. I haven't priced them yet. We're still working on the graphics. Jeff Stachnik has made the logo, which I'll get some footage of that, not footage, but a pic of that up when we get it all put together. And Megan and Jeff are going to work together on getting the words put together, and we get this into a t-shirt. So I want to thank Jeff and Megan. And like I said, I'm going to keep this short so that I don't like pre-tip our hat of what we might talk about in the next episodes. Interviewed Matt Wilson. Russ will throw that up on the D6G, I'm sure, pretty soon. And I'll work on getting the video footage put all together for that as well. So look for exciting things to come. Looking forward to it. Also want to give a great big shout out to Luke Melia and Dirty John and Stephen McLaughlin of the WWPD.com podcast, World War II, Flames of War, and other good sundries. They've got a huge mega network over there. Go check them out at WWPD.com. Got to finally meet them. I've been listening to their podcast for a long time. Luke reached out to me and said they were all coming to Gen Con. This was their first Gen Con. Gen Con goes by so fast, man. You just can't get it all in. So I wanted to hang out with them a lot more. I got to say hi, got to walk around a little bit, played a little D&D with Luke. And it was great meeting those guys, and I just want to give them an official shout-out here in the Hollywood Minute. And I'm looking forward to playing some Lord of the Rings collectible card game with Steve. So I'll keep you clued in on that, too. If you want to contact me, you can contact me at the D6G Hollywood on Twitter, or Hollywood at the D6generation.com, or Rafe at jimmydjango.com. All 3 of those locations will get me to you, get you to me, and also check for, I'm going to do some picture uploads and maybe even some video uploads if my blog can handle it on jimmydjango.com. All right, that's it for now. Until next time.
Hey, and now it's time to talk about our friends at Games Salute.
Salute Games.
Exactly right. You know, one of the things that's awesome about Games Salute, Craig, and you saw it this year at Gen Con, is they had a massive booth at Gen Con this year.
They did indeed.
Which is great for you if you're a game designer or game studio and Game Salute is publishing your games for you, because they're there in force with an army of demoers demoing your game.
Army.
In fact, that army include Dan May, the very man who drew our awesome logo.
That's right. He is now the artistic director and what is it? What is it called? What visual? No, what is
graphic
it? The
designer?
art direction when you're playing a game.
Yeah, graphic design.
Graphic designer of Game Salute.
Yes, exactly
and
right.
They brought him all the way over from Australia to demo games.
Yes, all the way from Australia, and they were there demoing all kinds of their games. Like, for example, Guards, the Discworld board game was there. They had.
I never even knew that existed, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah, Formula E was there, the big elephant racing game, which I like because I like elephants. You know, as you know, I've been talking about them for a long time
I remember you enjoying those elephants.
So Fantasy Frontier, which is cool. It's got dirigibles, Craig. Dirigibles in a fantasy game always win. So great stuff. And GameSuite has stores. They've got their myriad stores all across the country. But GameSuite in general, just great stuff. If you are someone who's designing a game and you need it published, there is just reach out to them. They'll help you out. They'll get you on Kickstarter. They'll get it done. They'll help you avoid those pitfalls. Head on over to GameSuite.com. See everything they're doing. And don't forget to use the D6G code. What is the code, Craig?
I don't know, Russ. What is the code? The code is D6G and then the number of the episode that we're currently looking at.
In this case, 152.
152.
152.
So it's a moving target, folks. It's a moving target. You want to go left? It's going to go left. You want to go right? It's going to go right. You got to chase it. You got to chase it. That's right. It's worth chasing. It's worth chasing, but you got to chase it.
.com.
This is the Dice Tower Network at dicetowernetwork.com.
Welcome back, and now it is time to continue yakking with Yak Face about Warhammer 40,000. All right, so we covered the basics, it sounds like. We got our movement, our shooting, our assault, but then we get on to all the fancy pants stuff, like units and vehicles and larger creatures. So what are some of the changes there, John?
Okay, so the big thing in vehicles is if anyone who played 6th edition knows that they sort of introduced hull points into 6th edition, which are basically like wounds for vehicles. So they basically made vehicles like blow up super, super quick. So Games Workshop, I think, figured out that they screwed up. And what they did to sort of try to mitigate that is they basically made it so a vehicle will not explode unless you roll a 7 on a D6. So the only way that's going to happen is if you have a modifier. And, like an AP2 weapon has a +1 modifier.
Right.
An AP1 weapon has a +2 modifier. And, like, open-top vehicles are a +1 as well. So there's modifiers out there. So basically only these dedicated anti-tank type weapons are going to be able to take out a tank in a single shot, which is, probably the way it should be. And I think that's a really good change. It gives you some sort of idea about, like, when you're going to lose or not lose your vehicle. But fundamentally, I personally think that hull points across the board are still set 1 hull point too low. So, because even if you make these changes, you still can, destroy a Killer Can, for example, which is an Armor 11 vehicle with 2 Armor 11 glancing hits or above.
Right.
It's not hard to do. So this change stops you from losing your vehicle on that single hit, which is annoying and is a good change, I think. But I still think that basically Games Workshop sort of locked themselves in at the number of hit points for, like, a basic vehicle is 3 hit points, a small vehicle is 2 hull points. Sorry, not hit points. 2 hull points, and, like, bigger ones are 4 or even 5 hull points, and then the super heavies are way more than that even.
Right.
But they put all that in all the codexes now and everything, all the newer codexes. So I feel like they feel like they're locked in at that level. And so I don't think they felt like, even if they agree with me, I don't think they could have changed it in the rule book without doing some sort of massive errata, which I'm sure they don't want to do. So unfortunately, this is sort of like what I was talking about going back to assaults. I think this is a case where you see in most of the newer codexes, you see every army have some way to, like, get a special rule that allows them to regenerate their hull points. So, like, for example, the New Orc Codex, all the Grot Riggers has always been a upgrade for Orc vehicles. Well, the new rule is if you take Grot Riggers, it gets the It Will Not Die special rule, which is basically you roll at the end of the turn on a 5+, it gains 1 hull point back. So you see that in almost every codex. They have some way to sort of, like, regenerate hull points in a lot of cases. And I think that that's sort of a reaction to, in my opinion, bad game design. I think that if every vehicle across the board had 1 more hull point, I think that would be a much better situation than trying to give everybody special rules that help them regenerate lost hull points personally. So,
sounds right.
So overall, it's good, but still a little wonky in my opinion. So beyond that, they made some changes which are pretty good. Exploded vehicles no longer leave, like, little wreckage markers, which I'm sure is sad for all of those people that went out there and made, like, little wreckage markers for all their vehicles. The cynic in me, there was a lot of third-party companies who were coming out with acrylic markers that were basically the exact shape of the different vehicles. So, if you had your Dark Eldar Raiders, they had an exact silhouette of a raider that you could put down on the table as the wreckage, and people would buy, if you played an army that had, 9 raiders, you'd have 9 of these little markers. And not that GW is making any more money this way, but some part of me thinks that they're a little spiteful, and they're like, we can make a quick little rules change and just put all these people out of business. So yeah, all those little templates are now useless, pretty much. Instead, if the vehicle's wrecked, what do you think?
I just don't like the fact that they don't leave the wreckage. That, like, what happens to that big giant tank when it's just the modeler in me. It's annoying.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's a wreck, not an explosion, you still leave the model there as a wreck. So I guess the idea is if it explodes, now it explodes so powerfully that there's not even anything left.
No crater or anything.
Clearly.
Gone. Right.
Okay, gotcha. No, not even a crater. It blew the crater away.
So the wreckage rules changed that now it's just a difficult terrain. It's no longer dangerous. So the guys are totally happy to go running back into their burning wreck. No damage. Another change they made was the squadron rules were kind of screwed up in 6th edition. Those have been fixed in 7th, and the way they fixed it was basically just to say, once you rolled a hit against a squadron, now you basically have to sit there and roll the armor penetration one at a time. So that way you can actually deal with the facing of each squadron member until it's destroyed. So, if you got one squadron member which you're shooting the back armor and he's the closest model, you're going to be rolling all your armor penetration against that guy one at a time until he's gone, and then you're going to move on to the next squadron member. So
which sounds a lot like the casualty removal. It's going to slow it down a little bit but make it cleaner.
Right. And they tried to do that in 6th edition with applying damage results, but it didn't work for the different armor facings. So so they had to sort of take it back to the hit level instead of the penetration level, basically, if that makes any sense. They also added basically passengers. If they're in a transport, that takes damage. They basically have to now take a leadership test or be firing only snapshots, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
And they got rid of ramming based on speed. Now it's just sort of like a flat number based on the armor value you're hitting. And I think this is a great change because anytime you're dealing with the actual movement on the tabletop, that doesn't really reflect necessarily how fast the vehicle is moving. You'd expect like a skimmer to be able to get up to speed pretty quickly. So whether or not it moves, 6 inches or 9 inches is not that important. But more importantly, there are some vehicles out there that can kind of cheat and figure out ways to move really, really fast. And all of a sudden they were sort of broken rammers, and GW had to like FAQ stuff and fix it. So it's just better.
Can you give us one? That sounds intriguing. Can you give us one example of something like that you're talking about?
You're talking about old stuff. No, I don't remember anything.
On the spot. No, okay.
I got nothing.
Just sounded intriguing. Nothing. Okay. I'm sorry. Now I feel bad.
It's all in the past now, Craig. No one's playing in 6th edition anymore, so just let it go.
You don't have to worry about it anyway.
The bad stuff is lost from memory. You want to push that out of your memory.
It's only remember live in the present.
Right.
Live in the present.
Live in the good present.
Okay,
right.
okay.
Yeah, don't focus on those things.
Follow the Buddha. Okay.
All right, so moving on to flyers. Flyers are really nice because that was another new addition in 6th edition. So like I was saying before, they were kind of rough around the edges in a lot of little places. So they definitely have been sort of streamlined and clarified, and a lot of it is stuff that's sort of under the hood that was covered in FAQs and erratas before, but basically, they covered, exactly which type of attacks are able to hit them now and psychic powers and stuff like that. There's just a lot more of integration across the rules. So it's not even necessarily in the flyer section, but just in like other sections where they say like this thing doesn't affect flyers a lot more often, which is awesome. And they, cover more about disembarking from flyers. The base is always treated as a access point for flyers that have, transport capacity and so on and so forth. So they're cleaned up. And the big one, which is a negative for flyers, but I think is really good, is the immobilized result. In 6th edition, the immobilized result would just lock velocity of the flyer. And basically just force them to travel at that same speed, which wasn't that big of a penalty, first of all, and it kind of was a different result on the damage chart. You had to remember, okay, immobilize equals lock velocity, which was kind of a little wonky.
Right.
Here now they've kind of combined the rule with the grounding test for flying monstrous creatures that get shot at, which is good because it's good to have flyers sort of behave a little closer to the flying monstrous creatures. And if you suffer an immobilized result, you now sort of like take a test, and on a 1 or 2, you're just basically stunned, and on a 3+, you're basically stunned, but on a 1 or 2, the flyer crashes and is destroyed. Mm-hmm. So, it totally makes sense. Your engines stall out, and if you aren't able to pull up in time, you just wreck right into the ground. And that's similar to what flying monstrous creatures go through. So again, it totally is sort of like a good synergy to have. I think
that's nice. That sounds good.
So let's see. Walkers. Walkers, they're pretty much the same. The only thing they gained is Hammer of Wrath, which is basically that, like I said, a free hit when you charge into combat.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like impact hits for fantasy, right? Same sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Impact hits. And it's kind of cool, like if you're running like, the Killer Can, or Cord Army with all those walkers, you can now smash into people and hit them with Hammer of Wrath attacks.
That sounds right. I like that. Fluffy. Model more spikes in your dudes. It makes them look cool, right?
You can drop kick them as you're running.
Yeah, right. I love it.
Cinematic.
Right.
Okay, monstrous creatures. They can't go to ground anymore, which is really good because it was always kind of stupid to imagine the giant monstrous creature dropping to the ground. And I'd say one of the huge changes that also does really, really help to make vehicles more survivable. So when I did complain about vehicles and their hull points, I should point out that there are sort of like, there's a couple things they did in other areas that help basically make vehicles more survivable, so you can't really discount that. Mm-hmm. One of the things is the smash rule, which is a rule that all monstrous creatures had. It used to be that they would have their attacks and then add in any bonus attacks, like if they charge, they get a +1, for example. And then your strength was doubled for that attack. So like a monstrous creature, like a Hive Tyrant, for example, would say he had 4 attacks. He would charge in. He'd only get 2 smash attacks +1 for charging. He'd still be getting 3 smash attacks at strength 10 against the vehicle. And since vehicles are either hit at weapon skill 1 if they're moving or weapon skill 0 if they're still, you pretty much would guarantee that you would just torch that vehicle pretty darn quickly. Now they basically said smash is just a single attack no matter what. So
that's nice.
That really, really tones down monstrous creatures just running in and making vehicles disappear. It's sad for Tyranid players, but it might be for the best. I don't know. It's hard to say. Then moving on to flying monstrous creatures.
Right. Because there's not enough unit types yet, so we got to keep going.
Right.
Yep, that's right. They had some pretty big changes. Basically, they kind of have 2 flight modes. They have swooping or gliding. And swooping is like flying really quick, and gliding is more like a jump pack.
Yeah.
And before, they could switch willy-nilly and assault. And, the rest of 40K now, for the last few editions, has basically been, if you come out of a vehicle, you can assault, or for the most part. Or if you come from reserves, you can assault. So it's always like you never were allowed to sort of like pop on and assault somebody.
Right.
And so these flying monstrous creatures, they could swoop 24 inches, and basically you need 6 to hit them. So even if they're standing right in front of your army, your whole army is shooting at them, and you may not be able to hurt them. And then the next turn, they could suddenly turn into their gliding mode and now assault you, and there wasn't all that much you could do. So they basically changed that, where you basically have to spend a turn in glide mode. So the guy is swooping, and you have to glide, and spend a whole turn gliding, and then the next turn he can assault. So it really, again, limits the flyers from going into assault. So there's another rule right here that sort of limits your assault armies a bit. So again, Tyranids are crying about that as well. So that's a big change. They also, flying monstrous creatures had vector strikes, where they could fly over stuff and basically inflict D3 +1 strength 8 hits.
Kind of like a ride-by attack kind of thing. Yeah.
That was pretty potent. Yeah. It was a great way to like take out vehicles again. And just in general, you just fly over units and do stuff, especially because you could do it on the same turn you're flying off the board.
Right.
And so they've basically, again, kind of like Smash, they've reduced that down to 1 hit. So that really, really reduces the potency of that Smash, or the Vector Strike. But it's not all bad news for flying monstrous creatures. The big, big, giant change that everyone is cheering about as a Tyranid player is that previously, if you took 1 hit from a unit shooting, you had to take a grounding test at the end of that shooting. And on a 1 or 2, your flying monstrous creature was grounded. He took a wound basically almost automatically, and now everyone else shooting at him that same shooting phase would get to fire at him while he's on the ground. So basically, you would fly out, and a guy would sit there and shoot with one unit and shoot with the next unit, hoping each time for you to fail that grounding test. And as soon as you fail that grounding test, he'd open up with the rest of his army and just wipe out your flying hive tyrant.
Right.
So they made a big change, and they said, you only take one grounding test now, and it's at the end of the phase after everybody's done shooting. And it doesn't matter how many units shot at you, as long as you only took one hit, now you're going to take one grounding test. So that's way, 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 way better. So basically when you combine those three changes, it basically, you don't have any reason to want to play sort of a flying monstrous creature that's an assault-based guy, and you really want a sort of a gunboat shooter kind of guy. So, which is what people are already kind of playing most of the time with a lot of those flying monstrous creatures. So yeah. Less on the assault, more on the shooting again.
Well, but it sounds like they tightened it up, but yeah, it's still all about shooting, which is okay. I mean, as you said, it's a sci-fi game, so guns are good.
Sure.
Sure.
And then finally, chariots. As far as existing
Speaking of
unit
sci-fi
types.
games.
Right.
Yeah, chariots. Makes total sense.
Right.
Hey,
Chariots.
Necrons have sci-fi chariots. They got a guy in a flying chair or something. I don't know.
We'll allow it.
Those were, again, a new addition, the 6th edition, a new add to 6th edition. So they were pretty wonky in some areas. They just basically cleaned them up across the board. I don't want to go into too much because very few people actually even use chariots, but the damage results are tweaked to make sure they don't get out of coherency and stuff like that. They don't get immobilized, they get stunned, and so on and so forth. And for some reason, they also removed the sweep attack, which was basically you drive by and hit people. And I don't know why they got rid of that, but the Necrons still have it in their own codex, but from the general chariot rules, that's gone for some reason. So
okay,
that's it for chariots.
So that's chariots. So now we've gotten through all the, well, I don't want to use the word basic because there's so many different unit types in there, but all the things I can't even say things we've seen before because chariots are new. But anyway, all the guys that are sort of semi-normal. Then you get to the things that are really, well, ginormous. In 6th edition, sort of Forge World came to the basic game, right? Essentially.
Right. Well, I think you're talking about the super heavies and the gargantuan creatures.
Yeah.
So, so that stuff appeared in Escalation during 6th edition, which was sort of an expansion. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of interesting because in 6th edition, Games Workshop came out with Apocalypse, which, was the thing that they had before. It was a re-release of Apocalypse, which, basically allows you to play big games with your big giant models. Mm-hmm. And then almost soon, really quick after that, I don't know, a month or two, it was longer than that, but a few months after that, they came out with Escalation, which was basically a supplement that said, hey, you're allowed to use some of these big giant creatures in regular games of 40K, but you're limited to only one per detachment, and had some sort of special rules about how to do it if you're going to play with that. So, like I said early on, I think that this was one of the main motivators towards coming out with 7th edition. So it makes sense that they, wrap these into the core rules.
And as you mentioned, sometimes when GW puts new stuff out, it's not always as refined as we'd like. So it sounds like also that some of this stuff kind of had some challenges in 6th edition. Yeah,
I mean, I think that some of the rules in Escalation were really, really bad. They fixed some of them, because I think they had a little, if we're talking about lead times, I don't know how long after Escalation they started work on changing them for 7th edition. They clearly did some work, like they toned down, like I said before, destroyer weapons and stuff like that, but there's still some stuff in there that clearly, is still not ready for prime time from compared to, how well they're doing in other areas of the book. So, for example, super heavy walkers and gargantuan creatures are able to move 12 inches in the movement phase.
Right.
And they have the move through cover special rule, which if they go through difficult terrain, they get to roll an extra die. But there's still nothing in there that explains that they're able to move extra distance when they move through difficult terrain. So, if you follow the difficult terrain rolls, you're still rolling the dice and then picking the highest one to see how far you can move. So all of a sudden, this 12-inch moving creature, if it moves through terrain, the highest it can move now is 6 inches. Which is really, really strange. Back in the day, they used to, for stuff that moved 12 inches, they would always say for difficult terrain, you roll the dice, pick the highest, and then double whatever you rolled. So if I rolled, a 4 as my highest die, my guy can move 8 inches. Or if I roll a 6, he can move 12 inches, which makes sense. because the rest of the game, when you go through difficult terrain, you always have a chance to move at your highest level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, if you roll a 6, your guys normally move 6, so you're not losing anything. You have a chance to move at your full speed, or you can get slowed down. But the way it's written right now, the super heavy walkers and gargantuan creatures, as soon as they step foot through one tiny little bit of terrain, all of a sudden the maximum they can move is 6 inches, which seems like it might be a giant oversight, but who knows?
Right.
Beyond that, the gargantuan creatures and the super heavies, they toned down a lot of the stuff from escalation, but one of the things they didn't really touch too much is the stomp special rule. So basically when these big walkers get into combat, they're able to stomp, which is basically put down 3 of the small blast markers. The first blast marker has to be touching the gargantuan creature or super heavy walker. The second one just has to be anywhere within 3 inches of that first blast marker, and then the third one just has to be anywhere within 3 inches of that second blast marker. So you can, and they even say there, the blast can walk out, which represents the guy stepping forward. So it all sounds cool on paper, right? You're like, hooray. But the problem is there's no restriction whatsoever about hitting models outside of combat.
Oh, right.
So these super heavy walkers, it's actually their best shooting attack is to go into combat and then stomp a nearby unit that's not even locked in the same combat, because they can totally stomp those blasts way the heck out there. And the crazy thing about these stomp attacks is, unlike most of the rest of the game, they actually hit the models that are actually covered. So kind of like barrage weapons, you're able to sort of target the models that you want to cover. And the worst thing of all is if you roll a 6 on the stomp effect, it just basically kills the guys under the blast. So if you have a particularly crazy, super powerful character, you just run up to him and put all 3 stomps on top of him, and now you have 3 chances to roll a 6 and just obliterate that model, no matter what invulnerable saves he has.
There's no invulnerable saves against that or anything?
Nothing.
Wow. Oh,
and what's that supposed to represent? The thing is tap dancing into the middle of combat and then back to its original location.
That's exactly what it represents. That's it. I actually like it.
Yeah,
I like the concept. If they just limited it that you could only cover models that are in the combat, I would be much happier with that.
Well, why don't you still get your invulnerables though? I don't understand why removing invulnerable saves.
The reason is, Russ, is because it's not wounds. It's just to remove a model from the board, and invulnerable saves are only taken against wounds. So
no, I mean I get the fact that it's clearly written that way. It's just I don't understand the logic behind allowing that to
why explain to me the logic of the big giant Imperial Knight pirouetting in the middle of the orc mob.
Let me ask you,
I understand.
I need a visual on this.
If the thing is shuffling with its feet and you might get stepped on, just give it some attacks that go on to the unit it's fighting. Don't
or like a trample attack
out
where you move through
12 inches away. It spins around and jumps back to where it started.
If I'm engaged, I have to ask this question now. If I've got 2 of these super heavies, so I've got an orc gargantuan thing fighting Imperial Titan, right? They're locked in hand-to-hand combat, assuming that can happen. Can they both be tap dancing also, though, and killing guys that are a couple squares away?
They have a bunch of unit types that cannot be stomped, like skimmers and flyers and other gargantuan creatures.
But can I be engaged fighting the Reaver Titan and still be tap dancing and killing nearby infantry?
Absolutely.
Okay, so all right, just to make sure, can I do that in addition to punching the Reaver Titan?
I believe so.
Okay, good. That's just to make sure clear. As this visual like me punching with my chainsaw fist and looking down and
they're
tap
circling
dancing
around each other, Russ, like West Side Story.
Right, snapping. All right, good. No hate here. This is just
when you're Black Legion all the way.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
So, and then there's other little things, like for some reason these giant walkers have the strike down rule, which is sort of like a ability that knocks people over when you hit them in combat but don't kill them. But it doesn't explain what attacks that strike down applies to. Does that apply to their ranged attacks? Does it apply to their stomp attacks? Does it apply to their hammer wrath attacks? It doesn't say at all. It just gives them the strike down special rule and doesn't explain. So that's just another example of sort of not quite right. But overall, the big stuff, the super heavies, they didn't really change. Their core rules didn't change that much from escalation. Anyone who's been playing 40K a while kind of knows. But if you haven't used this big stuff in a while, since back in the day, for the most part, they've really streamlined the rules to make it work just like a big giant vehicle. Like, it has a bunch of bonuses, like it doesn't ever suffer weapon destroyed or crew stunned or crew shaken, but it just loses hull points and it can fire all its weapons at different targets. But beyond that, it's still in a lot of ways just like a giant vehicle or a giant monstrous creature, basically.
Well, that's cool. That's good. Yeah.
It's definitely good. They've gotten it down to a pretty good level for the most part of like making it sort of the same rules you already know for vehicles or monstrous creatures, just sort of like in a bigger format, basically.
Right.
And the one big change, which I've talked about a number of times already, but just basically D-weapons, that was the really, really, really big giant thing that made escalation just ridiculous, because the D-weapon was basically you put down a template, and if you roll a 2+, anything underneath dies, essentially. Wow. No saves, no anything. So that was obviously just completely broken. And so that's been changed now where, for the most part, you're getting your saves, you're getting your cover saves, you're getting your invulnerable saves. Only if you roll a 6 are you killing the guys without anything, which is, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same as the stomp. You're looking for the magic 6. So it gives these weapons sort of like a severe potency potential, but in reality, it's actually not that bad compared to some of the other weapons that these titans can carry. So
yeah. Cool. So the big guys are there. I mean, it is cool that you can at least field these big dudes legally. It sounds like there's a few areas where they're kind of a little OP, but not as bad as they used to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, not as bad as they were just recently introduced. Yeah, right. They definitely toned them down. I think as we go on further and Games Workshop keeps making new rules for Lords of War in the actual codexes and stuff, I think they'll get to a point where these big guys are just going to be a core part of the game that you're going to be used to seeing. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think, 40K is one of the few, is probably the only game that has those size models available. I don't think that the privateer gargantuans are quite the same size.
No, these things are ginormous. I mean, the colossals are huge, but these are huger, if that's a word. I don't know if that's a word, but
right.
Huger. Yeah.
So it makes sense that those should be leveraged and be in more games. Yeah. And honestly, when it's limited to one per side, and I think it's the right level.
Have they become must-takes, or can you have a competitive list without one of these things in it?
Well, I mean, because you still have sort of like all this Forge World legacy and all these big things from before. Basically, what tournaments sound like they're going to do is they're going to start sort of like putting out a ban list of certain ones that aren't allowed to be taken.
Yeah.
Because they're just too powerful. And so if you have sort of like a tournament ban list in place where you get rid of the ones that people think are just obnoxious, then I think generally speaking, I think it's going to be rare to have a big guy, and probably I think most lists won't have one, honestly, but it's probably hard for me to say.
Right.
It really comes down to how tournaments handle them, because there are some other issues. Like if you allow like psychic power buffs and stuff like that to affect these big guys and power them up, I'm sure there's some disgusting combos that are suddenly going to be seen. So it's still early days because tournaments have never allowed this type of thing before. So if they start allowing it, I think we're going to start seeing like what that's really going to turn into, basically.
Well, speaking of psychic buffs, we should probably talk about the psychic phase. See how I did that, Craig? That's called professional.
Yeah, that's very well done. It's very well done. As a person who was burned, literally, by the psychic phase last night, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so how has that changed? Has it been substantial changes?
What was your opponent, Craig?
Space Marines.
Your opponent was Space Marines? What did they have, psychic-wise?
No, they just had a level 2 psyker. I had nothing. I had Imperial Guard.
Okay.
We weren't even particularly smart, never mind psychic.
Well, Imperial Guard has some psychics now, too.
They do. I just didn't have any with me.
So the psychic phase is one of those big new changes, along with army composition. I'd say psychic phase is the other big change. Basically, now they've added a whole phase to the game. There was never a phase before, or I shouldn't say never, but in recent times there's never been a psychic phase. And it comes after movement and before shooting or assault. Kind of the interesting thing about this is you're only casting on your own turn now. They've gotten rid of all the instances currently where you cast sort of like during the opponent's turn. So stuff like force weapons, for example, you essentially have to power them up in your own turn to be able to use them, in the opponent's turn. If you don't power them up and the guy charges you, you're not going to be swinging with the force weapon at full power, which is actually really good because the force ability has gotten significantly more potent than it used to be. So it's kind of a trade-off now that you sort of have to power it up on your own terms as opposed to whenever you get charged. But the main thing about the psychic phase is it's kind of very much the Warhammer Fantasy Battle version of the magic phase.
Yes, it is.
In that you generate a bunch of basically psychic power dice, and then you use those dice to sort of power up your powers. So basically you roll a D6, the player whose turn it is rolls a D6, and you generate that. Both players get that many power dice, plus you get additional power dice equal to the psychic mastery level of all your different psychers.
So but if you come to the field with no psychers like our friend Craig did.
Well, then you just get the D6.
Right.
So, like, let's say someone's playing a Grey Knight army, for example, which gets every single one of their vehicles is a mastery level 1. So say they have a bunch of rhinos, and every squad is at least a mastery level 1. So a Grey Knight player, for example, might have, 15, 20, 25 psychic dice.
No big.
No biggie.
Right.
Plus the D6 that they get for the phase, and then the guy on the other side who has...
I get it. It was it went easy on me. I get it.
It could have been much, much worse.
It could have, apparently.
So the way that you cast powers now is they have a warp charge value. So like the low powers are warp charge 1, the medium ones are warp charge 2, and the really powerful ones are warp charge 3. And you have to decide how many dice you want to roll, and you need 4 pluses to get, and you have to equal the number of warp charge points. So if it's a warp charge 2 power, you got to get 2 4 pluses. So if you want to risk it, you could throw 2 and hope for the best and hope you get 2 4 pluses. But realistically, you probably want to roll at least 4, maybe 5. And now the key in here is if you roll double 6s on any of those dice, now you suffer a perils of the warp, which is when you can, lose a wound or die or lose powers. So they added basically a perils of the warp table now, and for the most part, you're going to suffer a wound. But a lot of times you're taking a leadership test on the psyker, and if he fails the test, either good or bad things happen depending on what you rolled. So like on a roll of 1, if you fail the leadership test, I think the psyker just dies with no chance to do anything. But on the opposite end, if you rolled a 6, and you pass your leadership test, your guy gets all these buffs. He gets all super powerful for that one turn as he all the psychic power courses through his veins. So there's kind of a little bit of wackiness, but overall, it's kind of a risk reward. Whereas you want to roll more dice to power up your power, but you increase your chance of rolling double 6s, which gets you a peril. So I like that because anytime you add sort of a risk reward, it's a good thing. But where I think it fails is they sort of have the dispel or nullify section for the opponent. In order for the opponent to nullify a power, if the power doesn't target one of his units, you need to roll 6s on your dice, and you have to roll an equal number to the number of successful 4 pluses that the psyker rolled. So if a psyker rolls, for example, 4 dice to do a warp charge 2 power, and he gets 3 successes, you now have to get 3 6s. So to get 3 6s, you need to roll at the bare minimum 18 dice to get the odds to pan out in your favor there. So that's ridiculous.
But that's only if the power doesn't target you, right? If it targets one of your units,
If it targets one of your units, there are some modifiers. Then if you're a psyker,
in that unit.
Right.
Yeah, if you have a psyker, you get +1, and there's a bunch of war gear and stuff that also gives you +1. So there's a lot of other chances to nullify if they're targeting your unit. But I got to say, the real nasty powers in 40K right now, and have been since 6th edition, are the ones that buff your own units, the ones that allow you to ignore cover when you shoot. Or now they have this ridiculous one called invisibility, which basically means that people can only snapshot you and need 6 to hit you in assault. So you basically become invulnerable. It's incredibly nasty. So those are the ones you really, really want to counter, and they basically made it that unless you're one of these Grey Knight players who has 20 dispel dice flopping around, you are really going to struggle. I really don't know why they didn't make it. When I heard the rumor about this, I thought for sure it was going to be, if you roll a 6, it cancels out one of the successes from the Psyker side.
Right.
So say the guy has a Warp Charge 2 power and he rolls 3 successes. If you manage to roll 2 6s, you've now knocked him down below the success level.
That's not how it works?
That's not how it works. You have to roll equal to
that's how we were playing it last night.
Well, it's like you just in your mind said, "Hey, that makes sense. That's the way it should work. Hooray!" No, you have to equal the number of successes he got. So if he got 3 successes, you got to get 3 successes on your 6s, which is ridiculous. So there are a couple things they did. They basically made it one of the huge things for something like the Eldar Seer Council, which has 1 billion Psykers in there. You now can only cast 1 of each power per unit. So even if 3 guys have Fortune, only 1 guy can cast Fortune in that unit, which really limits the Seer Council. And the Seer Council is one of those super powerful units, so that really kind of tones that down a little bit. They also made it so what you can cast from inside a vehicle is severely limited. Basically, can only fire Witchfire out of the firing points. They did make a few of the powers. The beams are now a little better. They don't lose their strength as they shoot. And Focus Witchfire, which was horrible in 6th edition, actually is pretty useful. So overall, but the main thing to take from this is that they also introduced 2 new psychic disciplines that everybody pretty much can use, and they're sort of the demonology ones. And the main thing in there is they allow you to summon demons. Now, anyone besides Chaos Demons who are taking demonology, it's really risky for them to try to summon demons, but there's some really sick abilities, like the ability to basically turn your character into a greater demon.
Wow. So wait, so any army can try to summon, the fluff on that's kind of cool. Anybody can basically tamper with the forces of chaos now.
Yeah, and the difference is, Russ, if you're not Chaos Demons and you try to use the demonology power, you perils on any double instead of just 6s.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
So you basically can dabble in the demonology, and it's a cool fluffy thing. And summoning demons is kind of cool. But what's really disgusting is there is a tournament army out there of just the horrors of Tzeentch, just taking tons and tons of those guys, and it's called the Demon Factory, and you just keep summoning more and more and more demons, And remember, each demon unit you summon is now giving you more warp charge dice every turn.
Right.
And so basically, you can easily generate 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 more points of models onto the table this way.
Oh, jeez.
It's not even that particularly effective from what most people say, because basically you're giving up your chance to shoot to summon more demons, because those units
at some point, though, you've got enough demons where you don't have to summon anymore. I would just feel like you fill up your half of the table, and now you pretty much got it beat, right?
Yeah, it would just be terrible to play against. You'd just be sitting there watching the guy summon, and it's just ponderous. And
it sounds like, I was going to ask you, it sounded like initially like the thing to do, because I used to play a lot of fantasy back in the day. It's obviously evolved a few editions since then, but back when fantasy had this magic phase that was similar to this, even then, I don't remember what edition it was, but you would it was almost incumbent upon every player to have some form of magical defense.
Yeah, that's how I felt last night.
But it sounds to me like you can't even do that, because a determined offensive psyker list will be hard to counter, even if you have rudimentary psychic defense. Is that right?
Yeah, unless all of the psychic, all the psychic counters are almost always tied to being a unit that's being targeted.
Got it.
So you really, right now in the game, besides having a crap ton of dispel dice to throw at a power, there's really not much you can do from stopping a player from buffing his own units.
Yeah, even if it was equal. Because I could see if it was equal to stop psychic powers. Like in fantasy, it used to be pretty much equal. If I could beat your number, right, or something like that. I can't remember how it worked exactly. But if it was equal to beat it, then I could shut down that demon summoning army with a few psychers. I could shut. Now it's like it doesn't seem like you can really stop much if it's not targeting me.
Yeah. I heard that fantasy had a limit on how many dice you could generate at a maximum.
I did.
And it seems like they really, this just seems like the first iteration. They tried to take the fantasy battle magic phase and put it into 40K, and you can kind of see some cool stuff and where it's going. But this is one that definitely needs I think another edition, down the road to really perfect. I think this version of it is going to be a case where, tournament organizers are already talking about, what they're going to try to do to mitigate this or maybe ban, demonology or whatever. Everybody's talking about what to do. This is definitely something that's, not a great thing. But, the weird thing about it is, for the most part, compared to how easy it was to cast powers before, it's actually probably a little harder to cast powers. So with all this craziness said, your likelihood of casting a power is actually gone down in most cases slightly. If you have a normal number of dice, a normal number of psychers, it's actually a little harder than trying to pass a leadership 10, leadership roll, which is what a lot of psychers had previously. So
cool. Well, that sounds like the psychic phase,
mixed bag.
Which sounds pretty. Yeah, it sounds interesting. I mean, I can see where they're trying to go there. I like, from a fluff point of view, some of that stuff, but some of it also sounds pretty. Well, it's like anything, they got to iterate.
I felt like I was playing Warhammer Fantasy back when you needed wizards to offset the other wizards, and you didn't take the wizards.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, they just don't. They don't have the dispel scrolls that
exactly.
Fantasy Battle has. It's like they're missing that one element. They need to basically have a version of dispel scrolls if they're going to have the psychics be this way.
Maybe psychic hoods will do that kind of stuff or something in the next iteration.
But no? The psychic hood is in the rule book and it doesn't do much.
No. Well.
Yeah, it doesn't do much at all. Again, it just protects the unit.
+1 to your die roll if the spell was cast at the unit you're in.
That stinks. So
really stinky.
We've already talked quite a bit about terrain. Is there any small, quick terrain highlights you want to cover beyond? We already talked about the area terrain changes and stuff like that.
Basically what I said already. The GW has put sort of formations for all their basic terrain. So even their pretty much basic terrain has its own little special rules, which is odd to me.
Yeah.
But you can clearly see that what their design is. That now when they release new terrain kits, they can very easily put out sort of like a quote-unquote formation rule for that terrain.
Yeah.
It's sort of in that same thing. It's like a very easy, nice one page where, God forbid, maybe they'll even charge you for digital downloads to get new terrain rules. Who knows? But
why don't they just go to the card model, put a card in everything like the other companies do, right? I mean,
Well, they have been doing that. The last few terrain pieces they've put out have had the rules in them. So
that's not so bad.
They seem to be getting into that.
So let me ask, we got to get to, go ahead, sorry.
I was also going to say really quickly that buildings have hull points, so I think that's a good change
that
too.
Makes sense.
And basically, all these Stronghold Assault building rules that were in Stronghold Assault, they've kind of put those into the basic rules. But one of the weird things is the original 6th edition rulebook had all the fortification rules, for the Bastion, the Sky Shield landing pad, and all those terrain kits. Now that those things are in Stronghold Assault, they didn't put them in the rulebook again. So now if you buy your 40K rulebook and you want to use a Sky Shield landing pad or a Bastion, you have to go buy an expansion, which is kind of odd.
So that takes care of terrain. So we got to get to army construction because this is got to be if not the largest, one of the two largest changes in 7th, right?
It's like a totally different game now, potentially.
Yeah, so what's changed? Should we just forget army construction from prior editions and talk about how it's new, or is there anything the same anymore, or is it totally different?
There are parts of it that share the DNA with the old, and I will argue that because Games Workshop was locked into some elements of that old army construction, that's really what's created what in my mind is kind of a mess between the two. But basically, for someone who doesn't know, Games Workshop has two different ways now that you can build your army. One is called unbound armies. And an unbound army basically means you can just pick whatever models you want and put them on the table. Once those units are on the table, they still have to follow the ally rules that they have, and they've totally loosened up the ally rules. So, they still have a little bit of interaction. If I have my Tyranid on the board with my demon, they're still going to behave, a little uneasy against each other. But,
is there any detachment rules at all, or can I just put down 3 Bane Blades and a Bloodthirster?
There you go.
Absolutely.
There's your army.
And I do that, and now, so I put down 3 Bane Blades and a Bloodthirster. Do I even worry about points, or do I not worry about points?
Oh, yes. Okay, so the things you have to worry about are you still have to deal with the points limit.
Yeah.
You're still dealing with the point limit. You still have to worry about the ally rules, which are basically just deployment and in-game rules. So basically, in the example you used, the Bloodthirster and the Baneblade, I think those are guys that can't deploy that close to each other. I don't know.
Which is good, because I don't want my Bloodthirster might not be under my control and attack my Baneblade. So what I want to do here is get them spread out, right?
Well, there's no attacking. Basically, the way it works is you have Battle Brothers, which is pretty much exactly the same as the last edition, which means if your guys are Battle Brothers, they can join each other's squads. Then the next level you have is Allies of Convenience, which means they don't hate each other, but they don't have really any animosity. They just can't join each other's units, but they can otherwise coexist normally together. Then you have Allies of Desperation, which are we don't like each other, but we don't hate each other. And in this case, if any time you start your turn with those two units within 6 inches of each other, you have to roll a die, and on a roll of 1, the unit does nothing for the turn. As they eye the other guy negatively, like, "Ooh, I've got my eye on you."
Right.
And then the last one is, which you could not ally before in 6th edition, and that's Become the Apocalypse allies. And those are the ones in 6th edition was just a no-go. But now you're allowed to have them, and the two restrictions are you just can't deploy within 12 inches, and the same as the Ally of Desperation, where if you start the turn within 6 inches during the game, then you have a chance of them basically sitting there for that turn.
So I can put my Bloodthirster on one flank, I can put my Baneblades on the other flank, and then I can put my flying DAC effects in the middle, right?
Right, absolutely. And then once the game starts, you just got to keep them 6 inches away from each other.
And as long as 6 inches apart, I'm cool. Okay, so that sounds a little unbalanced to me. I got to think there's combinations. I'm obviously being very, very, very kind here at this point, but I got to think there's combinations that are completely and totally unbalanced there. So would anybody in their right mind allow this in any kind of competitive event whatsoever? I mean, how would you ever even do that?
I think only people that want to chuckle.
Right.
But let me tell you what Games Workshop has done to supposedly balance the concepts, because you're supposed to be able to use an unbound army versus a battle forge. Battle forge is closer to what the traditional army was.
Okay.
So if you're taking a battle forged army, you have to take detachments.
Mm-hmm.
And each detachment is generally what you would consider the force organization chart of the old game. So 1 to 2 HQs, you got to take 2 to 6 troops, and 0 to 3 elites, 0 to 3 fast attack, 0 to 3 heavy support.
Right.
Also, as part of that, now you can also take a fortification, one Lord of War, stuff like that.
Right.
Now, if you follow that and you say I'm going to take that detachment, that is basically a combined arms detachment, and the bonus that you get for taking that detachment is the troops in that detachment, the troop choices, they count as scoring units that capture objectives even if enemy models are within the objective range.
Okay.
Unless the enemy unit also has the objective secured special rule. So basically your giant Baneblade is sitting on a objective.
Mm-hmm.
My troops choice can walk up and stand next to you, and I'm capturing that objective and you're not.
Okay. So and a Baneblade is a scoring unit. I can't remember. But.
So that's the other huge change.
Yeah.
Right.
So this and I'm going to speculate again here, but I think they had to make a number of changes to the basic game to make Unbound Armies work. And one of those is they made all units score. So before in previous editions, the last few editions, it's been only troops choices would be able to capture your objectives. And that kind of forced players to sort of take troops choices in their army. But since an Unbound Army, you're supposed to be able to pick whatever you want and play the game, they kind of had to get rid of that and say, we're going to allow any unit to score, and now we're going to give an additional bonus to troops to sort of like counterbalance that
if they're battle-forged troops. So unbound troops don't get any bonuses, right? You got to be a battle-forged troop? Okay.
Now, there's a problem with this. The problem is...
I'm guessing
one among many.
Right.
As you pointed out, no competitive tournament that there's going to be some, but most competitive tournaments are going to quickly ban Unbound Armies because of anytime you open up the game to take absolutely anything, you're opening up infinite cross-platform nastiness that the guy in the basement can sit there and look through all 20 of his codexes and find the most nasty things he can think of.
Right.
And it'd just be horrible, and you're going to take armies full of independent characters and just it would be interesting, but only as a exhibition of craziness.
Four-seer council, 3 great. We could go on. The possibilities are endless. Unbound.
Right.
My imagination is unbound, John.
So tournaments are going to basically ban it.
Right.
It's basically there for fun, friendly people to basically buy whatever they want and play these fun armies they've always dreamed about.
Yeah, right.
And that's cool. But the problem is that Games Workshop has made that fundamental change of making everything scoring now, which now, even if you ban Unbound from your tournament, now the game now has that built into it, and your troops have that new objective secured rule.
This feels like on the face. It feels like we've gone back in time when tournament organizers created all these. I mean, back in the day, right? Mid 2000s, right, John? It was in some of the special rules you wrote yourself. Tournament organizers started coming up with these are scoring units, these are not scoring units. Before GW even understood the concept of it, because you had these challenges where it was just so easy to game the system. So it sounds like we're back to that point again.
Yes. So let me describe what's going to happen now. Basically, you have two ways that people will build an army. Well, first of all, let me say something. In the rules, there are no limits to the amount of detachments you can take.
Oh.
So if I want to, I can just take, and this is in a Battleforged army, I can just take 1 HQ and 2 troops as my 1 detachment. Now I can take 1 HQ and 2 troops as my 2nd detachment.
Right.
I can take 1 HQ and 2 troops as my 3rd detachment. So you could take 3 Seer Councils even in a Battleforged army.
Right.
It's ridiculous. There's basically no point almost in having the force organization chart in even Battleforged armies the way it's written in the rule book. And the reason that Games Workshop did this is because all of these digital online formations and data slates that you can buy, they are basically a lot, not all of them, but a lot of them are separate detachments. So, for example, online right now I can go to the iBook store and I can buy a Tau formation that allows me to take a number of Riptides, the big Tau walker guys, and a bunch of the broadsides as a formation. And that formation is a separate detachment that I can now plug into any army I want.
Wow. And be bound. Be Battleforged, I mean.
And the great thing about, or not the great thing, but taking that formation comes with a special rule. So you're not paying, that's the new thing that Games Workshop has introduced, is the concept of formations. And they first did this in Apocalypse, where if you took a certain number of units, all those units would get a special rule. So, if, for example, if I take, it's a special orc formation, if I take, three boys mobs and a war boss, those guys get an additional special rule. And that was a thing they did in Apocalypse first. Well, they've now introduced formations into regular 40K, and the Orc Codex is the first codex that has a formation right in the actual codex itself. So it has sort of its own orc warband formation.
It reminds me of the themed lists in War Machine, where when you take a themed list, you get bonuses for the theme, and you do get bonus rules, but there are very severe restrictions on what you can take, and because you can't have multiple, themes in a different list or slots, because it sounds like the way around this is you take that, you get a bonus rule, then you just take another detachment that has whatever else you want in it, right? So it's not really restricted at all.
Right. Not only does it not restrict you, it gets around your force organization chart in your other detachment. So it's actually a way to get more. Like, say you're taking a Tau army. Normally, you could only take 3 Riptides as your 3 heavy choices or whatever, or lead choices or whatever they are, and you were limited to that. Now I can go out and buy that formation. I can get another Riptide that way through that formation, and it basically doesn't take up any of my slots. So It's the opposite. It's just, and you don't pay any more points than you do normally. So there's no additional points. It's just if you take those models, you get a special rule. Like in the case of the Tau one, I think they get Tank Hunter or something like that. So they're extra good at shooting down vehicles, and you are ignoring your force organization chart. So it's kind of crazy.
So do drop pods capture too? Like all the transports still capture?
Just about to get to that now.
Oh God.
So. Getting back to the number of detachments, I think the early tournaments, what they're saying is basically you can only take 2 detachments total. Right. That can be 1 basic detachment and an allied detachment if you want, or it can be 1 basic detachment and a formation, a digital formation, or whatever you want. You can basically take 2 total detachments. I think that's what a lot of tournaments are going to do, basically, to limit the insanity.
Yeah.
But what I was getting back to is the 2 types of armies you're going to see even in Battleforged, in my opinion, are basically, now that every unit can score, you're either going to build an army to try to obliterate the opponent's troops, so you don't have to worry about their objective secured. So you're just going to go for the most powerful units you can and try to abuse, the formation rules or whatever to get as many of the best units you can have out of your codex. Or you're going to take an army that just spams the crap out of objective secured.
Right.
Because a drop pod army, as you've mentioned, you get all your troops choices are objective secured. All your drop pods are objective secured. So you just drop your drop pods all over the board, and you have all these objective secured vehicles sitting there that are totally unmanned, immobile drop pods, but somehow they're their best capturing units in the game. It's just it's crazy. I don't know if you remember back in the day, but before they made troops scoring, and then they said that dedicated transports didn't count. People would run around with rhinos and whatever, and be those were the units that you would use to go capture objectives.
Because the thing was that transports, you'd get 2 scoring units per slot in your org chart because you get the troops, and the transports didn't count as a slot. So that was the thing. You'd have rhino spam, and you'd run out there, you drop your guy, if rhino would take another objective, or table quadrant grabbing, right? You could hold 2 different quadrants. It was crazy.
So, and you just throw the unit inside out to do your damage, and now you have your rhino to drive around and capture the objective.
Now I got to kill your freaking rhino, right? So yeah, it was a pain.
And that's okay, sort of, but from a cinematic level, a narrative level, it's just weird to have all your trucks and rhinos driving around capturing your objectives. Not only just capturing your objectives, but being better than Terminators at capturing objectives because they've got objectives secured.
Right.
It's just like pants on head crazy.
Matt was using pants on head crazy. Matt was using a magical drop pod on me last night. He dropped it right on and he didn't do this to get on the objective. He actually did this because his first mission, we were playing with the mission cards, and his first mission was to assassinate my warlord. So he just dropped the drop pod in the middle of my army, which was apparently poorly deployed for stopping a drop pod, and flamed my guys. And incidentally, the drop pod was right next to the objective that in my first turn, I had 2 cards that needed that. If I secured that one objective, which was in the middle of my backfield, I would have got 2 victory points. But because of that stupid drop pod, I couldn't do anything about it. And I spent 3 turns shooting everything I had at it. It was a pain in the butt.
John, are you okay, John? It sounded like a drop pod came into your room.
Yeah, it sounded like
yes, that was a drop pod just landed.
Is GW assaulting? Do they know we're talking about them?
Crazy.
I think GW knows we're talking about them dispatching Terminators on your position.
Get out
when
Sorry
you
about
can.
that.
Get out now.
Right.
We'll talk to you at your alternate location.
Seems like for the sake of variety, it seems like they've really done something that could make the game tough for balanced play. So surely the new missions, it seems like that could be a way to sort of bring it back. Now I think that I've heard the new mission system is really slick. So how do missions work in 7th?
Well, first of all, they basically included the first 6 missions from 6th edition. They basically ported them over pretty much straight, almost exactly the same into 7th edition. There is a new style, which sounds like Craig played, called the Maelstrom of War missions. But before I get into that, I just want to talk about another sort of just another example of how they kind of broke their own stuff to make all this kind of work.
Okay.
In 6th edition, there were 2 missions that in one case you had basically one of the missions turned your fast attack choices into scoring units, but the negative to that was if people destroyed your fast attack choices, they would get victory points. And another mission, it was heavy support choices. Your heavy support choices could become scoring units, but now if people destroyed them, they would get victory points. It was pretty cool, because you had a bonus and you had a negative. So if you took a lot of heavy support, you had both a positive and a negative.
Right.
So now they ported those same missions over into 7th edition, but since everything scores now, they have those exact same missions, but the only thing you get now is penalized for having fast attack or heavy support in those missions, because if your opponent destroys those choices, they get victory points, but those units don't get anything extra for being there. So, at the very least, they could have made it objective secured or something, but they didn't. So it's like they broke their missions in 6th edition. Those were 2 missions that were kind of cool, kind of well balanced, and they kind of threw that away because of the new way that they do scoring. So that's just something I wanted to point out.
Wow.
But moving on to the brandy new stuff, which is the Maelstrom of War mission, and everyone is all excited about this. It's basically what it is you kind of have 6 objectives on the table that each have a number on them. Mm-hmm. And then you have a deck of cards. Each player has its own deck of cards, or you can roll out of a chart in the book, a D6G chart. Yeah. And basically, each turn, you essentially, it depends on which of the missions you're playing, but basically each turn you're drawing more objectives, like what you have to do. And these objectives are like, you need to capture objective number 1, or you need to capture objective number 2, or they could be you need to get into your opponent's deployment zone, or you need to destroy your opponent's psychers, or so on and so forth.
Or airplanes, or buildings, or vehicles.
Right. So the good part about these missions is that they finally get away from the feeling of I'm playing the whole game just for the last turn to see if my guy's the last guy standing on the objective, and now, hooray, I win the game. These finally, you are scoring points as the game goes on. So they sort of help players to finally sort of like forge that narrative throughout the game, which is a really good thing that I think they should have done a long time ago.
Now that kind of stuff sounds, before you go negative, that sounds to me like it could, if done right, that changing the game goals to be dynamic while you play could compensate for some of these army list building changes. Because, for example, drop pods coming in late, for example, right? So if I'm trying to score points as I go, late arriving units just don't drop in the end of the game and score all the objectives now. So it's a sort of a different thing. So there might be a way to use this to kind of balance out some of the other things we were just worried about, but let's talk about the negative stuff now.
Well, and you're dead right there. And in fact, GW seems the new Orc Codex has its own special additions to that deck.
Oh, cool!
So you replace certain cards out of that deck with the Orc cards,
that's
and
neat.
so the Orcs basically have a more tailored mission to their Codex. So if GW continues this and every Codex has its own little Maelstrom of War deck, that could be really cool. I know you guys are always talking about that with like Dead Zone and stuff like that. Sort of having missions tailored to the army is kind of a cool thing.
Right.
But let's talk about the problems. So,
not that there's any hate. We're just trying to be very clinical here. We're being clinical.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Well, this is the new thing, and everyone's excited. The problem with it is in a competitive environment, there are a lot of cards in there that you cannot achieve depending on what your opponent has taken. So if your opponent hasn't taken Psychers, you can't achieve the Psycher card.
Right.
If they don't have buildings, you can't destroy their buildings. If they don't have, in the end of the game, they might not have vehicles left. Pretty much most of the missions, I think, allow you to discard one card a turn. But some of them are different. Some allow you to always draw back up to like the turn number and stuff like that. So there's some elements of that, but there's one mission where as the game goes on, you get less and less cards. So if you start out with a bunch of bad cards and you're discarding one a turn, each turn you're getting less and less. So if you draw a bad initial hand, you can't dump them quick enough to get a bunch of good objectives to make up for an opponent who draws a bunch of easy objectives. And that's really what it comes down to is you can definitely build armies that are built to play Maelstrom of War missions. Speedy armies with lots of units that can jump around the board. But there's a chance that you're still going to get a really, really bad hand, and nobody wants to play in a tournament where basically the draw of the cards is the determining factor on whether or not you win or lose. And that's really the problem. And so, tournaments seem to be liking the concept, but again, I think they're talking about sort of using elements of the cards, but definitely not playing them the way they are in the rule book because they're just too random to be usable.
I could see tournaments coming up with their own decks of cards, though. Kind of like tournaments come up with their own missions in the early days, right? You come up with a set of cards that are pre-sequenced and known to be a certain way or whatever, or always have things that either side could achieve regardless of army composition. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways you could do it. You could draw 3 cards and pick one. For every one you have to draw, you draw a bunch and choose one. But it's definitely not the way it is in the book. In the book, it's sort of like a fun, random thing. But it's not balanced for competitive play, really, I think.
Right.
Yeah, two of the games that I've played, we used these cards because I wanted to try and see what was going on. And in the first one, the cards we drew were very. I played Dave from the Nerd Herders, and the cards we drew were very balanced. And sort of as the game went on, like he got a bunch at the beginning that were easy for him, and then I got some more, and it was a really back and forth game that was a lot of fun. And I thought, oh, this is a really cool idea. And then last night I played Matt from the Nerd Herders, and Matt, who's already like a ridiculously good player anyway, was getting these cards like basically secure the objective next to your Terminators, and I would draw the card secure the objective next to his Terminators. And it was just, it was brutally unbalanced, and just because of the randomness and the fact that, I was just getting crushed left, right, and center. But the end result was, I was lucky to get 8 points by the end of the game, and he had 18 points, and most of my points came in the last turn or two. So it's a really cool idea, but I agree that it's so random that you can't do it in a tournament unless you tweak it in some way, or like Russ said, have all unique. I think there's a really cool concept there, but I think unless you're the kind of person who's like, I love the game, whether I'm winning or losing, I'm having fun, and I don't care if it's balanced, then this may eventually, like, you play a few of these and one bad one might set you off, which I think happened to me last night.
The other thing that's kind of weird about it is from a narrative perspective, it's a little weird to have like your army moving forward and then be like, oh, all of a sudden we got to run over to this objective. Oh, we got to move backwards. It's just like,
it's like musical chairs.
Right.
It's kind of like they're schizophrenic or something. They're like, oh, I got to go this way. So, yeah.
Well, I didn't like, he got one that was, if the enemy warlord is dead by the end of your turn, then you get the points, which is like, oh, well, he killed him 3 turns ago, so you get the points. And then I got one that was, if you kill the enemy warlord in this turn, I'm like, well, I killed him last turn, so I don't get the points. So it was really annoying. There's other, the concept is cool. The execution is a little wacky and very random, but then within that, there's like some weird balance issues that, like, it's like classic GW, right? Where we want to write everything a little bit differently, so it's really cool and fluffy. But what they end up doing is these two things should be the same, but they're a little bit different, which screws you over.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've gone through and kind of clarified what 7th edition has brought 40K to, right? So what the rule sets are
chaos.
for 7th.
It's chaos, I tell you.
Well, it sounds like a lot of chaos because anybody can summon them. See what I did there? So let's talk about how does this make you feel? Now we're in psychology. How does this? So
have a seat on the couch.
So lie down, John. Relax. Take as longtime custodian now of Daka and the generally accepted worldwide rules, custom rule set for independent play. I need you to kind of relax and kind of give us what. Let's first look at the highlights. What has got us? What do you think's got us and you think the community excited? In summary, about 7th edition now. What are people really pumped about?
Well, the biggest thing I would say is that I have to separate myself from what I think everybody else feels, because there were reports from a lot of vendors saying that the 7th edition sales were blowing 6th edition out of the way. And a lot of people playing, these new mission types love it. And I hear a lot of great acclaim. And this comes back to the last time I was on long ago. We talked about 6th edition and how I felt 6th edition was sort of returning to sort of the 2nd edition feel of like lots and lots of rules. And how I wanted more of a streamlined, abstract kind of game. And 7th edition, although it did get rid of some of those fiddly rules, I feel like it replaced all of those with, formation rules and, all these sort of like extra special rules that you can get other places, Lords of War and all these, crazy things. So it just feels like more to me. So the way that I feel about 40K is not necessarily the way everyone feels about it. And I certainly, still love the game, and anyone that likes it, I'm happy. I would never tell anyone not to play. I think it's still, in some ways, it is. I feel like it's perfecting itself in the direction that it wants to go. Games Workshop is making the game that they want to make. It just may not be the game for everybody. Well, no game is for everybody, but certainly moving a little further away from what I'm looking for. But I would say, if I still had to say what would I be most excited about, I would say although I feel like there's this huge glut of rules, so many different sources, so many different places, supplements, all these different things, it does free Games Workshop up to put out rules anytime they feel, and that's allowed them to like bring back all sorts of crazy old stuff and put out new stuff and just add stuff and change stuff. It can feel overwhelming at times. It is overwhelming at times, but at the same time, it's also cool to see so much new and different stuff for 40K. So I'd say that's a positive in some ways. On top of that, I mean, like I said before, I think it's cool to see these big, giant, like super heavy Lord of War kind of guys. So I hope Games Workshop keeps, putting out these giant kits and working on the rules and making them appropriate to be in the game. And so we see them on the table, because I think they're really amazing to see a game with these giant models.
Yeah.
I've always been a huge fan of Forge World, and a lot of people have always, found reasons of like in tournaments to like disallow Forge World from being there, saying like, oh, Forge World is too unbalancing and they don't play test it and all these things. And now with like all these formations and crazy rules that GW is putting out, it's really, really difficult for people to still try to like
it's almost like
Forge World.
It's almost like Forge World's the least of the problems now.
Absolutely. But here's the funny thing is, someone was just posting on DACA the other day about a tournament that allowed everything, like Lords of War, as many detachments as you want, Unbound. The only thing they disallowed, Forge World.
Doesn't Unbound fly in the face of not allowing Forge World? I don't understand. All right.
Yeah, I know. Unbound, but no Forge World. It's crazy.
All right. Well, cool.
So anyway, so I think I always like Forge World, so I think that 7th edition will finally break those gates down, and you'll see Forge World all over the place, and I think that that's awesome. Another positive, I think I think there was some streamlining of the basic rules and some good fundamental work underneath the hood, so to speak, in 7th edition, so I think that that's good moving forward. They got a good base to work from to add new rules and stuff like that. And the latest Orc Codex, which is the first 7th edition Codex, kind of introduced the new 7th edition style. And Games Workshop has gone back around full circle and gotten, for a while they had their units split in one part of the Codex, and they had the army list at the end of the Codex. And it was a lot of people didn't like that, where you had to flip back and forth. And they've come back around and have everything on a single page for each unit.
Oh, I like that.
And I think that's so they can put those rules like out as a formation easier.
Yeah, because digitally too, right? If you're going to add a new Orc unit, you want to have the fluff and the rules right together as a single page or whatever, right?
Right. When they make a digital formation, they include all the rules for the unit. So if you're going to have to pull the Orc rules out of the Codex and put it in a digital formation, you don't want to have to reformat that. You can just now grab the whole page and throw it in there.
That makes sense. And I think it's better. I like them together. Yeah, that's cool.
I think that's another great thing as well. So I'd say those are my reasons of things that I'm excited about.
So, Craig, before we get to what we're worried about, what would you, after having listened to John get in detail on all this stuff, plus played a few games yourself, what do you like about 7th edition? What do you think is exciting about it?
Well, I actually like the casualty removal. I think it feels easier for me than the last time with everything that was going on. I really like the idea behind these mission objective cards. Like, we've been using mission objective cards that we made ourselves for years now. But like we said, the randomness of it is just brutal. And what happens is, if you think about it, what you're looking at is a game where you don't know what you're going to be needing to do from one moment to the next. You're going to have to take an objective. You're going to have to destroy a vehicle, or you're going to have to destroy a unit. You're going to have to destroy it in hand-to-hand, kill an individual model. So it's going to be important to be versatile, and there's really as far as the armies available to you in 40K, the most versatile, I think, are the Space Marines. And so what I think those will do is, if that becomes a big part of the meta, Space Marine armies will become more prevalent than they already are, I think. So I don't necessarily like that. When I played against Dave, he had Tau, I had Space Wolves, and I didn't want to carry a lot of models, so I had Space Wolves with a Land Raider. So I had very few models. He had a bunch of models, and I saw him running around taking objectives, and it was really cool. So I thought, the Guard would have a lot of models. Totally forgot that, the Space Marines look at the Guard and an entire squad disappears. So that was very frustrating to me. for the first, I mean, the game lasts 5 turns now, and then you start rolling. And for the first 3 turns, I literally just watched my army wither away and was completely unable to do any of my objectives. One, because of the ones I was pulling, but also because of the way the guard army works. It needs to be able to focus and concentrate. It can't do multiple things at once, really, sort of. And so although at the end of the game, he only had 1 Space Marine with a plasma gun, 5 Terminators, and a Rhino left, basically. And I had a Lehman Russ that was fully fine. I had a couple squads of infantry. I had a heavy weapon squad. I had a full team of snipers. I mean, like I had a Chimera. I had a Sentinel, like still fully healthy around the board. Like I got crushed. And so that was really frustrating to me. And I did a couple things in deployment that I think probably I wouldn't have done in retrospect if I was a little fresher with the rules and with playing in general. But overall, I thought like it really didn't. It didn't fit my guard army at all. It felt like an old-fashioned 40K game in the end, where I killed almost all the Space Marines by the end of the game. But because of the way the mission worked and those cards work, like there's no way for me to make up that deficit. Wherein early on, I'm too busy shooting at stuff that's threatening me to focus on, but I have to kill that unit, or I have to kill that one guy, or, you know, I couldn't do that well at the same time dealing with the threats that were coming at me. So I think it's a really cool concept, but it was frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Guard has newer units in the Codex that allow you to kind of do that, but you would have to go out and sort of like buy those.
Oh, but I did have Scions. I took 3 squads. Did? Yeah, and I loved them. They dropped down, they did a really cool thing, and then died. But were they in Taroxes or whatever? No, they were not. They were deep striking.
Yeah, so you need the Taroxes.
It's the Tarox.
So Craig went from what he likes to what he doesn't like. So
sorry. So what I like was I enjoyed playing. Okay. For the most part, I guess.
So John, what are you worried about in this new edition? What makes you worried?
Well, before I jump to that, hearing Craig made me think of one more thing. Yeah. One of the big problems you could say that developed out of 6th edition was that because you could join your battle brothers together in allies, you could make these like super uber Death Star units that were basically unkillable. And so people would pour all their points of their army into these huge unkillable units that were pretty much literally unkillable. And that kind of dominated the 6th edition competitive scene. And now with 7th edition and all this objective secured and maybe, using these Maelstrom of War, even elements of them in tournaments, it seems like it's going to swing back to sort of like small units, small quick units. And, well, that certainly is not maybe the best thing for certain armies like, Imperial Guard maybe, or even some Tau. I think compared to what it was in 6th edition with these giant Death Stars of Doom that you couldn't kill, I think it's probably a better thing. So that's another thing that I think 7th edition is positive about. So getting to 7th edition, what has me worried? Well, the biggest thing, and I would say the number one reason why I have stopped playing.
You've stopped playing? Whoa, stop the presses. Wait, you have stopped playing Warhammer 40,000?
Well, no. Okay, that was competitively. Okay. Competitively.
But still, it's a big news, though, John. You were like probably one of the, clearly, you're seriously involved in.
You mentioned this at the beginning of the segment.
Well, I know, but I just wanted to reinforce this. So,
which was even more recent than achievements in gaming.
Yes. Okay. So you're about to get into it. So why? What has got you thinking it's not something you want to play competitively anymore?
Well, I already talked about the style of game is not necessarily my favorite thing, but there's something on top of that, and it took me a while to sort of identify what it was. Jervis Johnson, at one point in one of his articles, his columns, he talked about the Games Workshop hobby and how every person has sort of like a pie chart of the things of the hobby they're interested in. Like some players are way more painting and way less gaming, and others are different things. And some people just like collecting. They don't even play, they don't even paint. They just buy the models and put them on their mantelpiece. I don't know. And it occurred to me that a massive love of mine about this hobby was buying all the rules, reading them all, dissecting them, arguing with people on DACA about them, having discussions, and just sort of like being interested in rules. I love rules. I love, mechanics and stuff like that, and I love thinking about that. And I just enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the entire game and package. And I love playing a lot, and I love other parts, but that was a massive part, I realized, of what I liked. Now, what happened in the second half of 6th edition is that Games Workshop went into rules overdrive, and they clearly figured out that, like their models, they believe are a premium product that they can charge a premium price for. They hadn't really been applying that same mandate to their rules to quite the same degree. And they figured, we can, sell hardback codexes at $50 a pop.
Right.
And if we increase our staff, we can start putting out, a codex a month, or 2 codexes a month, or sometimes 3 codexes a month. Supplements in a lot of cases, but still, they're still talking about $40 to $50. Mm-hmm. And so all of a sudden, instead of, buying a codex once every 2 to 3 months, you're talking about buying a codex a month or 2 codexes a month. You're talking about a huge, huge uptick in expenditure. Mm-hmm. And what was really more heartbreaking for me was, I love digital. I have an iPad. I had the very first iPad that came out. And as soon as Games Workshop said, we're coming out with these digital formats, I was really excited. And I got them. I have almost all of them up to a certain point. And I like the way they work. They work really cool, the rules, pop-ups, everything. So I was like, I want to have my codex on my iPad. Well, they're charging the same price,
I hate that.
or more in some cases, actually, for the digital version on the iPad. So I have a collection in my garage of every single Warhammer 40,000 rulebook ever made, every supplement, everything. Plus, I have every White Dwarf from issue 100 on. Mm-hmm. And this is a thing that I love. I love that collection. I don't do much with it, but I just like having it. It brings me peace. I don't know. So now all of a sudden I had to make a choice. Do I want to get a digital version and not have my physical love of my collection, or do I want to go insane and pay $100 to get a digital and a physical version? It's just ridiculous. Games Workshop they still haven't made any sort of like voucher where if you buy the physical copy, you get the digital one for half price or something. If they'd done that, they probably would have got more money from me. Right. So basically what I decided to do was, I'm just going to go digital. So I started buying digital, and I finally gave up my collection, my thing of having every single 40K book ever made. And once that happened, and then they started cranking out all these codexes, 2 or 3 a month, if you see these supplements, if anyone who's read these supplements, they have 1 to 2, maybe 3 pages of rules in a supplement, and they're charging $40 for it. So for someone, again, who likes rules as a big part of their supplements and their games, you feel like they're finally turning the screws to the people who like the hobby slice of collecting rules. So I finally felt like Games Workshop had finally figured out how to like really monetize me, and it was sad, but I was like, I just can't collect all these books anymore. And once I give up collecting all the books, that all of a sudden it's like my hobby has been stripped away from me. So, so in a strange way, their pace of releasing rules has sort of forced me out.
Well, that's a shame. Man, that sucks, John. It's tough to see that, and it always bothered me too. And I think it's a great example you put on the digital version, because I was trying to figure out why it bothered me too that the digital version was so expensive. And there's no printing costs and everything else, and I get that. They're saying, well, it costs us X amount of dollars to write all these rules, and if someone's going to only buy the digital version, we still got to pay the writers and the artists. I get all that, okay, but why not? I like the idea that if you buy the physical version, why not get the digital version? Put a code in there that gives you the digital version for free or reduced rate. That bothers me a lot. But even if they had done that, it still sounds like the volume of rules you have to purchase to keep up. It used to be that all these supplements were free or included in White Dwarf or very affordable, right? Now the supplements aren't free. They're very frequent. To be a completist or a tournament player, that's to know all your opponents, has to own all these things, and they're $30 or $40 a pop for a 3 or 4 page rule supplement. That seems extreme to me. I mean, I don't know.
I think someone totaled it up, and they said if you wanted to own every current 40K rule for the current edition, it's somewhere between, I think, $1,200 and $1,500.
Wow, just for the rules. Oh,
just to own all the rules.
Wow.
If you're a person who wants to own every little bit of rules. So
did they get rid of the softcover versions? Is everything only hardcover now? Is that what they did?
Yeah, there's no softcovers. It's all hardcover only.
Jeez. Wow, I didn't realize that.
Games Workshop, they've said it in investor relations that they believe, they're looking to sell a premium product to players who are willing to pay a premium price. Mm-hmm. That's their target, and they're kind of they're doing the Apple. They're going sort of in the mold as Apple. They don't want to offer the cheaper version because they feel like it. I think they feel it tarnishes their brand. They want to keep everything what they feel at the Cadillac level, and so that has a cost.
Yeah,
literally.
So price has got us worried, clearly, and it's disenfranchised you, which is a shame. What else are you worried about?
Well, the thing that bothers me, and I've kind of touched on this throughout the thing, is some of the changes that they've made, I feel, are in service to sort of like these new concepts. Mm-hmm. So in order to get Unbound into the game, they had to make everything score and give objective secured, and I think that those are kind of bad changes overall. So I don't like those sort of like under the hood changes that were made to serve another purpose. I think that that's kind of distressing to me. Mm-hmm. On top of that, the way that Games Workshop is doing supplements now, I don't know if you remember back in 3rd and 4th edition, they kind of had sort of like the mini codexes that would reference other codexes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that really screwed up for Games Workshop because they came out with like these, like the Black Templars and other smaller armies, and then when those new codexes were updated, they didn't have the will or the manpower to update these mini codexes, and they just sort of like left them hanging in the breeze. So people that had collected these armies were just sort of like left out in the cold.
Yeah.
So they got rid of all those little supplements, but clearly along the way they decided this is a cool idea that we want to do again, but we're going to do it right this time in their mind. And so the way that they're going to do it right is the supplements are just going to basically be a tiny little thing that sits on top of the other codex. Mm-hmm. So all it does is it says basically, here's like some warlord traits and maybe a couple special rules and a list of relics. And so nothing in that codex directly references back to the core one. So if you change that core codex, you should more or less be able to keep that supplemental codex still in existence without anything screwing up. And so that's a positive that they're helping to protect themselves against future editions. But the negative of that is what that means is the supplements never restrict units you can take. So like if you take if you look in the Iandan Eldar Codex, they don't say like you can't take these units XXX and you get to take extra of these units YY. They just give you basically bonuses.
Oh wow.
So what that means is either the supplemental codex is going to allow you to build a better Eldar army, or it's going to not allow you to build a better Eldar army. And so from a competitive standpoint, players are either going to all use the Iandan Codex because it's better than the regular Eldar Codex, or they're not going to use it. Right. It's not about sort of collecting or making rules that allow you to sort of like take a themed list, even though that's the intention. But the way that they've done it doesn't really work like that. So that makes me sad that they're basically putting out all these supplements, and they're doing, this latest Orc Codex came out, and exactly at the same time they came out with a supplement for Wa Gazgul.
Right.
And the Wa Gazgul supplement basically just has extra formations. So you can now take, these additional formations and then get basically bonuses for taking them. So, they say that supplements are there for people who are just interested, like, I buy my Orc Codex, and I really like Orcs, but I want more about Orcs, so now I'm going to go buy a supplement. Mm-hmm. Well, but if the formation is better than what you can get in the regular Orc Codex, it's not really an option anymore, right? You kind of have to go out and buy Wa Gazgul so you can play with those really cool formations.
Right. Wow.
So that's what distresses me about how they're making these supplements. And also, just when it comes to the way that you approach your opponents in a game now, I think more than ever now, if you're just going to a game store to play 40K, you can't just, write a 1,500-point list and show up. You have to go there and you have to say, do you want to play Unbound allowed or not allowed? Do you want to play limited detachments or as many detachments as you want? Do you want to allow Lords of War or not? Because if you're just showing up to play the rule book 40K, you could have someone showing up with an army list that's just going to obliterate people, and someone who's going to show up with like his fluffy theme list based off of a Black Library novel, and he's going to get just stomped on.
Well, you're also going to get that rivalry then between players who think Unbound is better and players who don't, or players who are like, we don't going to allow Unbound, and the guy's going to be like, but it's in the rule book. Is it even in the rule book that Unbound requires opponent's permissions or anything like that in there, or no?
Oh, no, absolutely not. It does not require opponent's permissions.
That right there is a huge problem, because as soon as I remember, we had all these rules when we ran the DACA store and everything, and they were well known by all of our players, and you'd still get guys coming in the store who are like, how dare you make a rule that doesn't let me play my army in your store? It's in the rule book. You cannot disallow this. And so I haven't said what I think about this yet, but I'll tell you right now, as soon as I heard about the Unbound lists, that's a deal breaker for me. My biggest peeve has always been, even when I ran DAC, I mean, John, you remember back in the day with these arguments, I hate min-maxers. It's just a thing. I know some gamers like it. I know some people are passionate about it, and I don't mean to disparage people who like to sit around and think about the ultimate damaging thing, but I've always thought theme lists were cool, and I've always thought theme lists should have a fighting chance, and I always spent a lot of time back in the day when you had to, figuring out house rules around allowing a theme list to go toe-to-toe with some of these min-max guys, and this just, Unbound is all about catering to the min-maxer. I don't care what people tell you about fluff, I don't care, and I know there's people out there who are on DACA now, and people on our patrons out there saying, it's so cool I can take anything. I get the excitement, but it's really all about min-maxers, and I just don't like that at all. I don't want to go into a store and play someone like that. I don't want to sit on a table. And so 7th edition for me is the very first 40K rulebook I don't own, and I will not buy it. It's not that I'm like some kind of protest. I just don't care. It's just like, that's not it's like you, John. It's for a different reason though. It's not the kind of game I have any interest in playing in. And it's unfortunate, I think. Now, I've been checked out for a while, so it's not like they just lost me or anything. But
I was going to say, you're making this announcement.
No, it's not an announcement. It's just like, that's the level. It's gone to the point now where I have a hard time understanding what the appeal is from my point of view because of that next step where it is. Now, I guess I get it if you like it or you want to just play whatever, but I just don't see I don't see the appeal anymore. I mean, before I could say, well, I'm burnt out or whatever, but now it's at a point where I just don't get it, Craig. Do you think you can still play in that environment, or could you fight against that environment?
Well, what you're ignoring, Russ, is who you're playing.
Right.
So it all depends on what like. I'm going to be, the next time we do a big all-day 40K thing, if I can find babysitting, I'm definitely going to play, because I know the guys I'm playing with. We're all playing with battle-tested or whatever it is armies, so we're all such creatures of habit. We're still, nobody's sort of like venturing out into the shadowy gray areas that these rules now allow you to traipse through freely, probably pirouetting and then returning back to where you were standing to kill people. So so I very much will probably play again, dependent upon, who wants to play and where and, what the situation is. But I'm looking at models. I'm looking at stuff I haven't looked at in 3 years, thinking, it'd be cool to like build this army or add to that army. Excuse me. But I would never, ever, ever want to go play somebody I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like that's where what you're talking about comes into play for me. Like I wouldn't do what we did with 40K Radio all those years ago, where I went to Adepticon and we played the big challenge game. Mm-hmm. There's so much. Like, and part of it plays to me, like, I hate doing stuff where I don't know everything, and I don't know everything about anything, trust me. But I hate knowing there's huge gaps in my knowledge, and with this, I'm like, but somebody's going to know exactly, as you say, the min-maxing, if you add these parts of this codex with these parts of this codex, and then I'm not in, excuse me. Then I go to where you are, and I'm not interested at all.
Yeah. I guess that's it. So it's really turned into I guess in my head, it's no longer a tournament ready game, right? I mean, without some serious work, right, John? Is that kind of where you are? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's progressing away from that. They're aiming for the game that they want to make, and the game they want to make is where people agree between each other some ground rules.
To be fair, it's Rogue Trader again. It's when you go back to Rogue Trader, right? There were no army. You could mix and match stuff. You could have Eldar fighting next to Imperial Guard. You'd be rolling randomly for what Chaos did, and they'd show up wherever. It's almost like back to that, where it's almost like an RPG on a table that you just play for fun, and there's no expectation of any kind of game balance and I'm not really saying that negatively. It's just that's how it was back then. It seems like it's back to that, which isn't just, I guess, isn't bad necessarily.
I think that's what comes down to what John is saying, where they're making the game they want, which isn't necessarily the game most of us would like it or would have liked it to be.
Yeah, I could believe that more if they weren't coming at you for $30 for a 4-page rule supplement. Right? I mean, you got to eat. There's
but I think the reason that they're coming up with the game they want is because it's going to make more money, but it's ultimately the game they want.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's still hugely popular. I mean, I don't know if it's still a gigantic market share.
Who am I to judge?
But people seem to love 7th edition. I mean, I've heard raves and raves, and I don't think those people are crazy or stupid. I think that there's a lot of people that sort of get put off by the ultra competitive aspect that you're talking about. But it's the reaction to that. Like you basically are frustrated with the company for sort of allowing that mentality to foster, of allowing someone who's going to min-max to be able to practice that. Whereas the people that like 7th edition, I think, are sort of happy that a games company has basically made it where it's so clear that you have to basically have those social contracts with your opponents.
Yeah.
And there's no other choice, really.
I get that. And you know what? Part of it probably is play style too, right? So, John, you talked about how what you get out of the game is this idea of collecting all the rules and just knowing the rules cold and getting into the nuances and discussing the nuances and thinking about ways that the game can be played really cleanly. And Craig, you like to play games with known players. I use gaming very socially, right? I'll drop down and play games with people I've never met before at a store. I think it's really fun. It's a great way to meet people. And so I love games. What I really start to love about games like War Machine and Malifaux and others is that I can walk, as you mentioned earlier, I can walk in with a list and I can say, you want to play a, 25 stone list, or do you want to play a 35-point War Machine list? And I could never met the guy before. And we can play, and there may be 1 or 2 rules questions the entire game. It's just without any we talk about what's on the table, what the terrain counts at, and just play through. There's no debates. And I love that aspect of the games. You can get to know a guy over the table. You can have some fun with him. You're not even really playing competitively. You're just playing for fun. But there's none of that. I didn't bring that model, and my list is unbound, and what are you going to, all that's gone. So I think that's maybe part of what's different for me too, is that I'm not that kind of gamer, right? And maybe that's part of it. So anyway, and hopefully no one takes this as a bunch of hate fest, because we're not trying to be hateful. Just trying to be analytical, and then what our feelings are. I mean, obviously we're not exactly thrilled with 7th edition, but
I'm enjoying it more than I enjoyed 6th edition.
Okay, so there you go. So 1 and a 2's not bad.
But I'm not playing competitive, nor do I use gaming as a way to meet people. I've already met all the people I need to meet.
Right. So you're maxed out on that. Which is fine.
There.
So let me ask you,
on friends.
So John, why you're on the show? I know we've gone long. We've used this entire episode to talk about 40K 7th edition. So hopefully
none of us know what the answer to this question is about to be.
Right. So here's you might surprise you, but here's the thing.
No, it might.
So hopefully you took this whole episode as a way to hear factually what we think. I mean, I'm sure there's been some, we've colored it with our opinions, and mostly, and thank you, John, so much for taking all this time to kind of really get into the details of it. But if you like what you heard here, then by all means go out and try 7th edition. But so one of our patrons, Rob, see, that's me being correct.
There's a font of even-handed justice and wisdom.
So one of our patrons, Rob, thank you, Rob, for writing in, wanted us to ask you, John, does the option of unbound armies that allow you to create almost anything in the galaxy, are there any fluffy lists you'd like to try to play? Are there actually some options now that if you took the competitive nature out, is an Adeptus Custodius army kind of thing you want to try, or a Gene Stealer cult army mixing Tyranids Imperial Guard? Are there things like that you'd like, I would like to try that now that I can?
Okay. So, I know players like the guy Hulk Smash on DACA. I know him personally, and he's an amazing modeler. And he has always played wacky armies, like Adeptus Mechanicus, for example. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people do this where they just do a counts as army, where they use a different codex, and they basically paint up their Adeptus Mechanicus, and they say this unit is this unit, and this unit is that unit, and it works fine. So I feel like if you've had that bug, you've always been able to play it that way. Mm-hmm. When it comes to another example, let's say Gene Stealer Cult, you're going to mix Tyranids and Imperial Guard, for example. Well, in the new rules, you can just take two detachments. You can take an Imperial Guard detachment, and you can take a Tyranid detachment, and there you go. You have your Gene Stealer Cult. You don't even need to go to Unbound to do that.
Oh, really? Wait, we'll back up the bus. Yeah, I did miss that part. I can mix two different armies together in.
Remember when I told you can take as many detachments as you want in your army?
Yeah.
So yeah, you can take an allied detachment of Tyranids along with your detachment of Imperial Guard.
They introduced allies in 6th edition, right? That's right. So that's sort of the same, yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't do it in 6th edition.
They loosened it up.
Yeah. You can do it in 7th edition. They are come the apocalypse allies, but you can do it. So the point being, you could take multiple detachments of multiple different allies as long as you're not playing, in a tournament that limits how many detachments you can take.
Right.
So there is literally almost zero reason, in my opinion, to have an Unbound army, except if you're doing something really, really crazy and extreme. And this can be fun. Like someone's talking about just playing an army of all the Phoenix Lords, Eldar Phoenix Lords, like just 7 models or whatever. And, that's really cool. And that's something that you could try out now. But not the problem, but what drives me kind of crazy is that I feel like if you wanted to play those games, you could always play those games. You just go to your opponent and you're like, hey, I want to play with all 7 Phoenix Lords. You want to play against me? And they're like, sure, let's do it.
Right.
I personally don't see why you need to insert Unbound rules into the game, especially when that makes some core fundamental changes to other aspects of the game, as I've described in this piece. So the answer to the question is there is nothing personally that the Unbound rules inspire me to do that I don't feel like I could have done with just the 7th edition Battleforge rules already. But I still think that there's, amazing opportunities out there, and everyone should go do what they want. But me personally, not so inspired.
Now, Craig, you've done the Counts as army. You had a great Squats army, for example. Many others. Did this idea, now that you're going to be playing with people that only so you're going to have, does Unbound excite you too, or do you think?
No.
Nah.
Unbound does not, because I know that all the people I'm playing with are going to be playing Battle tested, battle hardened, whatever it is.
Battleforge.
Battleforge. Sorry.
Forge and battle, Craig.
I got to go see. It's been so long since I've written anything for them that my brain has gone back to normal human speak, and my grimdark vocabulary is lacking.
Clearly.
However, yes. One thing I was super excited to note was that I will be able to reconstruct my my old Lost in the Damned army, basically. So the old Lost in the Damned army from the Black Crusade campaign way back when, I'll be able to do with a Chaos Space Marine army detachment and an Imperial Guard army detachment. And I lose a lot. I don't have like my cool mobs of mutants running around the board anymore, but they can do counts as cultists or guardsmen or militia or something else. But so that was fun to me, and I have opened those cases and I've looked at those models and I've tried to figure out what I can and cannot do. Oh, there you go. However, I haven't gone. I was going to do that last night, but then it became such a pain in the butt trying to figure out what to do and what to take and how to fix what and find all the bits and pieces that are all over my house. So I just took the Imperial Guard army and got my butt handed to me. But I am excited to be able to do that eventually. But it's not the Unbound rules. I actually hate the Unbound rules because the Unbound rules don't. in my head, anything you can do that's from the fluff, you could have done already.
Yeah, I think,
or anything that was from the good fluff, you could have done already with counts as or with allies. If you're talking about bizarro ridiculousness and Necrons and Space Marines fighting together, then you're talking about novels that I didn't read, wouldn't read, didn't like to hear that they existed, and won't be reading them anytime in the near future. So no, I feel not as strongly or as acidically as Russ about the Unbound armies, but I don't like that they're there, and they stink of min-maxing and money grabbing to me.
Yes. But he's not acidic.
How I feel.
Just min-maxing.
But no hate. No hate.
Just extreme disappointment in Unbound.
Horrifically burning, soul-wrenching disappointment.
Right. Well, John, thank you so very much for taking all this time to go through this with us.
Time.
Really appreciate it. It's been a marathon, but it's been great. It's always a pleasure to talk to you about 40K. If folks want to hear, get in touch with you, see what you're up to, see what you're going on. I suspect there's this website they should go visit to check out what you're doing.
Yep, they can go to dakadaka.com, and I'm Yakface on there, and they can say hello to me there.
Just look for Sean Connery wearing a funny hat. He's always on there.
That's right. Sean Connery in any various...
any kind of little hat.
Right. I've got a sweet animated GIF now of Sean Connery taking a sip of beverage. Fantastic.
An adult beverage. Excellent. Excellent, John. Well, all right, John. Well, thanks again for joining us. Really, really appreciate it.
We'll see you in a year and a half when they come out with the next edition.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, we'll see you at Adepticon, though. We'll definitely see you at Adepticon, so that'll happen.
That's true.
All right, John. Well, have a good one, man. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
This edition of Jared Notice is brought to you by our fine Patreon patrons over at Patreon. Check out our Patreon page at patreon.com and then search for the D6 Generation. I'm sure there's an easier way to do it, and I'm sure I don't know what it is. But today I would like to thank Jason Sally, Andrew Wallaker, Andy Rucker, Wouter Perot, and Dean Clark. Thanks, guys, for supporting the show and letting us do everything that we do. Did you ever notice how the best laid plans of mice and men oft go agley? I think I'm, what do they call it when you steal someone else's? Well, plagiarizing. That's what I'm doing. But it's true. It's true. And today, it's a lot of things sort of in my head right now that are going wrong or have went wrong. And one of the many ones, of course, is correspondence where, especially nowadays with how I'm rushing around and I'm not at my computer as often as I would like during the summertime. So usually I get emails from my phone and it's really hard to answer them because my thumbs are so clumsy. And so I say to myself, I'll respond to that later when I get home. And of course, later when I get home, I have forgotten that I said that to myself. And when I check my email from home, it already says that's read, so it doesn't stick out at me, and I forget, and then I don't respond. So I know there are many of you out there who have emailed me recently and you haven't heard back from me. Please don't take it personally. I have not recently failed to email back a single person for personal reasons. I've never actually done it at all. I'm just saying it. So that was supposed to be a joke, and yeah, okay. Next best laid plan gone agley. But there is one that constantly haunts me no matter what else is going on. And that one is Peter West, the 2012 Extra Life winner of my donation raffle. And I feel awful. And Peter, if you're still a listener, I still feel awful. And especially given all of the issues people have with fulfillment on things like Kickstarter and whatnot. So let me give you a little background, and then I have a plea. So of course it worked great the first time when Spartan Games offered as a prize they would put a short story written by me on their front page of their website, and a portrait of the winner of the little raffle, I can't even speak. A portrait of them in character. The short story was about them, or was a short story that they chose. And Angelo Lombardi, of course, won the first year, and he wanted to be a pirate in the Uncharted Seas world. So I wrote a story about him in the Uncharted Seas world, and the in-house portrait artist at Spartan used a photograph of Angelo and did a really beautiful portrait of him as this pirate character. And everything worked great. So the next year, everything was going to work great also. And Peter won and was very excited, and he got in touch with me almost immediately. We worked together. It took me a while to write the story, I admit. So the ball started failing with me. And eventually I finished the short story a few months later than I would have liked in early 2013. And unfortunately, then wires started to get crossed with Spartan, and things got pushed back and got pushed back and got pushed back, and then their portrait artist quit. So then I was left. I didn't know what what I should do. I was kind of at a loss. I didn't know what recourse I could take, and so I started reaching out to artists that I knew, and several of them offered to help. And the last one of those just basically gave up. They're too busy. They can't fit it into their schedule, whatever. And so I now once and for all have this short story. Peter has been waiting patiently, if he even still remembers, which I'm sure he does. And so here's the final situation as things stand right now. Spartan Games they feel terrible. And they would be very happy to put the short story up on the website with a portrait that I can provide if I can find somebody to do it. And so this is sort of like a mini little contest, I guess you could say. If you are an aspiring artist, preferably a portrait artist, or if you know someone who is a portrait artist, what we're looking for is somebody to take a photograph of Peter that I can forward to the person, and to turn that into a portrait of Peter's character from the short story. So, of course, you'll get the short story to work from also. That portrait, with your credit, will then go on the front page of the Spartan Games website, which is a highly trafficked website. That sounds illegal. And I will, of course, talk it up on the show, so you'll get some publicity. Or it doesn't have to be a listener either. So if you have a friend who's a portrait artist, have them maybe shoot me something. And this is what I'm looking for. Shoot me the best piece of work you have. And I will, I'll take a couple weeks. I want to fast track this, and I want to get this done before the end of September. So I really feel awful, and it's just easy for things to get pushed into the background. And I want to keep this on my forefront, on the front burner, so to speak, until I've got it cleaned up, and poor Peter has his moment in the sun, if you will. So if you or someone you know is a portrait artist or an aspiring portrait artist, have them or you send me a piece of your work at Craig@the D6generation.com, and I won't do anything with it. I'm just going to look at it, and I'm going to choose the person that I think has the most ability to sort of realize this. We're not looking for any great work of art, but something that looks decent. It generally was color. Most of you have seen the portraits that Spartan Games used to put out before their awesome portrait artist. I think she's doing jewelry now. She quit and started a very lucrative other job. So so it would be awesome if someone out there. So I'm crowdsourcing. I don't know. Whatever. I'm trying to get stuff. I'm trying to get you guys to help me to help No, it's just helping me, really. So if you know of anyone, or if you can do something, if you've got some work done, shoot it over to me. I will close things out probably in the next couple weeks. And so today is August 24th. So say that'd be the 7th. So probably like September 7th, around there. So the first week of September. And I will choose someone, and then I'll work with you, and I will let everybody in the world know how cool you are, and it will go right up there on the Spartan website, and it would be great. And I'm sure Peter would be appreciative also. So please help me get this best laid plan off the Glay list, and I would appreciate it. All right. That's all I've got to talk about tonight. So thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked. You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode. The podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
All right, John, can you give me a little bit of noise there to check your levels?
Testes, 1, 2.
Nice. All right, we'll take it.